There we go. I am an hour late. But I have a good... Oh, I forgot my energy drink. Fuck. Shit. Well, my game's loading, so it'll take a minute. So I got time to do stuff that I should have done earlier, but I forgot about. Where's the app? Not there. Where is it? Is it here? Here we go. There we go. Okay. My vacation. It hit done. There we go. Okay. Cool. So. Here we go. Click the button of doom and death. There we go. Okay, cool. Here we go. I'm an hour late, but that's only because I was at work. Till 3. Where's my volume? There it is. Okay. So, I need to go ahead and actually go to my home, plural, my castles, and lack thereof. Okay, are these ready? Are these now? Okay, now these are actually young, right? Okay, yeah, they're not matured yet, but... Oh, it's a little antennae! The potatoes and the antennae. Where are these at, actually? King Parsley is at about halfway to young. Ultra's about... Yeah, Ultra's a little ahead. That's fine. Wait, don't I actually have more seeds? No, like regular King Parsley. Let's see. Likes King Parsley, Ivy League. I don't need an Ivy League, though. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead into gardening. No, I need to go to... Here, medium soil, I think? Yeah, medium. I'm actually gonna put it, like, over here, just like all these guys get their King Parsley action. So this guy over here. Nice. Okay. Just check up on my farm. Where are these guys at? Okay, they're at young. They just got to young, so they're gonna be mature here soon. Okay, then I go to my castles, playhouse, and then go ahead and go to home. From here, nice. Now I can actually harvest these guys. They all need. You know what? Actually, okay, explosion gnats. That's rank 4. Good, okay. Provides sun, provides rain. Okay, this provides rain to do this. There we go, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Now these guys are all harvestable. A sculpture card. Blinding Light, Scald again. Treasure Scald. Might be good in the future. That's fine though. Do I farm for reagents before I do more? Because, like, I only need 25 squid ink. 25 is a lot, but still, like, I'm halfway there. I think I farm for some, and I buy the Tempest I need. So in that case, I go to the Bazaar. I wish there was a faster way to get to the Bazaar, though. That would be really nice, but, you know. I wish there was, like, a music thing I could listen to. That would be nice. But we back again, here to do more wizarding. Okay. So, this should be a good day. Because I'm off work tomorrow, which means I can actually stay longer. Today, though, I'm hoping to get at least that wand crafted. That's like my main goal. So what that means... Wait, what's that? Wait, is that the Zilla mount I heard so much about? It is! Stormzilla 30A mount. Damn, they got that for a month and they're... I think mine, though, is like... a bit more stylish. It's cool. But mine's like... You don't see anyone else running it. You don't see anyone else rocking this mount. It's the only one I've seen, actually, is mine. Sell, go to treasure cards. Sell this. Sell this. Mute Phoenixes. The Fire Shield. How many Scald? Scald sell for 300 a pop. That's good, actually. Frostbite. Sell it. Mass Ice Prism. What's some good ones? Like, okay. Sell the Dark Blade. Okay, sell that. Sell that. Sell that. Blinding Light's 200. Ether Shield. Okay, that's actually pretty good to sell then. Sprite. Regen 600. That's pretty good actually. Rebirth. Unicorn. Keep the Doom Glooms. Keep the Dragon Blade and the regular blue. Power Nova, Weakness, Black Mantle, Sharp, Galvanic. I'll sell Galvanics. What's this? Let me take Phoenix into Thunderbird. I mean, I don't really need that though, like, right? Azoth, I don't know what that does. Like, I don't need more Aether though, so I might as well sell this. So I might sell this. The Aether Dust I got, because like, how much does this give me? Damn, 9,000? Holy shit. It's a lot. Like, what else would be good to sell? Ancient Scroll, Ancient Chalice. Can I sell it? I can. Not that much though, it's not worth much. Antiquities don't sell for that much. Aquamarine sells pretty good. Astral Shards. So do I need Astral Shards or anything? Do I need for this? No. Do I need for the regular versions? I do. But... because I plan on crafting each of them and putting them on my next wizards. Like, next wizard I do for like a challenge, I'm planning on having made it from this. But like, what's this? Let's start us. I might sell like 42, keep 30 Astral Shards. 42. That's all 70 now. 42. That's 20. Yeah, that's a lot of gold. I still have 30 of them left. Bounce Rune. Comatels? I don't think I need it, actually, do I? Not for this, or this. This is actual shards, yeah. So I don't really need Comatels. Cool. Crystal vials. Death Rune, Deep Mushrooms. Diamond. Draconium. Don't think I need that, but I'll keep it just in case. Hence Death Rune, hence Fire, hence Storm, Fire Blossoms. Oh yeah, I can get those back easy. Fish fins. Do I need that for anything? No, I just need the upgrade version, right? So I'll sell more. Sell all of them. Flax. Keep the squid ink. Fossil, frost flowers, frosted flax, fulgurite. I can easily get this. Don't think I need it either, right? No, don't need it. So sell it. Plus, I know what a good place to farm it already. Glass silver, glass file, golden pearls. I'll sell like 10 of these. It's like I don't really need them that much. Grendelweed. Hematite? Oh. Heard of him. Iridium. Anything else really good I need to sell? Not really, is there? What am I here for? Tempests. Bye. Okay. ST Tempest. Okay. Just regular Tempest. So buy. I need. Okay, cool. That's 9 of those. Crafting recipe now. I have all but this flying squid ink and the sword, which I need a legendary sword. I already have that on me. I literally have that on me. So if I actually go to my backpack and I actually make sure before I do this. Yeah, I unequip. Yeah, because like I can go to crafting. It's right here. Yeah, that's it. I have the piece. I have the item piece equipped. So now, yeah, I go back and do more because like it's only 25. Plus, there's that video from yesterday. Pull that back up. So, we're going to farm some reagents, then do more, but I need to pull it up. Here we go. Let's see. I'm going to pull it up. Oh, there's even a part 2. Yo. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay, go from here. So let me pull it up on the monitor. Cause we watching the video. We're gonna watch something. Okay. Screen capture? Screen cap? Here we go. Aha! I figured it out. I'll do theater mode. There we go. I actually turn up the quality. It's already at 720. It's already at 720p? It's just because of low quality on the game, right? I think so. But I'm gonna have to hold. How am I gonna? Okay, how am I gonna look at chat while I do this? Okay, I know what to do. I know what to do. It's gonna be hard to see chat, but you know what? It's okay. Actually, I know exactly what to do. Okay, so yeah, put that at the bottom, above the game. I'm gonna crop it. Property? No, not properties. Edit transform. And crop it. And yeah, like 80. No. 100. No. Actually, yeah. From the right, like 100. And then from the top, like 50. in 80? 100? 110? 130? 50? Good. Okay. And from the bottom, like 180? See how that looks. Bit too much on the bottom. Transform. Let me just quickly fix that. Okay, transform. We'll go to 160. 50. Hello, Cry. Okay, 130 is good. 130 is good. I'm doing good. Started stream late, but you know what? I'm gonna go with it. Okay, there we go. That's good. So now, see, how does that mess up though?
Around the opponent, making lashing noises.
There we go. Yeah. There we go. Okay. We watched part of this yesterday, so we're just picking up where we left off.
This animation is actually still used for the Myth Imp spell. And
yeah, we
Banshee's
saw
Beta
that.
animation was even creepier. Its scream lasted for twice as long. Honestly, I find it a little disturbing.
Not that disturbing though.
Belladonna Crisp. Belladonna Crisp is the headmistress of Pigswick Academy, Ravenwood's rivaling school. I'm not exactly sure why she's listed on the iceberg, but if I had to take a guess, it's because of how much the player base sexualizes her. Whenever there's a meme or poll on social media debating who the most attractive Wizard 101 character is, she almost always makes an appearance. And apparently,
I do have a
there's
YouTube
good
channel,
deal
yeah,
of
I do.
34 artwork relating to her, but please, don't look any of that up. Music videos. Back in the early 2010s, fan-made Wizard 101 music videos were extremely popular on YouTube. This trend usually consisted of a pop
there's
song playing in
some-
the background, while a group of wizards danced.
There's
and
some
sang
Minecraft
lyrics.
roleplay stuff.
The
That's
quality
it.
of these music videos was always pretty bad, but that was mostly due to the limitations of early editing softwares. Oh, and I'm not going to play the audio of these videos for obvious copyright reasons. But even with lackluster quality, these videos would reach over 100,000 views. In fact, the top Wizard 101 music video of all time was made 12 years ago by user 111 Pyro to the song La 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 by Auburn. It currently has
Also,
over
if the video is too loud, just let me know.
which is considered a ton for fan-made Wizard 101 content. Other examples of popular songs used for these videos were DJ Got Us Falling in Love Again, Dynamite, and Break Your Heart.
Okay, cool.
This was 2010 after all. In the comment section of these Wizard 101 music videos, you'll find viewers reminiscing about their glory days on Wiz, admitting the content itself is pretty cringeworthy, but overall, the memories were worth it. Meowmadon. The charity Meowmadon was an exclusive charity mount that entered the Crown Shop on December 14th, 2008. It left the shop on January 5th, 2009, so players only had a little under a month to purchase it. It cost roughly $15, and all proceeds went to two charities, Austin Children's Shelter and Child's Play. In total, KingsIsle raised $126,000 during the event. There's been plenty of charity mounts released over the years, so why is Meowmadon so special? Well, considering Wizard 101 was released on September 2nd, 2008, only 3 months before the Meowmadon entered the Crown Shop, you had to be an extremely early player to purchase one, thus making the mount incredibly rare. If anyone actually has a Meowmadon mount, let me know in the comments below. Wizard blocks. You know the fairgrounds in the commons where you could play mini-games to fill your mana and potions? Well, one of its mini-games, Sorcery Stones, has a mobile app version called Wizard Blocks.
Really?
In Wizard Blocks, you touch and slide blocks to match at least 3 of the same color in a row, before they reach the top of the screen. The main difference between the mobile app Wizard Blocks and its in-game counterpart, Sorcery Stones, is that in Wizard Blocks, you can actually earn codes based on how well you perform. You can redeem these codes in the North American version of Wizard 101 for in-game rewards. These rewards consist of gold, reagents, pet snacks, mount rentals, potions, and other surprises, according to the official Wizard 101 website. Wizard Blocks was released on the Apple Store, in early 2010 and received its last update on October 24th, 2017. You
Really?
can still download it to this day.
Oh wow, really? Oh, that's cool.
Carpet glitch. This refers to a carpet stacking method players use to access out-of-bound areas in their house.
Oh,
If you space
that's
carpets
cool.
close enough together vertically, they can act like a staircase, allowing your wizard to walk up and down. These days, it's pretty simple to do this because we have advanced movement. But back in the day before advanced movement was a thing, it was a lot harder. Players relied on crates and other objects to glitch their carpets into a stack. It was common to make long trails of floating carpets in your house to show off to your friends. Hall monitor. Hall monitors are not to be confused with KI employees. They're just regular players chosen by KI to have extra chat moderation privileges. According to a section of 2012 update notes, hall monitors who are selected by invitation only will have the ability to take direct action when they see behavior that violates our terms of service. This action includes warning and muting players who circumvent our chat filters. These sanctions will be reviewed by our senior wizards to ensure the correct action was taken and may escalate sanctions as necessary. So yeah, apparently they could temporarily mute other players but not directly ban them from the game. They're also
okay.
required by KI to never divulge that they're a hall monitor, so it's a completely anonymous position, and you'll
Oh,
never know
wow.
exactly who they are. But you'll get a server message whenever a nearby player is muted by one. Todpole. The todpole is a common rank 1 life school fish, only available through fishing in
Yeah.
Northgard or someone's massive fantasy palace. There's not much to say about this fish, other than the fact that its name is a nod to J. Todd Coleman, co-creator of Wizard 101.
Oh, that's cool.
Fog Unicorn. The Fog Unicorn was a promotional pet available from the Beckett Fun Online Games magazine, issue number 2, distributed in fall 2009. The word FOG comes from an acronym of the magazine title, Fun Online Games, and interestingly enough, it used to be capitalized in the pet's name, but KI later changed it to lowercase. This change was most likely to no longer associate this pet with the magazine company. It's also worth noting that you can't hatch for this pet, since hatching with it would result in a Grove Unicorn, thus making the Fog Unicorn even more rare. However, over the years, the Fog Unicorns become available through KI free games prizes, daily assignment chests, and even crowns packs, so it's no longer as rare as
okay.
it once was.
That's cool.
Headmaster Grey Rose. Did you know Merle Ambrose was not originally planned to be the headmaster of Ravenwood? In a public Facebook post on December 21st, 2012, J. Todd Coleman, co-founder of KI, stated, "In my original draft, Lydia Greyrose was the headmistress of Ravenwood. Merle Ambrose was the ice professor. After doing an early round of focus testing, we found that Ambrose was much more popular, and so the two were swapped, and Greyrose was given wings and made into a fairy godmother. This also implies that Lydia Greyrose originally had a human design. Well, do we know what these early designs for Headmistress Greyrose and Ice School Professor Ambrose would have looked like? Interestingly, in a video posted by King's Isle Entertainment on April 23rd, 2010, titled Making of Wizard 101 Part 3, you could see character animator Evan Calderero discussing original concept art for Wizard 101. If you pause at the right time, you could see a version of Merle Ambrose with a more icy design, even holding an ice wand next to Cyrus Drake and Melinda Wu. We can infer that this is what he would have looked like as an ice school professor. Additionally,
cool.
the in-game item Portrait of Lydia Greyrose shows Professor Greyrose in an outfit never shown elsewhere in the game. And since the portrait only shows a small portion of her body, this could be the human design she originally had as headmistress.
That's cool.
Empower Black Market. This refers to the phenomenon of underground trading markets created by the player base. There's several Discord servers dedicated to trading items in-game, and none of them are regulated by King's Isle. The most popular server, Gamma's Trading Post, has over 2,000 members. In it, you'll find players buying and selling almost everything possible, from rare treasure cards to crowns items to even in-game mercenary services. But how do we know the value of all these items? How can we compare the value of, let's say, a simplified treasure card to an energy elixir? That's where the Empower treasure card comes in. Because Empower is tradable and one of the most expensive treasure cards sellable in the bazaar, it quickly became the universal currency for underground trading markets. In fact, Gamma's trading post provides a very extensive value guide specifying how many empowers every tradable item is worth.
Huh.
It's pretty neat how the community came together to build such a complex empower market underneath the actual game. And to this day, it's extremely popular to participate in.
Wow, I didn't know about that.
Valor Sword. Oh boy. This is probably the most well-known controversy surrounding item code giveaways. If you didn't know, KingsIsle often hands out free codes to live streamers so they can host giveaways on stream. It's a win-win-win. KingsIsle wins because they're incentivizing more Wizard 101 content creation, which promotes the game. The streamers win because they get more viewers, and the viewers win because they have a chance to get crowns or a special item. In fact, back when I used to stream on Twitch, I myself was handed some crowns codes from KI to give away during special live streams. Normally, these codes don't contain much value. Maybe a couple thousand crowns or a pretty common mount, but KI is pretty tolerable with streamers requesting specific item codes, if there's something in particular they want to give away.
Oh.
So eventually, someone was bound to make an unethical request. And that's exactly what happened in June 2020.
Oh.
A small streamer requested a Valor Sword code to give away to one of their followers. For some background, the Valor Sword is one of the most rare, if not the rarest item in the entire game. It's a wand that was given out only to veterans, current military personnel, or their family members in recognition of Veterans Day way back in 2009. That's 1 year after the game was released. So obviously, the Valor Sword has become one of the most coveted items in Wizard 101. Players often request to buy off accounts that have this item for egregious prices, which, by the way, is extremely against the terms of use, so don't do that. Anyway, once word got out that some small creator gave away a Valor Sword code, the community was outraged. Their reason being that this item was supposed to honor those who served and their families. So by devaluing it like this, it comes off as disingenuous and downright insulting.
Yeah.
Fortunately, a few days later, the developers confirmed it was a mistake on their part and they should have never handed a code out for an item that exclusive. They said they'd contact the person who received the Valor Sword code and provide them with an alternative. Even though KI admitted it was their fault, some people still faulted the streamer since they had to know what they were doing, requesting an item code that valuable. Either way,
they had to know, yeah.
Props to them for owning up to their mistake and resolving it.
That sounds like a mistake on both parts.
Old Wild Bolt. This
I've heard about those.
The original release of Wild Bolt in 2010, where it dealt a guaranteed 1,000 damage, but only with 10% accuracy, as opposed to how it is today, with the chance to deal 10, 100, or 1,000 damage with a normal 70% accuracy. The original spell was broken, and players abused the hell out of it in PvP, because enchanting it with Sniper and wearing Commander gear at the time raised its accuracy to 46%, which is definitely worth it considering you're dishing out a guaranteed 1,000 damage at the cost of only 2 pips.
Damn.
OG Bone Dragon Mount. The Bone Dragon Mount is obtainable as a drop from various bosses during the Lost Pages event, and from the Dragon's Horde pack. But it hasn't always looked the way it does now. Apparently,
looks cool.
back when the Dragon's Horde pack was first released in June 2011, a permanent version of this Bone Dragon Mount was released using a model directly based off the actual Skeletal Dragon spell.
Oh, that's cool.
For some reason, only a few days after this pack's release, KingsIsle swapped this model with another one, but allowed players to keep the original version of this mount if they had gotten one. This made the original retired version of the Bone Dragon Mount incredibly rare. If anyone has one, let me know in the comments.
That's really interesting. I like that. It's cool.
Inaccessible locations. Often you'll see a player appearing in normally impossible to reach locations, like behind the bazaar counter, on background islands, or behind grates. Apparently, this is done through certain glitches which can get around the collision of certain objects and allow you to walk past them. It's pretty cool visually, but it won't give you any actual benefit in-game, and there's nothing special you could do in any of these spots besides freak out nearby players. 2-round Detritus Run. This entry is a little less important now than a few years ago, but it's still worth mentioning. Back when the level cap was 130, Dragoon gear was the best gear in the game. Players could craft this armor using alchemical extracts, salts, and crystals, reagents dropped from the bosses in Wizard City drains and catacombs. Saying that farming for these reagents was right would be an understatement. Players would spend months grinding
I've heard
boss
about
after
that.
boss just to obtain enough of these reagents for the complete set. Everyone was on board. Specifically, farming the boss King Detritus was the fastest way to obtain these reagents. Not only could King Detritus drop extract salts and crystals, but the instance quest itself for defeating him guaranteed 3 extracts as well. So this dungeon was extremely popular at the time, and players were constantly queuing up for it. It quickly became known that you could defeat
Yes, I'm
King
streaming on
Detritus
both
in just
platforms
2
at the same
rounds.
time.
All you need is a Storm Hitter and 3 support players for buffs. On round 1, all 3 support wizards faint the boss, while the Storm Hitter casts an aura. On round 2, all 3 support wizards cast blades, and the hitter casts Stormlord. This would one-shot the boss, saving players a ton of time during their Dragoon farming grind. In fact, this 2-round strategy became so popular that the more serious farmers would chastise casual players if they didn't partake in it. So unless you wanted to get yelled at, it was very important to know how this strategy worked.
Really? That's toxic. What the hell?
LGBT plus words banned.
What?
It's no secret that Wizard 101's chat filter is very strict. Even with open chat, tons of words and phrases still aren't allowed and will show up as censored dots. Of course, many of these consist of offensive slurs, but the game also prevents you from typing simple expressive words like gay and lesbian. For years, there's been backlash against King's Isle for not allowing LGBT plus players to fully express themselves through in-game chat, especially since straight players can just say, "I'm straight." This backlash is especially seen during Pride Month, where players accuse King's Isle of hypocrisy, because even though KI claims to celebrate Pride, they still don't allow players to fully express their pride through in-game chat. So if players want words like gay and lesbian banned, then why does KI still refuse to allow them? On a forums thread, community manager Spark explains King's Isle's reasoning, stating some words unfortunately cannot be used for risk of abuse. Also, consider that certain words also may not have an in-game reference that would make sense to allow them to be used at this time.
So...
Nick Jonas. This one's very interesting because it's not often at all that Wizard 101 collabs with a celebrity.
I
But
think
in
I know about this.
2011, Disney celebrity Nick Jonas of the Jonas Brothers was hired by King's Isle to compose and produce 7 musical tracks for Wintertusk. According to the official Wizard 101 website, Nick Jonas said, "This was a first for me. I never produced or wrote music for a game, or in this case, a whole world before. So I jumped at the chance to work with King's Isle. It was very cool to be a part of a project that allowed me to help create the mood for Wintertusk and interact with an audience in an entirely new way."
So started working on the scoring for this video game. It's been a really fun process.
You can still see Nick Jonas composing a bunch of trumpet vines in Northgard, the central hub of Brisbane.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
Thanks for checking out my music, and I hope you enjoy the new Wintertusk area of Wizard 101. See you in the game.
It's pretty cool that KI gave Nick Jonas's character model enough detail to resemble him, because back then, most humans in the game used the standard character.
Well, I'm just grinding reagents, so I'm not really... I'm not trying to... There's not anything to hide, and I'm just...
This whole event honestly feels like a fever dream. But here's the story.
I mean, I'm literally
In
just
late
fighting
2010,
the same
during the release of
enemies
Crab
again and
Alley,
again.
There was a temporary promotional event where the real-life singer Selena Gomez was held prisoner in an underwater tower and forced to marry the king.
Oh yeah, my vows. To my dear Selena, on the eve of our blissful oceanic nuptials.
Wizardess? Queen? I'm too young to get married, and you're really not my type. Help me! Get me out of here!
You were then assigned to rescue her before the ceremony went through and defeat the king and his allies.
That better?
Afterwards, Selena says there's been a mix.
Also, hey Deep, I didn't say hi.
But just a singer looking to release.
Hello,
her new
moderator
single,
Deep.
and
How
then
you
she ends up
feeling?
hiring these enemy crabs as new backup dancers for her tour back on Earth. Yeah, I'm not making any of this up. That's the actual plot of the promotional event.
I'm sorry. You seem like nice guys, aside from the kidnapping and all that, but there's been some kind of mix-up. I'm not a wizard queen. I'm an actress and a singer. I'm not really interested in politics, and I have a CD to release. I just want to go home.
The most memorable part of this event are the rewards you get for completing it. A Selena Gomez statue and a portrait of Selena Gomez. Considering these items could only be obtained as quest rewards from over a decade ago, they're extremely rare. and you'll often see posts online from old players showing off these items. One more interesting note about this topic, 5 years later, between July 27th and July 29th, 2015, a hologram of Selena Gomez's character model appeared inside the Storm School,
What the
just
fuck?
like it had in the original event. Fans thought this was a teaser for another upcoming Selena Gomez event, but KingsIsle later confirmed it was only a glitch. They fixed this and added the following statement to their July 29th, 2015 update notes. The ghost of Selena Gomez past will no longer appear in the Storm School.
Ghost of Selena Gomez past.
Secret Rocketopia room.
Okay.
This isn't referring to the secret shop in the Oasis, but rather a mysterious secret room located in the Karanan Palace. This room is normally blocked off from the rest of the zone, so no one can enter it. But I found a video from 2016 posted by Jason Goldriver where he was able to glitch inside. Apparently, the way he performs this glitch is by teleporting to his friend while his friend simultaneously teleports to him. The room itself looks unfinished and has no exits. It's circular and split into 4 sections by gates with a bunch of randomly placed braziers, levers, and obelisks. Interacting with each lever opens a gate, but other than that, there's nothing else to do. Perhaps this room was just meant for testing puzzles when the devs were working on the zone. Apparently, this glitch has since been patched and you can no longer enter this hidden room.
That sucks. I wish I could. That'd be cool.
Trick Spell. On July 27,
See, I got-
2017, during a small update patch, KingsIsle accidentally released a spell called Trick to the game. It was trainable from the Shadow Scholar, Velma von Venkman, in the Arcanum. The spell costs 0 pips to cast and steals 1 pip from the enemy. At the time, this was game-breaking in PvP.
Look at this! This is not overpowered! KingsIsle, fix! Look! That's so stupid! What? Hey, where are your pips at, though?
KingsIsle immediately removed this spell from the game in a quick patch the following day, as it was never intended to be added in the first place.
Makes
so why was
sense.
It? Well, this spell is actually the combat trigger for Shadow Trickster, one of the game's many shadow transformations. During your transformation, every time you hit or place a trap on the opponent, you'll automatically steal 1 pip from them as well. And you guessed it, by casting Trick. So it's no mistake that this spell exists in the game's code. It's just not meant to be trained and used normally by your wizard.
I do not know the
Funny
cheats
enough,
to the black
a spell
hole. I
called Steel
forget.
Pip was eventually added to the game in early 2021 that
Oh, yeah,
functions
Steel Pip.
exactly the same as Trick. So now you can legitimately have the power to steal a pip from your opponent. You just won't be as cool as someone who did it back in 2017. Marleybone Insignia Gear. Back when the game was first released, there was a set of pirate-themed insignia gear purchasable with crowns from Prospector Zeke.
Huh?
Insignia gear just means gear with school-specific designs. This
Oh, okay.
Marleybone set contained a tricorn, a coat, and a pair of boots for each school.
That looks actually pretty
They were
cool.
retired from the
Wait.
game, but not entirely removed. Meaning that if players purchased this gear before its retirement, they'd be able to keep it. Each piece of gear came with an item card, and aside from the name and stats, there isn't much more information online regarding them. However, I was able to find an old Facebook post and update notes from February 18th, 2010, referencing retired Crown Shop gear. So it's safe to assume this Marleybone Insignia gear was retired around early 2010. And of course, since this was over a decade ago, it's extremely unlikely that you'll find any player today with this gear.
Yeah,
But
that
if you're
looks
one of the
cool,
lucky players who purchased
though.
it over a decade ago, let me know in the comments. And it's still a mystery why this Marleybone Insignia gear was retired in the first place.
Oh, that's right.
since insignia
It just
gear
has
is
really
still
good,
very
really good
popular to this
resist.
day among
Just
the
really good
players.
resist. That's all.
But it's most likely due to KingsIsle at the time not wanting low-level players having access to powerful item cards in PvP. Frankie Forearms. In early
Frankie
November
Forearms?
2015, KingsIsle released a mobile game called Rise and Destroy. It was available on iOS, Google Play, and the Amazon App Store. I've personally never played this game, but according to the Amazon App Store's game description, you use strategy and a team of massive bugs, dinosaurs, and creatures to rampage your way through enemy buildings to take back your planet from
Oh,
the
that guy. He's in the
There's 60 levels,
Arcanum.
and you can evolve your monsters for maximum damage. Why is any of this important? Well, right around this mobile
So,
game software, there was a promotional
okay,
event on Wizard 101.
let me pause the video real quick. Let me
Basically,
pause it real quick.
If you played Rise and Destroy before December 20,
So essentially, when it comes to so the other day, we were trying to figure out how to make a poll and well, you have to be an affiliate, so I didn't realize that. I'm not an affiliate because I don't have the sub count or the follower count. So in order to try and get it done, I made Deep follower. I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna leave it there. He can have it. Technically, we have 2 mods. Technically, there's 2, but one of them's not here. Also, probably never gonna be here again.
21st, 2015. You get a free
Though they were
code for
here
the
at
Frankie
one
Forearms
point.
pet in Wizard 101.
They said they're
At
gonna
the
visit,
time,
but they haven't
many
yet.
players took this event for granted and didn't
No one's
bother getting
visited.
one. But if you didn't get this pet back then, you're out of luck. Because since then, there's been no other way to obtain this pet. And even if you try hatching for a Frankie Forearms, you'll get a Crabling instead. So unless you were one
Yeah,
of the few
Bun is the
who
other.
installed Rise and Destroy 7 years
Bun is the
ago,
other mod, though
promo
Bun's never
code,
here.
there's no way to get your hands on a Frankie Forearms, making this one of the rarest pets of all time.
That's actually
Also,
cool, though,
it's
the rare
worth
pets
mentioning, You
thing.
can see one of these little guys running around the Arcanum.
Yeah, I just
It's
said
a
that.
super cool touch made by the devs. Sinbad Wand Death Damage. The Sinbad Horde pack was released in the Crown Shop on September 12, 2019. This pack drops a bunch of great loot, but the wands were especially useful at the time because of their amazing stats. Upon release, one of the wands dropped from this pack, the Caputin's Boarding Hook, provided fire and death damage. But here's where things get interesting.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
6 days after this pack's September 12th release, there was a morning update on September 18th where KingsIsle switched the Caputin's Boarding Hook to provide fire and myth damage
Myth?
instead of fire and death.
Really?
Community manager Spark posted on the forums, the Caputin's Boarding Hook was intended to give myth magic damage and was balanced and statted myth school accordingly. Unfortunately, the item was giving death magic boost instead of properly offering myth. The intended purpose of the Caputin set, as with other sets, was to be a properly matched theme, fire and myth in this case, across all pieces of gear. This outraged players who spent tons of crowns getting the death damage wand, only to have KingsIsle change this death damage to myth damage. Due to all the community backlash, only 5 days after this change, on September 23rd,
Was it
KingsIsle
reverted?
came up with a new solution. They added death damage back to the wand, while keeping fire and myth damage, such that the Caputin's Boarding
Oh.
Hook now provides damage for all 3 schools. This made players who
That-
purchased the wand originally for its death damage very happy. However, going forward, they retired this Caputin's Boarding Hook from the pack and replaced it with the Caputin's Grappling Hook, a version containing only fire and myth damage. Even though the
Okay.
solution satisfied all the players who got their death damage back, it was still unfair for competitive death wizards who had not yet obtained the Sinbad Pack wand, because going forward,
Yeah,
they'd
bum
only
works a
be able
lot.
to get the version with fire and myth damage. Of course, the universal damage wand was always still an option, but it had lower damage. Overall,
That makes
this was a very
sense.
controversial issue at the time, and since then, KingsIsle has been very careful not to release another pack item with incorrect stats. Atmoplex. If you've ever been around the Wizard 101 community on Twitter, you've most likely heard of them. Atmoplex is a Twitter account dedicated to reporting data mined content and news for Wizard 101 and Pirate 101. They began way back in October 2016,
Yeah.
and to this day continue leaking content, especially before major game updates. They utilize a tool called QuickBMS, which extracts and parses source code files. They also manage a YouTube channel, where they actively leak story spoilers, in-game music, and more.
Really? That's not cool. I wouldn't want to get story
Treasure
spoilers.
Card Vault. This refers to an item KI fully developed for test run back in summer 2019, but then scrapped before it was ever released. It functioned just like all the other vaults, except instead of having a cap of only 100 like the Gear, Jewel, and Seed Vault, this one allowed you to store up to 1,000 treasure cards per vault. That's a ton.
That doesn't. Yeah, it is a
All
lot, but like
variations
not
of
that
treasure
bad.
card types were capable of being stored too, including monstrology, gardening, and castle magic. The
Makes
vault itself
sense.
was available in the crown shop for about 2,000 crowns, or through crafting, just like all the other vaults. The community was requesting a way to store more treasure cards for years, so everyone was super excited to see it finally come out. But then, during Test Realm, it was suddenly scrapped. When asked why,
Really?
there were a few answers floating around, but the main reason was stated by KI lead designer Rapbeard on Twitter. If players are hoarding TCs across multiple wizards and multiple accounts, the answer is not to give them the ability to hoard more. That problem is very clearly too many faucets, not enough drains, with a splash of black market behavior tulip bulb mentality. Of course, Rapbeard's referring to the fact that tons of players already make multiple accounts to hoard treasure cards, so KingsIsle should add ways for players to actually use their cards instead of further hoarding them. So it's no surprise
That makes
in the
sense,
same
yeah.
update, the Decathlon was released, an event incentivizing players to actually use their treasure cards.
Oh.
Rapbeard was not the only
That's
one to
stuff for-
comment on the treasure card
Oh,
vault's
okay, cool.
sudden disappearance. Lead producer Leah Rubin also stated, "Not everything that goes to Test Realm is going to make it to live servers right away, or in some rare instances at all," heavily implying the latter. So it's unlikely we'll ever
Yeah.
see this item again.
We might. I mean, in the future maybe, but
Hero 101.
Hello, Max.
Did you know
Hello.
that after the release of Pirate 101, KingsIsle planned to put out a third installment in the 101 universe? Except instead of being themed around wizards or pirates, this game focused on superheroes. Hero 101 was
oh.
a project in development at KingsIsle between May 2012 and December 2014. You play as a superhero and protect a place called Nexus City from evil monsters. And just like in Wizard 101 and Pirate 101, you'd be able to choose from several classes, including Cryomancer, Psychic, Pyromancer, Speedster, Titan, and Vigilante. And apparently the game would have taken place directly on Earth, instead of in worlds previously discovered around the Spiral.
Huh.
Something I found especially interesting when researching the scrap project was that KingsIsle took assets originally intended for Hero 101 and incorporated them later in Wizard 101. This includes newspaper textures in Gobblerton Caramel, and a whole bunch of sci-fi equipment in the Old One's labs in Lemuria. Even some of the music in Lemuria is speculated to have come from Hero 101's development. There's plenty of more information online about Hero 101 that I don't have time to cover right now, so I definitely
That would've been
recommend reading
cool.
more about this if you're interested.
What? Why can't we have that? That would've been cool.
One Ring. The One Ring has been leaked many times by data miners. It's basically a ring with disgustingly high stats and mastery for every school. And although players have spent years trying to find a way to obtain this item, the One Ring is completely unavailable to regular players. It's used strictly by KingsIsle developers for testing purposes. So you're
Yeah,
out of
yeah.
luck if you want to get your hands on this. Imagine how game-breaking it would be.
That would be very game breaking. It would be like a level
Enhanced boss
999 item.
This one's pretty cool, and I actually didn't know it existed until doing my research. Basically, back in July 2009 when Dragonspire was the final world, during a one-week event, KingsIsle replaced a bunch of in-game bosses with enhanced versions of themselves. These were known as enhanced boss encounters, and they utilized an early version of boss cheats before boss cheats were ever incorporated as a main feature of the game. According to a forums administrator post on July 1st, 2009, enhanced bosses may now cast additional spells, even when it is not their turn, and they may call extra minions to their side to aid in the battle. When this happens, players will see the word interrupt appear, and they will know that their battle has been interrupted. There's hardly any information available
Just
online
the,
regarding which bosses were affected and what cheat spells they casted, purely because of how old this event is. But here's what I was able to find. Enhanced bosses included Lord Nightshade, Sergeant Skullsplitter, Smogger, Jade Oni, the Ravenscar Coven bosses, and Malistaire Drake, and a few others. Depending on the boss, interrupt casts include Doom and Gloom, Meteor Strike, Unicorn, and various rank 2 hits.
Huh.
Enhanced
That's
Malistaire
cool.
could even summon a Ghost of Sylvia Drake minion with an actual
Oh,
instead of the
whoa.
Wraith model used for her in the Necropolis.
That's actually
During this time, the guy was
cool.
met with scathing posts from the community members opposing this new boss cheat mechanic, claiming it made the game way too difficult. In the end, this was only a one-week event, so all enhanced bosses were obviously reverted back to their original selves afterwards.
Obviously.
But all this community backlash didn't stop KingsIsle from reintroducing the boss cheat mechanic in future worlds.
It's like, oh yeah, you're gonna suffer to these cheats.
I'm sure you've all heard stories of a 100.
Also, good thing you don't want to try that boss. It's really, it's not that difficult to boss, but it still can get me, it can get in trouble.
Period of enhanced boss encounters. This entry will make a lot more
Please,
sense.
thank
Basically,
you.
During
Finally,
this
another one.
one-week event in July 2009, in addition to interrupt casts, they also raised Malistaire's health to a whopping 100,000. And given that the level cap back then was 50, this proved to be an extremely difficult challenge for even the most skillful players. Just like all the other enhanced bosses though, Malistaire was reverted back to his original self with only 10,000 health after the event was over.
Use every trap other. That sounds normal.
This just refers to the overall nature of PvP and how a toxic culture has been built around it. If you've ever participated in competitive PvP before, you've definitely seen this. There's false reporting, where sore losers spam report players for beating them. There's setting, where players basically have super high resist pets for every school, and then check to see who's in the PvP queue before purposefully equipping insanely high resist against them.
Really?
There's
That's...
stream sniping, where players watch Twitch live streamers to intentionally match against them and harass them. There's jading, where players purposefully equip as much resist, debuffs, and healing as possible.
Oh my god.
Out. And there's so many more toxic aspects of PvP. Of course, not every PvP player is toxic, but there's clearly an overall higher level of degeneracy prevalent in the PvP community than the rest of the game, with plenty of blatant racism, sexism, and other forms of harassment.
Wow. From the Wizard game?
CL Prequest. This one's real interesting, because it involves a dungeon that KI retired completely from the game. 3 months before the October 2010 release of Celestia, KI put out a preview quest called Swimming with the Stars. It was available only to those who defeated Malastare, which meant they finished their main quest line up until that point. The preview quest, given by Professor Baelstrom, had you go to the Spiral Geographic Society, a warehouse in Regent Square, to obtain the Celestia Spiral Key. This was not an easy quest by any means. The warehouse had 10 floors, each with a puzzle or a fight. You're warned from the very beginning that the bosses inside cheat. Keep in mind, back then boss cheats were hardly a thing, so it was a new concept for most players. The final boss on the 10th floor, Estrakir Gloomthorn, was extremely difficult and had tons of cheats. The most infamous one being its Fire Nova Interrupt cast, which interestingly enough was the first ever modified creature-specific spell to exist in the game, and actually confused so many players that a Mandela effect occurred, where some players today falsely remember Power Nova as originally being
nice.
a fire spell,
Good for you, Deep. Good for you.
From the boss fight. Another fun fact about this boss was that it dropped the Wayfinder helmet, a hat which, in addition to its stats, gives 1 Ninja Pig item card. Up until this point, this was the only way to obtain a Ninja Pig item card, so it was definitely a flex to have this helmet. But the coolest part about all of this to me isn't the helmet or the Fire Nova cheat cast, but rather the fact that KingsIsle removed the pre-quest completely from the game and retired the Spiral Geographic Archives warehouse, meaning that the sigil is now no longer possible to enter except if you participated in this quest way back in July 2010, before its retirement. That, and the fact that nobody can teleport inside, means that only a super small percentage of players today can enter this dungeon.
That sucks.
At first, KingsIsle made this pre-quest optional due to community feedback, meaning that too many players complained about how difficult it was. And then they altogether retired it, most likely because it didn't make sense anymore to retrieve the Celestia Spiral Key from a warehouse if it's not required to enter the world. Tomato Basket Glitch.
Go, Squid Ink.
Also known as the Mushroom Glitch. Of all the glitches to ever exist in Wizard 101, this one's the most infamous because of all the controversy it caused. Long story short, it was an infinite gold scheme. During the release of Azteca in late 2012, there were 2 special housing items obtainable by interacting with them: the Tomato Basket and Glowing Mushroom, each located in different areas in Azteca. What made them special was that you could pick them up an infinite amount of times. So players took advantage of this exploit to pick up as many as they could and quick sell them for a small amount of gold each. Apparently, players would do this tens of thousands of times to rack up gold quick. However, on January 13th, 2013, Wizard 101 released this statement. In response to a recent item pickup exploit, KingsIsle Entertainment has sanctioned accounts who intentionally and knowingly repeated this in-game bug. They went on to say, it's one thing to pick up a few of the same item and think, something's not right. It's another to pick up a few dozen of the same item. Now you're getting into a gray area. It's wholly another to pick up hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of this item. Now you've slipped into the dark side and are clearly exploiting. It's this last one that was sanctioned based on the egregiousness of their infraction. So, news spread like wildfire that KingsIsle was banning players over this bug. The community was outraged. Players wondered if they should really be at fault over a mistake made by the developers. especially when other game companies at the time were rewarding players for identifying bugs. Lots of excuses were being thrown around too. How are players supposed to know this was a glitch? After all, the glowing mushroom did look similar to the deep mushroom reagent, which does naturally respawn. So what if players just got confused? Shortly after, KingsIsle replied to their original messages saying, some sanctions have been reviewed and reduced, so at least some players were able to get their accounts
Okay, that's good for them then.
Bazaar bots. Ever notice
What?
that the reagents tab when the bazaar is completely empty? Doesn't that seem strange considering there's hundreds of players constantly buying and selling them? Well, this is most likely the result of a bazaar bot, a recent tool that players have been utilizing to instantly purchase reagents from the bazaar. Keep in mind, using any kinds of bots in game directly violates the Wizard 101 terms of use, so don't try using these. But with a quick Google search, I was able to find info about one of them on GitLab, created by user Tempjanik. Apparently, their bot constantly refreshes the reagents window and captures screenshots of the list of reagents. It then uses image recognition and coordinates to identify and instantly purchase whichever reagents the user desires. As you can imagine, this causes issues because no player will ever be able to outcompete a bot when racing to buy reagents. These bots often buy out the entire reagent section of the bazaar and result in a completely empty list of them. It's pretty unfair.
That is unfair.
Quick Launcher. Wizard 101 Quick Launchers are modded versions of the game launcher. They allow you to load the game way faster by skipping over game patches that normally occur in the launcher. This has become pretty popular in the community, but remember that modifying any game files directly violates KingsIsle's terms of use. Zeke lives in your backpack.
What?
I couldn't find any substantial information in the game's lore to confirm or deny this. It seems to me like it's just a joke in the community, but there's actually a little evidence to support it. Zeke does follow your wizard around by traveling world to world, and he has to get there somehow. Also, he's the one to notify your wizard whenever your backpack's full. So how would he instantly know the contents of your backpack if he was anywhere else other than inside it? Also,
What the
your
fuck?
backpack can hold up to hundreds of items, so you could argue that a human could magically fit inside. But yeah, I wouldn't look too deeply into this. I don't think the
What the
developers intended for
fuck?
him to live inside your backpack.
What the shit?
4 Onis fight.
What?
There's a rumor that the original final boss in Mushu wasn't just against Jade Oni, but all 4 Onis at the same time.
Oh.
I scoured all over the internet looking for footage or documentation to confirm this, and I finally stumbled upon a video from July 15th, 2009, showing a battle against all 4 Onis. Besides
okay.
the fight itself, there's no other information.
Ink.
So it isn't clear if this was the original final boss fight, or test run footage, or even just a glitch. But I'm speculating it had to do with that 1-week event back in July 2009, where KingsIsle enhanced a bunch of bosses.
That probably is
Perhaps this was the temporary enhanced Jade Oni fight. Broadcast system breach. At around 10 p.m. on September 16th, 2022, the Wizard 101 server messaging system was apparently hacked, and a bunch of inappropriate server messages were blasted out to every player in the game. The anonymous hacker basically proclaimed they're a KingsIsle employee and they hate their job. Messages consisted of, KingsIsle is the worst company I've ever worked for, email support at wizard101.com so I can get a raise, next world is my boss's a-hole, guys I need to run, the wizard police are after me,
What?
and a bunch of other messages with profanity. KingsIsle immediately shut down their servers to gain control back from the hacker, so it really looked like a KI employee went rogue and was trying to bring down the company. However, 4 days after this incident, game director Leah Rubin posted a statement apologizing about the event. She confirmed this was an outsider impersonating a KI employee and that extra security measures are being added to their broadcast system to prevent another breach like this from happening again.
That makes
Overall,
sense.
This ended up being a win-win for everyone because KingsIsle compensated all players by granting membership and enabling all member benefits for the rest of the month. And
Oh,
this
that's cool.
brought a ton of publicity to the game. Plenty of big YouTubers discussed this breach. In fact, the top viewed Wizard 101 video of all time is
Wait.
Penguin Zero's video.
Really? Really? There's a
Chinese
Penguin Zero
regulators. Back
video
in
on it.
2012, Wizard 101 partnered with Xiaomi, a Chinese children's entertainment company, to roll the game out in China. But due to strict Chinese government content regulations, KI needed to remove every single exposed bone from the game. KI co-founder Jake Todd Coleman stated, "There is a law against showing certain pieces of art that relate to exposed bones. Whenever we had a skeleton walking around, that was seen as being disrespectful for the dead. Showing a skeleton is not necessarily disrespectful, but if that skeleton tried to bludgeon you, then it is disrespectful." It was a pretty big effort to remove exposed bones from the game, as they appear a lot more often than you think, in Halloween props, pirate models, random skeletons throughout the game, and more. This actually surprised the KI team. J. Todd Coleman went on to state, "You would be surprised how often a wizard tower would have a skull with a candle on it sitting on a shelf." Overall, it's pretty neat to see some of the character models.
Yeah, it's not a thing as
designs
normal
KI
though,
made
isn't
to
it?
cover exposed bones. And it was definitely worth it to follow these Chinese regulations, since the MMO market in China is enormous.
Yeah.
Human Grub Guardians.
What?
Grub Guardian is an old tower defense mobile game created by KingsIsle, where you can log in with your Wizard 101 account to earn rewards like pet experience and rare codes. Apparently, according to Reddit user Cat Be Weird, there was something very peculiar about this game. The default map used by the devs for testing this game used realistic human models instead of regular mobs. These human models were most likely based off the developers themselves. Since this was just a test map, normally players wouldn't be able to access this, but there was a loophole to glitch into it. If you open the game, switch to airplane mode, then load a DLC map, the game would instead load this weird test map with the human faces as enemies. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any footage to confirm this, but it seems like enough players reported seeing this, so I'll take their word for it. Auto-clickers.
Ooh.
An auto-clicker is a tool that allows you to click a set number of times on a certain spot on the screen. Why is this useful? Some players use auto-clickers for AFK farming, basically allowing their wizard to start a fight, cast an AoE hit to win instantly, and then repeat this process over and over. They do this while away from their computer, saving tons of time. With a simple Google search, you'll see there's tons of auto-clickers out there.
Yeah.
The most popular one is apparently Auto-Clicker by Shocker, probably because it's the easiest to use. But don't get too excited. Just like plenty of other entries on this iceberg, using any third-party software directly violates Wizard 101's terms of use, so don't try this yourself.
I wish I could use those auto-clicker.
Spiral Spoilers cease and desist. Spiral Spoilers was an account on Twitter that leaked Wizard 101 content. They also were building a project back in 2016 called Graphically Empowered, where they created new texture packs, mods, and storylines for the game.
Huh.
This included a custom game launcher that would open the game faster than normal.
Yeah.
Overall, this was a big project, and it started gaining lots of attention from fans. However, in 2016, Spiral Spoilers received a cease and desist letter from KingsIsle forcing them to shut down all operations for violating their terms of use. So the project and account's been entirely scrapped since. Mr. Lincoln memory loss. This one's pretty silly, and honestly, it's most likely just a rumor. I couldn't find a single piece of evidence in-game that proves Mr. Lincoln actually suffers from memory loss. Maybe fans speculate this because he helps you forget training point spells, or maybe it's because he repeats the same tutorial tips over and over to you throughout the game.
Excuse me, but wow, look at that. Congratulations.
But both of those reasons don't seem plausible enough, so I'd just write this off as another half-baked whiz rumor. It is worth mentioning that there's been a couple fan-made theory videos suggesting Mr. Lincoln is evil and he's running a scam, but these are all just for jokes. And even in these videos, there's nothing suggesting he has memory loss.
Yes. Yes. Last Mirage dungeon is so hard. Do not do it solo. I think I was telling you yesterday, do not do that last boss solo.
Most infamous Wizard 101 Reddit user.
The last boss is incredibly difficult.
By the name of Calamity the Wiz made a post on the
It has a
Wizard 101
catastrophically hard
subreddit
cheat.
announcing she's now on the platform.
It
Her
is
post contained
best.
a bunch of Wiz memes, each with a large watermark of her username somewhere on the image.
It is best to get someone to help you that.
The subreddit immediately exploded with extreme hate and backlash, and there were many reasons for this. Some people disagreed with the content in her memes because most of it was just her complaining about aspects of the game, Some people didn't like her obtrusive watermarks or claimed she stole these memes and passed them off as her own, but the main reason she received so much backlash from the community was how self-entitled she sounded, expecting everyone to know who she was. For weeks, people tore her apart, calling her all sorts of horrible things and telling her to get off the platform. They made tons of memes making fun of her. The main trend became asking who she was, mocking the fact that she expected everyone to know her. Calamity then made a few posts about all the haters, which only brought her more negative attention. And in the end, it
Think of the
appears
follow
Calamity
Fluffy
was stepped
Bunny
away from Reddit
or
and
Fluffly
everyone
Bunny.
calmed down with all the hate. Screaming in pain. This refers to a feature King's Isle
Actually, let me go ahead and turn on my...
game long ago, where
Okay, there
your
we go.
character would scream out loud when getting hit by certain spells. It's not quite clear when this was removed from the game, as it isn't mentioned in any update notes. But it's something players definitely
he's right now. Deep is doing the, or getting close to the final boss of Mirage,
like they got smacked in the face.
which I'm not gonna tell him who it is.
Players shrieked as if they got thrown into a wall. It's difficult to find footage of these screams, but here's the
But
best
I'm just letting him know not to do it solo.
Overall, these yelling noises
I
made by
remember
the
those.
characters were very unsettling. It really felt like you were in pain.
I remember those.
Mushu Disturbing Face. The spirit world is a dimension that can be accessed through the ancient burial grounds in the Tree of Life in Mushu. It's where you fight the bosses Tomugawa the Evil and Death Oni. Besides this area being creepy itself, with a way darker appearance than the rest of the world,
Okay, so in that case, Deep, beware Grandfather Spider. He is hard as
there's an
fuck.
unidentified creepy face in the background that stares at you. Little is known about this.
You get your first fight with Grandfather Spider.
In the game. So it's most likely an unused asset that devs accidentally placed while creating the area back during the game's release and forgot to remove. Regardless, it's very unsettling.
It's very
Wizard
unsettling.
101 is a keylogger. A keylogger is a computer program that records every keystroke made by a computer user, especially in order to gain fraudulent access to passwords and other
Grotto
confidential
one?
information.
The wolf
So
guy.
it's what hackers use to steal information.
Wait,
There's
wolf
been a
guy.
few claims over the years that Wizard 101 is secretly
Wait.
a keylogger, and King's Isle uses the game to steal and sell your personal information, but this is all just a hoax.
No.
It's not true, so you don't
Wait,
have to
let me pause this real quick. Wait, what wolf guy? What's his name? Do you mean... Wait, what wolf guy? I'm trying to think, is like... The last 4 bosses, none of them was a wolf. None of them are wolves. I don't... Also, there's not many wolves in Mirage. Oh, this guy. The Lufalim, okay. Yeah, that's not the final boss. No, that's not the Timeless Tower is not the final area. Zeruvan Grotto is not the final area. The final area is in the Sands of Time. You essentially get to go into... Essentially, you're learning how to go to the Sands of Time and how to reverse them to then go there and stop everything happening there to go ahead and fix that. And then you fight Grandfather Spider. So you're very close to the end, just not at the end. Well, lane boss end. No, you fight Grandfather Spider. That's the final boss. You fight Grandfather Spider.
Worry about it.
It's not the Lufalim.
Zeke is evil. This has been a running joke in the community for a while. Usually, whenever a new world is teased,
Let's see.
players joke that Zeke is going to be the final boss. But thanks to a Reddit post made by user Wario1116, aka Dolphins fan, there's actually a few reasons in support of this theory. In Eloise's Polaris quest, plotting out polar roses, she says, "You know, Zeke vehemently disagreed at the time, but I told him you were special your first day." This implies that Zeke thought negatively of the player. And in Zeke's Dragonspire quest, The Stone Roses, he states, "Every little thing can be useful, especially in the right hands." which sounds oddly suspicious. And the most striking piece of evidence supporting this theory is an official KingsIsle Entertainment YouTube video from 2010 titled Outtakes from the Pets Commercial Audio. In this video, Merle Ambrose says, well, how about you listen for yourself?
Why, that's amazing. I had no idea Prospector Zeke was behind it all. Oh, wait, is that still a secret? Pay no attention to that then, young wizard.
Unfortunately, there's no further explanation beyond that quote, but I do think it would be a very funny plot twist if KingsIsle does eventually make Zeke an arc villain at some point.
I don't think they will.
I'm not talking about the new guilds feature introduced in summer 2022, but way back in the early 2010s, player-made clans became a very underground niche part of the game. It's important to note that none of these clans were official. They were not regulated by KingsIsle, aside from taking place inside Wizard 101 and thus being restricted by in-game chat moderation. KingsIsle never officially acknowledged their existence. In fact, there's very little evidence remaining about these, but long story short, masses of players would form clans based around their common interests, the most prominent one being roleplay. Clans would often gather at the Nightside Death Tower behind a Commons waterfall in Realm Scarecrow. This spot was unofficially named Clan World. There's been numerous Wizard 101 Central posts reporting profanity, harassment, drama, mass reporting, and generally inappropriate behavior taking place during these clan gatherings, overall making the Scarecrow Death Tower an unsafe environment for regular players. And internally within these clans, there's been rumors of spreading nudes, doxing, and blackmailing members. However, it's hard to prove any of these true with such little information available online, but it's clear that Wizard 101 clans were not a family-friendly aspect of the game. Since then, over the past decade, third-party online community platforms such as Discord became a thing. So many of these players migrated to those apps, and in-game clans died out. And now we have guilds, which are very different.
Yeah, it's good that they introduced something.
Merle kidnaps children. Because Merle Ambrose is the main face of Wizard 101, he's come up quite a bit in conversation, and not always in a good way. Think about this.
What is he got a
Beginning of the
Glock?
game, Merle Ambrose forces you, the player, to embark on missions to protect the Spiral. But how did you even get here in the first place? It's confirmed that your homeland is way back on Earth.
But the wizard isn't from the Spiral. They're from Earth.
What?
And even though the player's age is never confirmed in the lore,
You know, I said the same thing that Baba Yaga said when I first heard that. I'm like, what? Huh? Because that makes no sense at all, in any way, shape, or form.
considering Ravenwood Academy is just like high school with a graduation ceremony and everything, and you're often referred to as a young wizard, it's pretty safe to assume your character is around 16 years old. Okay, so you're a minor from Earth brought to Wizard City against your will from a spell casted by Merle Ambrose? And what about everyone else? The game has over 3 million total players, all of whom were also minors mysteriously brought to Wizard City to begin their adventure. Where's everyone's parents? After all this information is laid out, it's not too far-fetched to think Merle Ambrose partakes in some twisted child trafficking.
Yeah. Why does he got a Glock?
Website devoted to stopping human trafficking called the Polaris Project. Coincidence?
Oh.
Creepy whispers. There have been many reports of creepy whispering found throughout different areas in the game. In order to hear them, you need to turn your music volume down to 0 and your sound effects volume up to max. Then stand and listen closely, and you might just hear some demonic whispers, clearly not suited for a children's game. For example, if you do this while standing near lava in the Great Citadel, one of the purchasable Dragonspire houses, you'll hear this disturbing voice on repeat. It's hard to decipher what's being said, but most players hear the words, "Find something that can't be found." Very unsettling.
That's probably just a sound effect for actually like bubbling the lava.
The original concept for the evil snowman spell was downright disturbing. Apparently, upon spawning, it would stab itself, rip its own heart out of its body, and throw it at the opponent to deal damage.
Oh.
This isn't a joke. Here's a clip from September 2020's KI Live confirming it.
The first iteration of the snowman was a little more gory. We pulled that one back.
We pulled that back a little bit.
Yeah, we did.
He snapped his snow heart out and threw it.
Yeah, the audience we have now, it probably wouldn't be the end of the world, but when we were first looking at launching the game, we were looking to target very younger users. So we're like, we can't have that.
It's too bad the artwork for this has never been released. It would have been cool to see.
Yeah, but they have a reason.
Azteca Ghost Girl. Here's the story. On December 15th, 2012, a user by the name of Master of Spells posted on Wizard 101 Central with some really disturbing news. His friend had told him he recently bought the brand new Dino bundle for his sister. That night, when his sister was decorating her Pyramid of the Lost Horizon, the house that came with the bundle, she noticed something really disturbing. In the bottom catacombs area of the house, there was a creepy ghost-like female character model standing in the corner, not moving at all. She didn't have a name above her head, and she was wearing the Dark Wraith outfit, except it was dyed all white, which is strange because you can't dye that gear white at all. They thought it was a visual bug at first, so they ignored it. But then a few days later, a few more of their friends had noticed this ghost girl appear as well. At this point, everyone came together and gathered as much information as possible to try to get to the bottom of this. And here's what they found. 1. So far, his sister and a small bunch of other people have seen her. 2. She only appears where the purple rocks are. 3. She seems to only appear around 12 a.m. Eastern Time, so midnight, and then disappear if you exit the area. 4. Her appearances are random. 5. It doesn't seem to be like the random spawn unicorn in the wooded cottage house because only a few people have seen her. Master of Spells ends this post saying he still personally hasn't seen the ghost girl, so he's a bit skeptical. And most of these sightings were from friends of friends, so he can't easily get in touch with any of them to find out more. But he has heard that in a few of these sightings, the ghost girl caused their game to crash. Spooky. It's obviously this is all just a creepypasta. There's a bunch of red flags here. For instance, they claim that the ghost girl only appears at midnight Eastern Time, but Kings Isle's based in Texas where they go by Central Time instead. And 11 p.m. Central Time seems too random to be used as a predetermined spawn time. Also, they keep claiming that friends of friends experienced this. That's a classic way to get around not having any actual proof. And lastly, the image that's floating around is clearly just photoshopped. That's not how dyed gear looks at all. You can't just add a whitening filter to the whole character model and pass it off as dyed gear. However, there was a claim that Kings Isle officially responded, saying the Azteca Ghost Girl is classified in a spoiler of some sort. But I looked forever and I couldn't find a single post from the official Kings Isle account about this. So yeah, it's all just a creepypasta.
Yeah. Like, you can tell the creepypastas.
Hellhound. Players have claimed that way back during the game's beta, the Heckhound spell was originally named Hellhound. And since references to hell are too dark for a children's game, parents complained and the developers changed its name to Heckhound. Now there's no evidence to support this, so it's most likely not true. It's simply a result of the Mandela effect, a phenomenon where masses of people share the same false memory, just like how most of you remember Curious George having a tail even though he doesn't have one. It's still creepy to think about though. Darkmoor Manor Noose. Wizard 101 is known for incorporating darker elements into its normally family-friendly atmosphere.
Yeah, it does that.
Just take a look at what we've already covered on this iceberg. So it's no surprise that once in a while, the developers like to push the boundaries a little further. Back in May 2016, a new Darkmoor themed bundle was released, the Witch Hunters bundle. And if the name wasn't obvious already, then the Pilgrim Hat and Crossbow will definitely tell you that this bundle's based on the Salem witch trials, a period in colonial Massachusetts during the 1690s where hundreds of innocent people were accused of practicing witchcraft and publicly executed without being able to defend themselves. So right off the bat, this bundle covers a pretty dark topic, but it's a section of this bundle's house, the Darkmoor Manor, that particularly upset the community. Outside the front of the manor, there's a noose dangling from a tree branch. Or at least there was. Tons of community members complained about this noose to KingsIsle, saying that it's simply too dark compared to the rest of the game. It is a visual reference to public hangings after all, and the fact that your wizard is dressed in an outfit worn by American pilgrims who happily executed innocent people definitely has some disturbing implications. KingsIsle ended up removing the noose entirely from the Darkmoor Manor shortly after the community's feedback. KKK cosplay. This just refers to the many instances in the past where groups of toxic players wore white robes and hoods in the commons and pretended to be part of the KKK. It's pretty unfortunate the players could find a way to bring racism into the game, and it's not really worth giving them any more attention. So that's all I'll say about this topic. Hopefully they've all gotten banned.
Hopefully. It's not right.
Lord Nightshade original dialogue. This one's real creepy. Apparently, KingsIsle removed a quote from Lord Nightshade's original dialogue in the beta because it was too dark compared to the rest of the game. Before challenging Lord Nightshade for the very first time, he would say something along the lines of, "Wizard, I am having a vision. I foresee blood splatters and carcasses on the walls. Let us seal your fate." This was deemed too scary for children, so KingsIsle changed his lines to, "Wizard, I am having a vision. I foresee darkness descending upon you. Let us seal your fate." Unfortunately, I couldn't find any footage or documentation of this original darker dialogue to confirm this, so as of right now, it's still just a rumor. Wait, there's actually one more extremely secret entry at the very bottom of this iceberg, and that is... subscribe to Gladrocker. In all seriousness, this video was a passion project of mine, and it took months of effort to make, so I'd really appreciate if you subscribe to my channel. It helps me grow so much, and all your support means the world to me. In fact, YouTube shows me that over 90% of you that watch my videos aren't yet subscribed, so let's change that. It's free to do, and you can always change your mind later on and unsubscribe. Plus, I'd like to unravel some more Wizard 101 mysteries in the future, so you want to stay tuned for those as well. But yeah, that's about it. We reached the bottom of the iceberg. I really hope you all enjoyed this journey down the Wizard 101 rabbit hole with me, and hopefully you learned some pretty neat stuff along the way.
Well, I don't know. Wait, okay.
What you thought of this experience, and as always, I'll catch you all in the next video.
So, seeing what they've done in Avalon, I mean, I don't think they're focusing that much anymore. What the hell is that? Oh, it's Lego. Oh, it's Horizon New Dawn, I think.
And her very heroic friends are all that stands in the way of an unspeakable evil. Join them as they explore, hunt, collect wacky outfits, and decorate their village. Will they be ready? Join the adventure and find out. Oh wait, I forgot to mention...
Yeah, Lego Horizon Adventures. Okay.
Tractor Supply, we're all about helping you get more projects done for less. You'll find incredible prices on the tools you need from the brands you trust, like DeWalt, Makita, Porter Cable, and more. Stock your shop today and turn your to-do list into your done list at Tractor Supply.
I think, because, like, a lot of the dialogue in Avalon for, like, bosses is like, "Ah, yes, wizard, I'm gonna rip out your heart and boil it for my breakfast tomorrow."
Were about to be added to the game back in 2009, but the concept was scrapped during the test round. Or there was a secret mount with an insane speed boost only obtainable by KingsIsle developers. Hey,
I want that.
I'm Gladrocker, and wow, I never expected my first Wizard 101 Iceberg Explained video to blow up so much. Seriously, you all loved it. So of course the requests for a part 2 started pouring in. And at first I was scared. I mean, I already covered 67 topics in my part 1 video. Are there really any more Wizard 101 facts, mysteries, and conspiracies
Probably.
out there for a whole part 2? Well, after months of research and discussions with community members, I've compiled 60 new topics. I'm about to share some insane new information that even the most veteran players don't know about. Trust me, we've barely scratched the surface. This rabbit hole goes deep. As you've probably noticed, instead of creating a whole separate iceberg for my new topics, or extending the bottom of my original one into some hellish landscape like I've seen other creators do, I decided to mix all my new topics into the original iceberg's layers. This way, the integrity of the layers remains uncompromised, and there's a clear archive of every single topic from parts 1 and 2. And just so you don't get confused, the old topics are in red, and the new topics are in yellow. Oh, and fair warning, just like in my original video, some of these later topics do get pretty dark, so viewer discretion is advised. Let's begin.
You'll never get it. The Raider Nation will crush you. Boom!
Attack names. Way back during the game's alpha, sometime around 2007, spell cards not only had a name, but also an attack name. After digging through some very old footage and images, here's what I could find. Ninja Pig's attack was called Pork Chop, Sunbird's was Fire Screech, Humongo Frog's was Humongo Lunch, Vampires was probably Life Drain or Life Steal, and unfortunately the rest are covered up, or not shown at all. I personally wish KI kept attack names on spells. I feel like it adds more character to these otherwise simple creatures, and I'd love to know every other spell's attack name from back in the day, but until KI releases this information publicly, we'll never know. 1 in a Million. 1 in a Million is one of the most popular badges in the game. It's awarded for dealing at least 1 million damage to an enemy in a single hit. The badge was introduced during Avalon's release in May 2012. At this time, it was extremely hard to deal 1 million damage, considering there were way fewer spells to buff your hits than there are today. So
yeah, because that second was not yet.
Creating guides and uploading YouTube videos flexing it. However, only a few months later, the November 2012 Azteca update introduced Sharpened Blade and Potent Trap, allowing players to stack more copies of blades and traps, making this badge a lot easier to obtain. So earning 1 in a million is no longer as big of a flex as it was upon release. It's worth noting that KI released a similar badge, Elixir Vitae, a year later during the November 2013 1 update. Except instead of for dealing damage, this badge is awarded for healing 1 million health in a single heal spell, which is way more difficult considering the game doesn't have nearly as many healing buffs. But luckily, players found a trick to earn Elixir Vitae without casting any heal at all. Simply load up on damage buffs, then cast a 1 million steal health on your minion. The game would count this as both 1 million damage and 1 million health, thus earning you both badges at the same time. Very clever. And after KI raised the damage cap from 1 million to 2 million, players discovered an even easier trick. Just cast a 2 million damage drain. Since you get back 1 million health, this also earns you both badges at the same time, making obtaining Elixir Vitae a piece of cake. Wolf Stormblade. Anyone active on the Wiz subreddit knows about this one. Wolf Stormblade isn't just a person, he's a type of person. The quintessential arrogant storm wizard that freaks out when you don't blade him and always tries to be the hitter even if his stats suck. And if he's got max stats, he'll make sure everyone knows. We've all run into a Wolf Stormblade while questing, and we've all wished we hadn't. Seriously though, besides Reddit having tons of memes about it, there's not much else to say. I was able to find 2 Wolf Stormblade references made by the KI team themselves though, which I found pretty interesting. In an August 2021 Wizard 101 forums post, game director Leah Rubin, also known as Professor Falmea, discussed the in-game reporting system. She showed an example customer support ticket you should submit if you catch someone violating the community code of conduct. Hello, my username is Prof Falmea333, and I am in the comments, and I just watched Wolf Stormblade say inappropriate things in chat. This one's pretty funny, because it directly references the stereotype's toxicity. And in a September 2020 developer diary, lead designer Ben Durbin, aka Ratbeard, warned against setting in PvP. Ratbeard says, it's not okay to wait until you know that Wolf Stormblade is in the queue and then change your gear setup to set against him specifically. This one's just a random name drop, but regardless, these posts show just how involved the game's staff is in the subreddit's meme culture. Pretty funny. Blaze Lifehammer. Blaze Lifehammer, or Nate Henton in real life, is one of the most popular Wizard 101 YouTubers out there, with almost 200,000 subscribers today. For a game with a relatively small fan base, this is an extremely impressive sub count. He made his channel back in 2012 when he was just 16 years old, posting simple playthrough videos, often featuring other WizTubers he was friendly with at the time, like Zenmaster Blue and Alexander Lionheart. It was when he started covering important news in the Wizard 101 community that his channel quickly rose to the top. Things like King's Isle producer letters and staff forums posts. Basically, if KI released an update, Blaze would cover it in a video. And at the time, nobody else was doing this.
So even though kids still play this game,
the community loved by uploading
I don't think King's Isle cares as much anymore because of the, I don't know if you've read a lot of it, but there's very, very gruesome sounding dialogue in Avalon.
Dawnbreaker, who he soon get married to. Although Blaze stayed out of trouble, it was Tara who, just like many other influencers, found herself in the middle of a controversy in 2018. She was criticized heavily by other creators for appearing fake on stream and repeatedly begging her followers for donations. She'd constantly ask viewers to contribute money towards giveaways, which came off as predatory, as she was basically promoting gambling. And worst of all, she tried to get any popular streamer who had a negative opinion of her banned, like Awesome the Sauce. Fortunately for Blaze, though, he was able to dodge most of the drama. These days, he continues to cover Wizard 101 updates on his channel, but posts way less frequently, probably just because he's grown up and moved on. If you're watching this, Blaze, I'm a big fan.
Okay, so he's...
Storm Beetle. The Storm Beetle is one of the rarest pets in the entire game, as it was originally given away when Wizard 101 hit 1 million players back in 2009. For context, on February 13th, 2009, Wizard 101 announced they just hit 1 million players. This was very impressive, considering it happened only 6 months after the game's September 2008 launch. The millionth player herself was a girl named Fiona Ashblood, and KI awarded her with the free 1-year membership, along with featuring her name on an interactive fountain in the Commons. But it wasn't just Fiona herself that was awarded. KI also gave every single player 101 crowns, and for a limited time, they had Prospector Zeke sell a new exclusive pet, the Storm Beetle, for that's right, 101 crowns, meaning every player could technically get one for free. I feel like it would have been easier for KI to just give everyone the Storm Beetle pet instead of making it available for purchase and giving everyone the crowns to buy it. But I guess this way you could buy multiple from Zeke if you purchased more crowns. Still, I'm sure some people didn't even notice it was being sold and just spent their free 101 crowns on some random item instead. Brutal. We all know the famous Storm Beetle spell that comes with the pet. But fun fact, upon release back in February 2009, the Storm Beetle pet didn't give any spells at all. KI finally gave it one copy of the Storm Beetle spell on March 26, 2010. It's strange they waited so long too, considering there's evidence of other pets having spell cards long before this date, as early as August 2009. But anyway, today the Storm Beetle gives up to 4 Storm Beetle cards, one at Adult, one at Ancient, one at Epic, and one at Mega.
Yeah.
It's worth pointing out that this pet became such a fan favorite that KI offered a few other ways to obtain it later on, including making it a limited time KI free games prize, giving it away as a free reward.
Ultra King Carsley, let's go!
Guardian during the 2012 Play in November, Pet in December event, and weirdest of all, giving it away to anyone who liked their Facebook page in fall 2011. That's a desperate way to get Facebook likes. Sadly, all these ways to get the Storm Beetle pet happened over a decade ago, and since then, there's been no other way to obtain it. So if you missed out, you missed out. And good luck hatching for one, because you'll just get a Rain Beetle as a result, which still gives the item cards, but just isn't the same because it's not exclusive. Hey, if you're one of the lucky ones who has the original Storm Beetle pet, let me know in the comments.
Really? Huh.
Drop rates. It's no surprise that every loot pool in the game's been fully documented on the wiki, whether from mobs, bosses, interactive housing items, or crown packs. However, one missing component in the wiki is the specific drop rate of every item. And that's because KI's never shared drop rate information with us, and for good reason. If players saw the actual percentages of just how rare certain drops are, they'd feel way less inclined to pursue them. So by keeping the illusion that all loot for the most part is dropped randomly, players remain hopeful while farming. Additionally, KI's deceptive Crowns Pack system is already controversial enough, as it's essentially promoting gambling for children.
Is this a children's game? With gambling? No way this could actually be. Wait a minute.
So imagine how much more backlash there'd be if we knew exactly how low certain items' drop rates were. There's nothing else to say about drop rates except that in the past, players have claimed to data mine drop rate tables, but these leaks were nothing more than just hoaxes. Obsidian chests. Anyone who played Wiz back in the early days remembers the pain from completing the quest Wizard Tours. This quest, which you pick up near the end of Dragonspire, required going back to every previous world and opening obsidian chests located in various boss rooms. There were 2 obsidian chests in Wizard City, 2 in Krakatopia, 2 in Marleybone, 2 in Mushu, and even 1 in Dragonspire. So 9 chests in total. And to make matters worse, Dragonspire's obsidian chest was conveniently located in Vladimir Darkflame's office, in the Labyrinth, the game's hardest dungeon up until this point. Meaning in order to open this final chest, you needed to go back and complete half the hardest dungeon all over again. Back in the early days, this was an absolute pain. So obviously, this quest caused a lot of backlash from the community. Players hated revisiting so many old bosses, and they especially hated dealing with the Labyrinth all over again. So, KI listened. In April 2015, KI shortened the amount of obsidian chests you need to open from 9 to only 4. So now there's just 1 in Wizard City, 1 in Krakatopia, 1 in Marleybone, and 1 in Mushu, making this quest a lot less painful to complete. And notice how they removed the one from the Labyrinth altogether. If you never dealt with the original version of this quest, consider yourself lucky. Del Aldrich. The classic soothing narrator's voice you hear throughout the entire game up until the end of Empyrea belongs to none other than voice actor Del Aldrich. She also voiced prominent character Grandmother Raven. And it's not a coincidence that Del voiced both, because it's eventually revealed in-game that Grandmother Raven is the narrator, with the canon explanation being that she's been watching over you this whole time.
I have long watched you as you made your way through the spiral. Perhaps you have felt my presence before.
Unfortunately, Del passed away recently on October 2nd, 2022, at 91 years old. This came as a shock to so many players, as she was deeply loved by the community. To honor her, KingsIsle sold Grandmother Raven plushies as part of a makeshift campaign. Also, during Wizard 101's 15th birthday event in September 2023, all players received a Grandmother Raven monument, which upon interacting with it, plays the last voice line Del ever recorded for Grandmother Raven.
Thank you all for never giving up on this world. I love you all.
It's a very meaningful tribute to her. What most players don't know is that Del had been an actress and voice actress her whole life, well before Wizard 101 even existed. Her IMDb page displays all the shows, movies, and video games she's been in, with her earliest role as Mrs. Conwell in the 1963 black and white television show Route 66. We miss you, Del.
For heaven's sakes, thank you. Thank you so much for letting me be a part of your community. I love you all.
Have any of you found the key yet? I can't believe
fake ads.
Oh man.
Ever since the game's launch, KI has always promoted Wizard 101 through ads on
I guess I'm
sites.
finishing.
This was much more prevalent back in the day before social media giants dominated the internet. You know, when people actually went to other websites. Think about it. You're scrolling through some online game site in the early 2010s, and bam! Wizard 101. A magical adventure awaits you. Play free. Now, when I first saw this iceberg topic brought up by the community, I thought it was just referring to false advertising, which makes sense because play free? Every Wizard 101 player knows you'll hit a paywall within the first few hours of playing. So it's pretty dishonest for KI to deceive newcomers with such blatant false advertising, since you can't even access 99% of the game without paying for a subscription. And don't even get me started on the microtransactions. But after digging a bit deeper, I soon realized fake ads meant something entirely different. There were literally fake Wizard 101 ads hosted on external sites that claimed they'd take you to wizard101.com, but would instead redirect you over to malicious websites. These were obviously created by scammers to steal information from anyone gullible enough to click them. And you could tell these ads were fake because they just felt off, almost creepy and uncanny. Take a look at this one. It's clearly fake because the unicorn does not look like the one from in-game. Apparently, this unicorn's from another MMO, Free Realms. Also, the button on top says Create a Hero. If the scammer took any time at all to research the game, they know Create a Wizard would make a lot more sense. This next one I found doesn't even show an image from the game. Instead, it displays a completely unrelated stock photo of some fantasy artwork. Very strange. This one was spotted on an X-rated site. Not by me, by someone else. It's obvious that KI would never place ads on adult websites, as the game's rated E10 and up. So even though the ad looks real, it's clearly fake. And take a look at this one. Reverse searching the artwork shows it's from Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, an old Xbox 360 game. Completely wrong franchise, not even close. And don't even get me started on these ads. Who's this guy? I don't recognize him at all. And why is this draconian so sexy? Alright, I'm editing this now, and turns out this is KI's official concept art of Dragonspire NPC Milo Bookworm and the official draconian artwork. So oops, these could be real. But yeah, KI is very aware that these fake ads exist, and they've requested that players send them their links to get them taken down. This goes without saying, but never click on an ad that looks suspicious. It could take you to a site that steals your information. Be smart. Wall phasing. Wall phasing's been around since the game's release back in 2008. It's a way to make your wizard look like it's walking through walls to other players, but on your computer, you're staying in the same place. So I wouldn't classify this as an exploit, but rather a visual bug. Make sure your game is in windowed mode, not full screen. The rest is simple. Just begin wonking in any direction, then click and hold the top bar of your window. While it's held down, your own screen freezes, but other players will see your wizard awkwardly sliding across the screen, ignoring collisions and boundaries. Once you let go of the bar, your wizard snaps back into its original place. So yeah, you can't actually walk through walls with this trick, so it's not a bannable offense, but you can fool other players into thinking you are. Make-A-Wish. Now there's a lot to cover here, so let's jump right in. The Make-A-Wish Foundation is a non-profit organization that helps fulfill the wishes of children with a critical illness. For example, eligible children often request to meet their celebrity idols, like Taylor Swift or Dwayne Johnson. However, in a few cases, Wizard 101 superfans made their wish to meet the KI team. This usually consists of an all-day tour around the Kings Isle headquarters in Austin, Texas, where they get to meet staff members and learn all about the game's development. There's 4 Make-A-Wish children in particular that I want to talk about, because in addition to just giving them office tours, KI actually added each child as an NPC into the game, cementing them as a part of Wizard 101's history.
Oh, Brandon! I saw him like recently because he's in Polaris.
Headmaster Ambrose posted on the forums about a recent studio visit from Alan Guzman through the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Throughout the tour, Alan and his family got to meet staff members from every department. While touring the sound department, the staff had Alan pick his favorite voice actor from a handful of options to voice a new secret character in the game. And by the end of the day, they revealed this new character would be based on Alan himself, even naming him after Alan's own wizard, Alan Ghost Dust, and equipping him with Alan's pet, Lord Snoopy. You can find the Alan Ghost Dust NPC
it's in Chrysalis.
As soon as you get to Chrysalis, where he gives you your 4th potion.
Oh.
Sadly, Alan Guzman passed away only 1 month after his visit on January 2nd, 2014.
Oh, that's such a sad
Players
thing to
held
see.
an in-game funeral service honoring him. In October 2015, Make-A-Wish teenager Daniel visited the KI offices. Daniel always wanted to have a career in game design, so KI graciously allowed Daniel to meet with designers to design his very own in-game boss, Simon the Sayer. Daniel helped design the boss cheat mechanics, the location of the fight, and even the unique wand.
Oh, hey, wait, he's farming it too. Wait.
Simon the Sayer and Daniel's very own NPC in Sunken City today.
Oh, cool. Brandon, I've seen Brandon.
Wish fan visit is probably the most well known, mainly because of the valuable treasure cards that came from it. On April 15th, 2016, Brandon toured the KI offices and got to meet with staff members in every department. Just like during Daniel's visit, Brandon was given the chance to design his very own in-game boss. KI then added an NPC based on Brandon's own wizard, which hands out the quest to defeat it. You can find Brandon's NPC in Forlorn Take, Polaris, and his custom-designed boss, Navarix, in Dragonspire. What's really cool is that in addition to a new boss and NPC, KI also introduced a brand new Brandon minion, which players could summon using treasure cards or jewels dropped by his boss. There's 7 minions, 1 for each school, and they're the strongest minions in the game, with amazing stats and spells. Players still farm for Brandon treasure cards to this day, especially to use during KI's monthly decathlon event. Lastly, in October 2017, Derek visited Kings Isle's offices. With so much footage recorded from his visit, we can really get a good idea of what this whole experience looked like. In fact, the October 2017 KI Live even included an interview with him. Derek's NPC, Derek Blaze, named after combining Derek himself with his Wizard Blaze, stands in Old Town, right outside the bazaar. The purpose of Derek's NPC is to introduce players to the team-up mechanic, a brand new system at the time that allows you to link up with players across other realms to complete dungeons. This new mechanic greatly improved the user experience, because before then it was so much harder finding players to quest or farm with. Derek's NPC also sells unique items locked behind team-up badge requirements, like the Sandstorm Mount in Old Town Apartment. Overall, it's really special that Kings Isle granted the wishes of so many children and teens through the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
That's great.
Now, so many of their legacies are immortalized in Wizard 101's history forever.
I love that.
The Pioneer Dragon is an extremely rare pet. You'll hardly ever encounter someone who has one today, and that's because it was given out as a free reward to anyone who played during the game's open beta between August 6th and September 2nd, 2008. So, unless you literally played during the very first month Wizard 101 was ever released to the public, you'll never be able to obtain one. This was confirmed by KI staff member Professor Greyrose in the forums. Appearance-wise, it's just a regular dragon pet, except with a moon and stars pattern. It gives
that's cool.
one Dragon Blade card, which is pretty useful in combat, and just like every other retired pet, hatching with one won't make another. In this case, hatching results in a Frontier Dragon, which is similar but not the same because it's not exclusive, and has a different star pattern on its body. Hey, if you have a Pioneer Dragon, let me know in the comments.
Man, that's cool. I love all this stuff.
Before I move on to the next topic, there's something else I want to mention here. The Pioneer Dragon Mount.
Oh, the mount, that's right.
2013, Wizard 101 celebrated its 5th birthday. Aside from KI adding party decorations all over Wizard City, crown shop sales, and new crowns items, every player was also rewarded with a free exclusive item based on their account creation date. The earlier their account was created, the better the reward. Going in order from least to most rare, accounts created between September 2nd, 2011 and September 30th, 2013 received an agate dragon statue. Accounts created between September 2nd, 2010 and September 1st, 2011 received the Argent Dragon statue. Accounts created before September 2nd, 2010 received an Auric Dragon statue. Accounts created during the first year of the final release between September 2nd, 2008 and September 1st, 2009 received a permanent Frontier Dragon mount. And finally, accounts created during the game's beta before September 2nd, 2008 received a permanent Pioneer Dragon mount. These two mounts are incredibly exclusive, with the Pioneer Dragon mount being the rarest. It's a major flex to show these off today. Let me know in the comments if you have
That's cool.
Hobgoblin. The Hobgoblin mount is one of the rarest mounts in the game. In fact so rare that I can't even find footage of someone who legitimately owns one. All I could find is this footage from someone who data mined it from the game's files. So why is it rare? According to the wiki, it was only ever obtainable as a reward for those who placed top 10 in the very first Death Decathlon back in June 2019. For those of you who don't know, the Decathlon's a recurring monthly event in Wizard 101 that lasts for 1 week at a time, where you grind through floors of enemies with minimal stats, using only treasure cards. During the first few months of the event, KingsIsle experimented with the reward system. They displayed a global leaderboard with different prizes for players in the top brackets, but here's where they messed up. They initially allowed players to obtain unlimited credits per event, meaning the event rewarded those who sat at their computer 24 hours a day, obsessively entering and re-entering the tower. This was an extremely unhealthy playstyle. After being criticized for promoting such an unhealthy, addictive playstyle, KingsIsle capped the event at 3 credits per day, meaning today, players are rewarded for skill during their 3 runs a day versus sheer playtime. But why is any of this even important to know? Because the Hobgobbler mount was only ever a reward for the top 10 players during the first ever Death Decathlon event, which ran during the experimental time when players who obsessively grinded through unlimited credits placed higher on the leaderboard. So only 10 players in the entire game ever received a Hobgobbler mount, and they had to grind obsessively 24/7 for the entire week to earn it.
Damn.
That's equally as impressive as it is unhealthy. And that's all we've ever seen about the Hobgobbler, until a freak incident on August 22nd, 2023, where KingsIsle mistakenly put it in the crown shop for just about an hour for just 20,000 gold. This was insane, considering they never put such exclusive mounts in the crown shop for gold, especially one so rare that only 10 ever existed in the game. I'm assuming once KingsIsle found out about this bug, they took these illegitimately purchased Hobgobblers away from players' accounts and refunded their gold. Or at least I hope they did. Regarding this, Twitter user YumJazzTV, who apparently was one of the original Death Decathlon top 10 winners, said, "One of the 10 people who got it legit. I really hope they had removed it somehow off players' accounts. The amount of grinding and staying up you had to do to stay in the top 10 back in 2019 was unreal. I haven't logged on since. Very afraid to see the damage this has done." This just shows once again how unhealthy the original decathlons were, and how offensive it was to those top 10 winners to introduce the Hobgobbler into the crown shop, even if by mistake. Just like the Valor Sword incident I covered in my part 1 video, exclusive items should stay exclusive. Character reskins. Wizard 101's Summer 2020 update brought a lot of new content to the game, but the most notable change was the character model update. KI completely revamped how players looked by adding new facial customization options, eye blinks, enhanced expressions, and increased texture resolution for more detail. This was a big change, because until this point, aside from adding a few new hairstyle options to the crown shop, Wizard 101 hasn't added a single new way to customize your character since the game's 2008 launch. And as years passed, these old character models felt more and more outdated, especially compared to other more popular games. But initially, KI fumbled the summer 2020 revamp. The first week of Test Realm resulted in tons of community backlash. Players hated how disturbing and uncanny the new faces looked. Their smiles felt creepy. It looked like they had Botox and lip fillers. And don't even get me started on their teeth. Even the characters' bodies felt unnatural, with awkward hand positions and glossy outfits. I mean, how does this look better than this? The community was not happy. Even I was annoyed my wizard lost its sharp jawline and rugged look. Ugh. Fortunately, KI listened to everyone's feedback, and by the end of Test Realm, the new character models looked a lot more polished. So overall, this was a much needed change, and at this point everyone's gotten used to the new models. But old players still feel a burning sense of nostalgia whenever they see old footage of the original iconic designs.
Man.
Weddings.
Weddings?
This is a big topic I'm
what?
actually surprised I missed in my part 1 video. Way back when the game first came out, in-game weddings were a huge trend. Players would roleplay entire wedding ceremonies with a bride, groom, officiant, and tons of guests. Then, just like in all those old Wizard 101 music videos that were popular back in the day, players would slap on a classic early 2000s pop song and upload the footage to YouTube. Everyone was doing this. If you weren't getting married in Wizard 101, you weren't cool. This trend actually became so popular that players would just roam around the commons asking others to attend their wedding. And hosting one was a big deal too. Apparently, if you owned a massive fantasy palace, you could literally rent it out for multiple hours in return for a lot of rare treasure cards or clout. And I gotta say, these wedding ceremonies went above and beyond. Castles were completely decked out with elaborate wedding decorations, and the role-playing was always very well coordinated. Players took it seriously. It's hard to pinpoint when this trend died down, but it seems like around 2012, the community started to move on from these, but you'll still see some today.
What?
Pokemon.
Pokemon?
This one's pretty strange. For some reason, players can actually type the word Pokemon not only in open chat, but in text chat too. Notice how the font is white instead of yellow? This means KI specifically went out of their way to whitelist the term Pokemon as an acceptable word visible to all players. Now this is highly unusual, because KI is extremely selective with what they allow text chat players to see. In fact, all other video game franchises, and just brand names in general, aren't allowed in text chat. A text chat player would only see dots. So why did KI whitelist Pokemon? It's not like Pokemon is part of Wizard 101's lore. Or is it?
Or is it?
At one point, KI considered collaborating with Nintendo. I mean, both Wizard 101 and Pokemon are RPGs involving cards, monsters, and saving the world. So it wouldn't be too far-fetched to imagine a universe where both exist together.
Yo, bring me a Charizard card.
We've all seen that one wizard while questing that zips past us at 100 miles per hour. They're using Cheat Engine. Cheat Engine's a tool that's been around the game forever. Basically, it's a third-party software that essentially allows you to hack into the game and change properties of variables. What does this mean? You can run 10 times faster, you can generate infinite gold, you could teleport to any spot in the game, you can auto-click during combat, which is actually something I covered in my part 1 video. You can skip certain areas in dungeons, and much more. Apparently there's tons of different cheat engines out there. I don't recommend using any though, because they directly violate the game's terms of use, meaning you can get banned for using them. But those who risked their account to use Cheat Engine in the past have expressed how much more enjoyable and efficient questing and farming are when you're speeding around zones and gaining infinite resources.
That's obvious.
Squatting. This one's pretty funny. If a wizard's caught at a certain frame in the middle of a jump animation during the loading screen, they'll be rendered into the next zone stuck in a squatting position. The easiest way to replicate this is by spamming the spacebar while entering a zone. It may take a few attempts, so be patient. But yeah, if your wizard gets stuck in a squat, it'll just slide around the map like this until you either equip a pet, a mount, or enter a new zone.
That's hilarious.
This visual bug is strictly on the client side, meaning only you'll see the wizard squatting and not your friends.
Man, that'd be so funny if it was actually like...
Trivia bots. Back in late 2013, KI released a site called freekigames.com. Here, you could choose from a large selection of Flash games to play, and even win codes to earn in-game items for your Wizard 101 account. Though the site was most popular for its trivia, short 10-question quizzes on a topic of your choice, where if you score high enough, you win 10 crowns. You're limited to 10 quizzes a day, meaning you can earn 100 crowns a day. This was a miracle for free-to-play children whose parents refused to buy them a membership or crowns. Given that early zones like Cyclops Lane and Firecat Alley only cost 750 crowns, you only needed to complete 8 days of trivia to permanently unlock them. Here's the thing though, these quizzes are such a pain in the butt to complete. Not because they're hard, but because they're time consuming. So over the years, coders developed browser extensions capable of auto-completing 10 trivia quizzes a day. So, without even clicking your mouse, you could cheat to earn 100 free crowns every single day. All you had to do was sit there and let the bot do its thing. Of course, this directly violated Wizard 101's terms of use, which states do not use any robot, spider, or other automatic device, process, or means to access the site. So yeah, Kings Isle was not happy. They let it slide for a while. Then one day in September 2020, KI suddenly went on a rampage, banning tons of accounts that were caught using these trivia bots. Reddit exploded. The sheer amount of people who came forward about getting banned was insane. I personally had no idea so many players used these trivia bots. In addition to banning players, KI also issued a takedown on every Google extension under the violation of facilitating access to content in a manner that violates the intellectual property of rights of an entity. When Alex Kroll, admin of one of these trivia bots, asked for permission to keep his bot up if he modified it to be more agreeable to their terms, KI responded with, "Hello, no. Kind regards, King Isle support."
Okay. Okay, I have to say real quick, that's basic. Hello. No. I like that a lot. Like, hello. Hell no. Goodbye. I think that's based.
Not even kidding. That's exactly what they wrote back. Their passive aggression was wild. So yeah,
that's based.
No more trivia bots. It's also worth noting that once Flash died at the end of 2020, Kings Isle moved all their trivia off KI free games and over to the main Wizard 101 site, so you could still earn crowns there today. Wiz Console and Mobile. On January 16th, 2021,
console and mobile, yeah.
That already owns several other gaming companies like Gamigo, acquired Kings Isle Entertainment for $126 million. This acquisition was met with mixed emotions from the community. Some fans were happy that KI's increased budget could potentially mean larger and more frequent updates for Wizard 101.
Yeah.
Whereas other players complained that the greedy executives over at MGI were going to kill the game by adding even more microtransactions, since they'll only care about making money. Either way, every player was excited about one new thing. According to MGI's official press release covering the acquisition, they stated they'd be launching the game on console, as well as developing a mobile version for 2022 onwards. Wiz on console and mobile? By 2022? This news elated fans. The community was overjoyed. Wizard 101 on console and mobile sounded too good to be true. Well, it was. Fast forward to 2022, and nothing. No sign of them even beginning development on either platform. All we got was a note from MGI's 2022 half-year report that teams are actively looking into the logistics of porting Wizard 101 to other systems, such as console and mobile. Yeah, in other words, zero progress. Players were let down just as hard as they were hyped up. Not a great look for KI or their new parent company, MGI. Porting Wiz to console and mobile quickly became just another promise KI failed to deliver. Name and gender change. Since the game's launch back in 2008, players have been begging KI to add both a name change and a gender change feature to the game. These were probably the most highly requested features ever asked for by the community, and for the longest time, it didn't seem like they'd ever be a possibility, since according to KI, it would be nearly impossible to implement into their existing codebase. Then finally, almost 15 years after launch, KI did it. They added both a name and gender change option to the game during the summer 2023 update.
You heard it here first. I will officially announce it. Name, gender change.
Players were ecstatic. The name change itself was huge. Anyone who initially gave their wizard a joke name like Patrick Star, Luke Skywalker, Taylor Swift, Sierra Mist, Brian Griffin, Riley Red, don't look up that last one. Now they can finally give their wizard an original name. And KI added twice as many first and last name options, with many new diverse ones as well. And so you don't lose track of any old friends that changed their names, KI added an icon on your friends list that shows their old name. The gender change is just as huge. This was extremely beneficial for transgender players, as they're now able to change their wizard's gender to align with their gender identity. So
that's
overall,
cool.
This update was met with tons of excitement, and even though KI only lets you change your name and gender once, it only costs 100 crowns, which is a steal considering many players were expecting to pay a lot more. Players were thrilled. Maybe a little too thrilled. During Test Realm, players got a little too creative with the new naming options. So before the update went live, KI removed certain options players were using to create potentially offensive names. I guess KI wasn't too fond of naming your wizard Ocean Titan Disaster, right after the real-life Ocean Gate disaster
Oh,
just a few weeks
God.
earlier, where 5 people died trying to explore the Titanic wreckage.
Wait, who did that?
Roblox remakes.
What?
Now, I'm not going to act like a Roblox expert, because I'm not. But if you don't know, Roblox is an extremely popular family-friendly game platform. You create an avatar, explore the world, and interact socially with other players. It's also the game that created the oof sound. That's really all you need to know. Anyway, in addition to being a game on its own, Roblox also acts as a platform where you can create games within the Roblox framework. So yeah, with such a wide variety of fan-made Roblox games, you bet there's a fair share of Wizard 101 remakes. The most popular one I could find is called Spellbound RPG, released in June 2021. It's honestly quite impressive. The creators did a phenomenal job replicating all the core mechanics of Wizard 101, straight down to the school system, dungeon crawling, battle mechanics, camera angles, and sound effects. Two things I especially like that aren't even in Wiz are the concept of endless raid towers where you climb as high as you can without any heals, and the ability to switch your school at any time, instead of having to make a brand new wizard. There's plenty of other Wizard 101 remakes on Roblox too, like Discarded RPG, which still look good, but they don't seem as fleshed out as Spellbound RPG. Wiz Hex. Back in the early 2010s, players coined the word hex to mean as a way to bypass the chat filter. And anyone who played during these times knows just how rampant Wiz Hex became. It was a trend where promiscuous players would add random people in the commons and then invite them back to their dorm room where they'd engage in adult roleplay. This is where phrases like takes off clothes became popular, due to just how ridiculous they sounded in a game like Wiz. I do have some darker things to say about this, but I'll come back to it later. Not in this tier. Trent Transformation. Everyone knows about the transformations you could buy from the Crown Shop for 500 gold. They're purely cosmetic. You just run around looking goofy for an hour before they expire. Now, as many of you know, there's a few rare transformations that are only available during quests, like the Raven transformation in Sudgerland, the Gamma transformation before entering Ghost Avalon, and the tutu-wearing Polar Bear transformation in Polaris. Yeah, this one's pretty goofy. But did you know there's an extremely rare Trent transformation that's completely retired from the game? It was given away during Wizard 101's second birthday celebration back in September 2010. And according to the wiki, it lasts for an hour just like all the Crown Shop ones. So the only way a player could have this Trent transformation today is if they had received it as a second birthday reward for logging in sometime between September 2nd and 12th, 2010 and never activated it yet. Or technically, they could have activated it then logged out of their wizard before it expired, because fun fact, elixir timers completely pause while a character is logged out. But yeah, this is just another incredibly rare retired item forgotten by the community. Let me know in the comments if you remember it.
That's cool.
Mannequin glitch. For the longest time, the best low-level PvP gear in the game was the commander set sold by Diego the Duel Master. This gear outshined all other gear, having incredibly high stats, yet no level requirement to equip. I actually had a level 10 Ice Warlord with disgustingly high stats back in the day, thanks to this commander gear, and the Decathlon deck. Problem is, this commander gear was not easy to obtain. It was locked behind the commander ring, meaning you needed to reach commander on your own without this gear before you could redeem it for arena tickets. This was no easy feat, and it was expensive. But what if you just wanted to trade commander gear from one wizard to another? Well, KI labeled each piece as non-tradable, preventing you from depositing them in your shared bank. So you couldn't trade them, right? Right? This is where the mannequin glitch came into play. Over the years, players realized you could simply transfer non-tradable gear between wizards by attaching it to a mannequin in your house, picking up the mannequin, and placing the entire mannequin in your shared bank, since mannequins themselves aren't non-tradable. Then, when you'd withdraw the mannequin on another wizard, the non-tradable gear would stay equipped on it, allowing you to trade these non-tradable items. This exploit didn't just allow you to trade commander gear, but any non-tradable gear, as long as it was a hat, robe, or boots, because other types of gear can't be equipped on a mannequin. Sadly, KI eventually patched this glitch, so don't get too excited because it no longer works today. And with the introduction of 5th Age PvP in spring 2022, KI retired the commander set altogether, allowing players to keep the pieces they had, but without any stats.
And that would been cool to have.
Lizzo. There's an NPC in Firecat Alley named Lizzo Firespitter, who's clearly a reference to the real-world music artist Lizzo. She was first revealed during the June 2021 KI Live.
Lizzo Firespitter, a musically third-year fire student who's gone to Firecat Alley to help direct the musical the Fire Elves are putting on. Coming soon.
So naturally, there was a ton of community speculation if the real-world Lizzo herself would have some sort of collab with the game and voice her NPC's lines, just like Selena Gomez and Nick Jonas did back in the day. But KI producer Renee Wooten debunked this theory in their June 2021 producer's letter by referring to the Lizzo NPC as a pop culture reference, not in collaboration with any real-life person. Now, this Lizzo-based NPC caused quite a bit of controversy during the summer 2021 test run. Some players criticized KI for giving this NPC a slender character model, because Lizzo's main message revolves around plus-sized body positivity. But that wasn't the only thing that ticked people off. During the quest Witch Hunt, Lizzo Firespitter originally said, "Why are men great until they have to be great? Am I right?"
Why are men great until they have to be great? Am I right?
Whoa, hold on a minute. Why are men great until they have to be...
Even though this is just a reference to the lyrics of Lizzo's song Truth Hurts, the community was not happy with its sexist undertones. So after receiving backlash, KI removed this line entirely from the quest dialogue. Things got way worse in August 2023, when tons of allegations came out accusing Lizzo of creating a hostile work environment and sexually harassing her former employees. She faced an actual lawsuit alleging her of pressuring dancers into unwanted sexual situations, commenting on her backup dancers' weight gain, and making rehearsals completely miserable, leading one dancer to even soil herself. Oof. This news was especially shocking because Lizzo's always built her brand on body positivity and empowerment, so she was the last celebrity you'd think of that would ever end up in a controversy like this. Needless to say, the real-world Lizzo's career plummeted, yet the NPC remains in-game today. Crying Sky Raid Ban. As an effort to add more post-game content, KI recently introduced raids. They're basically incredibly hard dungeons for teams of 12 players, requiring a lot of coordination under a strict time limit. The newest raid, the Crying Sky Raid, was introduced during the summer 2023 update. The raid was so difficult that even by the end of September, roughly 3 months after its release, still no players had yet to complete it, which was crazy, considering how sweaty players in top guilds are. So, KI had to go back and nerf several parts of it. However, when KI pushed these nerfs to live realm, they accidentally introduced a game-breaking bug. The final boss, Moonhow's second chance chest, was appearing right in the raid spawn area, instead of after the boss fight. So you could literally enter the raid and just continuously re-roll the final boss's chest for all the top raid gear, which was incredibly unfair, considering these hats, robes, boots, and wands were arguably the best gear in the game at this time. So naturally, tons of players exploited this, which was risky, because remember when I said no players had yet completed the raid? That means no one had obtained the gear through normal means of defeating the final boss, Hunhao. So if you were caught roaming around in Crying Sky raid gear, it was obvious you got it through exploiting this bug. So naturally, a few days later, on October 4th, 2023, Wizard 101 tweeted, "Wizards, we've taken action against a handful of accounts due to the abuse of an unattended game feature." Gee, sounds familiar. KI went on to state that any players who rolled this chest 3 or more times would receive a 1-month suspension from the game. And according to Atmoplex, This suspension wave hit multiple notable players, such as a popular content creator, a central wiki master,
Really?
2 Bastion writers, hardcore raiders, and extra credits program participants. KI then took down raids for a week to patch the bug. And when asked if exploiters will be able to keep their items, community manager Kyle Icewielder confirmed, players that are being suspended are still keeping their items. This enraged the community because, well, why should suspended players be rewarded with top gear for exploiting the game? KI's removed items in the past from exploiters, so why not this time? The 1-month suspension almost seems worth it. At this point, many players suggested that the least KI can do is set a badge requirement on the raid gear to prevent exploiters from equipping it until after they legitimately beat the raid fair and square.
That is a good idea. Yeah, it is a good idea.
KI refused to do so, leading players to believe that they were too incompetent to code such a restriction. This prompted Atmoplex data miners to drop a hilarious video showing them fixing the code themselves to add a badge requirement to the gear in just 2 minutes, ridiculing KI. Another funny moment to come out of this controversy was the Discord exchange where community manager Spark asked who's all planning to raid today, followed by a player responding, "I think everyone but a few guilds that wanted to raid are suspended. Just a theory." And my personal favorite, where a player announced that their guild is raiding today at 7, followed by lead designer Ratbeard sarcastically clapping back, "Some will," rubbing salt in the wounds of suspended players. What do you think? Did KI make the right move by only suspending players for 1 month and letting them keep their items? Or should they have dropped permanent bans like in past situations?
Honestly, if it was impossible and then they got like...
It was their fault for introducing this bug. Let me know in the comments what you think.
I think it was their fault just from like making the impossible boss.
Pet stats. In May 2010, KI released their Advanced Pets update, which added tons of new pet mechanics, including the stat-boosting talents we see on competitively trained pets today. But what if I told you that there were actually a few pets that originally gave fixed stat boosts, well before talents were ever a thing? That's right. Let's talk about Wizard 101's pre-talent stat-boosting pets. To start off, we have the Armored Skeleton pet, with a small 1% increase in power pip chance. This one's a weird case, because according to the wiki, it first appeared during beta testing way back in August 2008, but wasn't available in the final release until 2011. So it technically did exist during the beta, with its unique power pip stat well before talents came out. But 1% is just so low that it never made a difference, even back in 2008, which is probably why KI let it keep its stat boost even to this day. Next, we have all the level 48 school-specific pets that were released in April 2009. Most people don't know this, but originally, each one of these pets not only gave a spell card, but also a fixed 5% increase in power pip chance, well before talents existed. This was pretty
cool.
Nice to have back in the day. But again, since power pip chance isn't that great of a stat, and since these pets were made available to every single player that reached level 48, having one didn't necessarily give you a competitive advantage. And once talents came out in May 2010, King's Isle stripped away this stat from each pet, so now they just have their spell cards. Then there's the Magma Colossus, which was added to Diego's PvP item shop for 1,500 arena tickets during the April 2009 update. The same update that introduced level 48 school pets. According to the update notes, the Magma Colossus originally gave a 5% power pip chance increase, along with its Pierce card. Clearly, KI was experimenting hard this update with adding fixed stats to pets, before ultimately deciding to scrap them for talents a year later in May 2010. And just like all the school pets, the Magma Colossus also had its fixed stat removed but kept its card. Alright, so far these pre-talent stat boosting pets were pretty useful, but nothing controversial. Enter the Defender Pig, a pet that originally gave not only a Dryad card, but also a devastatingly high 5%
resist?
That's as much as Heartsteel. It may not seem like a lot compared to today's pets, but back then, having an extra 5% resist made you way more tanky, giving you a great advantage in PvP. Now the reason this pet was so controversial is because it was only obtainable through purchasing a $20 Wizard 101 gift card from Rite Aid or shoppers and redeeming it only during the month of July 2009. So yeah, this pet was hard-locked behind 3 things: money, physical location, and time. If you were a child whose parents wouldn't spend money on the game, you couldn't get it. If you didn't live in US or Canada, where Rite Aid or Shoppers are located, you couldn't get it. And if you weren't around to redeem the gift card during that single 1-month window in July 2009, you get another pet instead. July 2008 wouldn't have worked because the game hadn't come out yet, and July 2010 and onward wouldn't have worked because that would be after Talents came out, during which KI stripped away the Defender Pig's 5% resist, but kept its Dryad card. Also, keep in mind this was before hatching was ever a thing, so you couldn't just hatch for one either. But yeah, if the stars aligned and you managed to get your hands on a Defender Pig in July 2009, you were unstoppable in PvP. I do find it funny that when those who originally had the Defender Pig complained about its stat removal when Talents came out, KI disingenuously responded with, "It's okay, because he now has the card and a chance at much more than just the one talent." Even though obviously this was a major nerf to the Defender Pig because now every pet can obtain every talent. So having a Defender Pig no longer gives you a competitive advantage. Yeah, this pet's no longer special.
That's a good thing though, because like, why would you want that?
Crowns generators. It's not really worth covering this topic for long. It's 2023. If you don't know by now that not a single crowns generator you find online works, and they're all just scams to steal your account information, then I don't know what to tell you. I mean, look at this one. It's literally asking for your username and password. Even as a kid, I never fell for that. But sadly, people still fall for these today and end up getting their accounts hacked. And let's be real. Even if one did work and you somehow got infinite crowns, you just lose your account anyway because KI would flag your account and ban you. So yeah, it's a scam. Next. Dragonspire gear exploit. Apparently, upon the release of Dragonspire in January 2009, a lot of new gear mistakenly didn't have a level requirement at first. For instance, ordinary boss drops like the Hat of the Endless didn't initially say level 45 and up, meaning it could be equipped at any level. Now for a wizard questing in Dragonspire, that doesn't really matter, because odds are you're around level 45 anyway. But if you were to trade this gear to a brand new level 1 wizard, and then enter that wizard in PvP matches, you'd have a completely unfair advantage, even just with that additional 200 health alone. After scouring through update notes online, I actually did find some evidence to confirm this rumor. In May 2009, KI officially added a level 45 requirement to the Lore Keeper's Hood, the Mantle of Imagination, the Hood of the Historian, and the Mythological Mantle. They also added a level 50 requirement to the Spider Keeper's Ice Mantle, meaning these items originally lacked level requirements. But upon fixing these items by adding their necessary level requirements, KI overlooked something major. They didn't automatically unequip this gear from low-level wizards, meaning if you had any equipped and didn't remove it, you could just keep exploiting it in low-level PvP.
Wow, that's crazy.
Drunk Seraph. Everyone knows the Seraph spell's classic singing voice. It's been in the game since day one. But what you might not know is that sometime around October 2009, KI temporarily changed the spell's audio, making it so much worse. They made her sound like a drunk woman singing opera. Take a listen. Naturally, the community was enraged by KI completely derailing such a beloved character's voice. So much so, that this new audio only lasted for 8 months, until KI reverted her voice back to normal in May 2010. According to the May 2010 update, the Seraph spell no longer has a sore throat, and her melodic voice has returned. Now, the reason for this sudden audio change was never discussed by KI, and has always remained a mystery. However, my speculation is that the opera singing was voiced by game director Leah Rubin, who's been known to voice other spells like Banshee. It was probably just recorded on a whim for fun, as a staff joke or something. I wouldn't dig much deeper. Let's just be glad it was reverted back. Wishing Well. The Wishing Well was a brand new feature that never made it past Test Realm back in October 2009. KI placed one in Wizard City, Krokotopia, Marleybone, Mushu, Dragonspire, and Grizzleheim. Basically, you toss some crowns into it, then get back some gold and possibly an item. You were limited to only a few attempts per day, and each subsequent attempt cost an increasing amount of crowns. Even though the idea was charming, the community responded very negatively to the idea of essentially adding gambling to a children's game. Oh, did this feedback age like milk. But it wasn't just the idea of gambling that bothered players. The rewards themselves sucked. I mean, most of the time you dump in crowns just to receive 20 gold without an item. But even if you were lucky enough to get an item, it was just a mistwood, or a treasure card, or a 10-minute transformation. Granted, this was all during test realm, so maybe the rewards could have been better if the feature ever made it to live realm, but I think it's safe to assume that KI never intended to actually give anything good away from these. It was just a fun-looking way to steal your money. On the forums, when asked if the Wishing Well will ever make a return in the future, KI staff member Zeke responded with, "Many things don't make it onto the live realm. This was one of them. The Wishing Well was removed based on
community feedback, yeah.
So yeah, just like the treasure card vault I covered in my part 1 video, the Wishing Well's fate had been sealed. A couple fun facts though, as you might have figured out by now, KI reworked the Wishing Well's concept into the second chance chests we see after fighting bosses.
Yeah!
Also, the original Wishing Well's model was later reworked into a housing item you can purchase from Roland Silverheart in the arena. But sadly, it's just a decoration, and you can't actually interact with it.
It's a cool decoration, though.
For those of you that are very observant, yes, there is an interactive Wishing Well in the Ever After Village bundle house, but it has nothing to do with the original concept I'm talking about. It just gives a daily reward, like in every other bundle house. Stargater. Stargater's a rumored wizard supervillain that caught the attention of many fans, as it's been referenced a few times throughout the game and news.
Bro, have you seen Stargater?
Salty Prepper, a crazed conspiracy theorist, rambles about different ways the spiral could be destroyed, including from the Stargater. Literally a gator that eats stars. Sounds ominous. And during the quest A Brief History of the Spiral, Bartleby says, "Beware the spiders, fire rains, the alligator eats the stars." So that's a second questline reference to the Stargater. Again, ominous. But that's not all. Weirdly enough, the 2021 magazine teaser for Lemuria shows interview with the Stargater.
Interview with the
This was just thrown on there as an Easter egg, since we know now that the Stargater has nothing to do with this world. And lastly, the Monstrology entry for the Grandfather Spider actor Gummy Worm Mob in Sweetsburg Caramel states, also played Shane Von Shane, Archmagus Lorcan, and something called the Stargater. It's always typecast as villains. Alright, now it's confirmed in canon that Stargater's a true villain. Oh, and while I'm editing this video, it turns out that KI added one more reference in the new Wallaroo update. Thanks Courtney Ghosttail on Twitter for showing me. Over time,
the Stargater.
All up lots of community speculation. Some think that Stargater could be some sort of Galactus-like villain in the Wizard 101 storyline, since just like Galactus, this Stargater devours planetary and astral objects for survival or power. Others think it sounds like some SCP. Regardless, I think we can all agree that KingsIsle will be doing something with Stargater in the future, because the story writers hardly ever drop names like this by accident. I'd bet money it's a future arc villain.
I think
Super
if...
fast Jaguar. There's
oh, this, yeah.
2 documented sightings in the entire game's lifespan of the elusive super fast Jaguar mount. This enigma of a mount has a disgustingly high 100% speed boost, literally doubling your speed. One sighting was documented on Wizard 101 Central way back in July 28, 2010, and the other sighting was uploaded more recently to Reddit on November 5th, 2021. Notice how in the second sighting it says Vlad Super Fast Jaguar? That's because apparently this mount is only available to KingsIsle staff, so maybe this one belonged to this guy. I don't know, he worked at KingsIsle from 2006 to 2014, it could have been him. Anyway, it's not clear from these images what the super fast Jaguar looked like, but I'm assuming it appears identical to the regular Jaguar mount sold in the ground shop. Because why would KI waste their time adding a new model to the game if just a few staff members are going to use it? And lastly, just for reference, the fastest speed boost you can currently legally give your wizard is
50? 63.
by equipping a 55% speed increasing mount and the 8% speed increasing boots that come in. So it's too bad only KI staff can access the super fast Jaguar, because I'd love to get my hands on a 100% speed increasing mount. Sosha. Just like Hero 101, which I covered in my Part 1 video, KingsIsle had a slew of other scrap projects as well, which never made it past early stages of development. One of these projects was Sosha, a scrap social MMO. So think Wizard 101, but without the questing and combat, and instead a heavier emphasis on getting to know other players, like VR chat, but without the VR. There's hardly any public information known about this game, but after thorough research, here's what I found. First, there's 3 wall hangings in Wizard 101, which are believed to be early screenshots from Sosha. Notice how this wall hanging closely resembles Pigswick Academy, meaning perhaps some early zones in Sosha were reworked into this area. Next, we have one single leaked screenshot from Sosha, depicting an elegant interior of some building. My guess is that since this was going to be a social MMO, there would have been multiple main hubs for players to hang out and interact in, like the
That's
conference in
neat.
Wizard 101. This elegant building was probably one of them. The last piece of information I could find was that Sosha was headed by Tom Hall, who actually served as the creative director for famous games like Doom and Wolfenstein 3D.
Wow.
He worked at KingsIsle from February 2005 to January 2011, indicating that Sosha was most likely being developed around the early days of Wiz. Sadly, that's all we know about Sosha. Back in 2021, Atmoplex actually tweeted out asking former KI employees to anonymously divulge more information about the game, but unfortunately, nobody came forward.
Aw,
It's
that
too
sucks.
bad KI scrapped Sosha. I'm sure it would have been a cool game, especially considering director Tom Hall's wide range of experience on other successful games. Infinite Crowns Code. This is the biggest Crowns Code scandal in all of Wizard 101 history. I'm actually shocked by this story. As you know, KingsIsle often funds content creators' Crowns giveaways by supplying them with free Crowns codes to give out to their followers. Well, on May 18th, 2023, KI posted on the forums about a bugged Infinite Crowns code they accidentally gave away to a creator. We were recently alerted to a Crowns giveaway code that was able to be redeemed more often than it should have. Oops, our bad. They go on to say, don't worry, we are not planning mass sanctions, however accounts found to have clearly exploited the code excessively will be sanctioned. Alright, we've seen cases of players exploiting KI's bugs to generate infinite resources before.
So
But
don't
this
do
time
it.
It's taken to a whole new level. Turns out, the YouTuber who was given the Infinite Crowns code, Smojo101, redeemed over 11 million crowns from it. That's insane! To put it
Oh.
in perspective, that's roughly $15,000 worth of crowns. Then he made the dumb decision to share the code with his followers, who also went crazy redeeming it over and over again. And it doesn't end there.
Oh my
You may think
lord.
Someone who just stole $15,000 from a company would stay out of the public eye to not draw attention to themselves. But nope, Smojo did the complete opposite. He unapologetically bragged about exploiting this Infinite Crowns code all over social media, essentially leaving a complete paper trail of his fraudulent behavior and nuking his
Dude.
reputation with KI. And when I say unapologetically, I mean it. This man did not care. Take a look at his last YouTube video before getting banned from Wiz and stepping away from social media. The video consisted of him dropping 200,000 crowns on packs, which, okay, maybe you can argue 200,000 crowns isn't enough to warrant any suspicion. I mean, 200,000 crowns is a lot, but not egregious. However, at the bottom of the screen, it explicitly shows he has almost 5 million total crowns sitting there. 5 million on his public YouTube video. I'm just shocked he didn't blur that out. It's like he wanted to get caught. And to make matters worse, at the time, Smojo was in the Extra Credits program. If you don't know, Extra Credits consists of a small group of content creators handpicked by KI based on their integrity and good standing with the community to take part in special events. So basically,
that
if you're in the program,
sucks.
Ki endorses you. Yet still, Smojo was going around shamelessly bragging about committing fraud and regretting nothing. The story gets even crazier though. Smojo didn't just spend all 11 million crowns on himself. He traded tons away in underground trading servers, roping so many other players into this mess, putting all their accounts at risk of being banned. Here's a leaked screenshot of just a fraction of his transactions with community members, showing he traded with at least 54 customers. Within no time, KeyXile found out about Smojo abusing their bugged code, mass distributing it to followers, and profiting off trading away fraudulent crowns in Discord servers, all while shamelessly bragging without any signs of remorse. Needless to say, KI was not happy. They not only removed him from their extra credits program, but also flat out banned him from the game.
Deserved.
Flattered.
Bro.
I'm flattered. Since then, Smojo's been completely MIA. No apology, no more videos, no more Twitter. It's not really clear why he decided to nuke his reputation with KI in the community, other than pure greed, which is strange, because he was actually a good editor and pulled in a decent amount of views. I guess he made enough money laundering crowns to quit YouTube.
That's...
Caps abuse. I actually didn't know about this until it was brought to my attention by a community member. We all know today you can't use capital letters in the game's filtered text chat. If you try typing any, they'll just appear as lowercase. But turns out, capital letters were actually allowed in text chat back during the game's 2008 release. Then, a few years later, during the February 2011 update, KI made the conscious decision to remove them. According to the official update notes as well as a KI staff forums post, they removed capital letters due to the increasing amount of players using the caps to talk around chat filters. Turns out, players would disguise inappropriate messages by emphasizing certain letters in normal sentences with caps. As a clean example, look at this sentence. Hi guys everyone, is strong, big and delightful. Looks innocent, but notice how if you take each capital letter to form new words and split them up based on comma placement, you get B is bad as a result. So yeah, that's the method players would use to bypass chat filters. And this was just a clean example. Obviously, there were toxic players using this method to say racist, sexist, and other harmful things. And passwords too. Players allegedly shared passwords this way, which violates the game's terms of use. Celestian Trident. I don't want to spend too much time on this next controversy, only because it's not as big as some others on the iceberg, but it still gets brought up by the community today. Here's the story. Along with the Celestia preview update back in July 2010, KI added a bunch of new items to the Crown Shop. This included 3 new Celestia-themed wands. The Celestian Trident, which dealt 100 damage per hit, the Cerulean Edge, which also dealt 110 damage per hit, and the Celestian Sword, which dealt 95 damage per hit. They each cost 5,000 crowns, which was pretty expensive. However, for some reason, shortly after their release, KI nerfed only the Celestian Trident's damage from 110 to 105. It was an incredibly small nerf, but that didn't stop players from complaining, especially because the other 2 wands were left untouched. So why did KI nerf only one of them? Well, after receiving massive community backlash in the forums, KI staff member Lydia Grayrose admitted this change was a mistake. Well, it's confirmed. We made an error, and the Celestian Trident was indeed inadvertently changed. In the very next update,
did they fix it?
later, KI reverted the Celestian Trident
No, they fixed
back
it,
to
yeah.
its original 110 damage. So yeah, like I said, not too big of a deal. But considering this was one of the earliest controversies in Wizard 101 history, tons of players vividly remember it today. Ghost sigils. This one's weird. In the game, there's 3 sigils that lay completely out of bounds, that are only visible through photomancy, the in-game camera mode. These became known by the community as ghost sigils, since you normally can't access them without using cheats. There's 1 in Golem Court, and 2 in the Wizard City Library. Let's start with Golem Court. To find the ghost sigil, head left to the drains entrance, then get close to the wall. Press Z to open the Photomancy UI, and use your arrow keys to position the camera out of bounds. If you get the angle right, you'll be able to view this mysterious sigil in the distance.
Hmm.
Now, normally you can't clip out of bounds to access it, but over the years, some players used exploits to do so, and turns out the sigil works. I'm not even kidding. Apparently it's a fully functional sigil that takes you right into the Golem Tower, which is weird because the Golem Tower's been around since the beta, and it's never been a team dungeon. Every instance is single player, which is why the tower itself doesn't have a sigil. So perhaps when designing it way back in 2007, KeyXile considered making it a team dungeon and tested it using the sigil. Then after deciding to make it a solo instance, instead of scrapping the sigil, they just tossed it out of bounds, not expecting players to actually find it. Great job, KI. It's worth noting that if more than one player tries to enter this ghost sigil at a time, it'll place each player into their own individual Golem Tower instance.
Okay.
And allegedly, if you click Team Up, it'll actually show up in the kiosk without a name. That's insane. The second and third ghost sigils are located in the Wizard City Library. To view them, head up the staircase and enter the back rooms. Head down the left hallway until you reach the end. Then turn around and press Z to open up the Photomancy UI, and use your arrow keys once again to view out of bounds. You'll notice 2 ghost sigils below the floor in the distance. Apparently, these ones are not interactive at all, even if you glitch out of bounds to access them. So why do they even exist in the first place? It's not like there's ever been a dungeon in here like the Golem Tower that KI decided to scrap the sigil from. A fan theory posted by Wizard 101 Central user Dylan Windwalker in October 2020 suggested that these sigils were going to be used for new Lore Master bosses, and that at the time, the Dragonspire Lore Master spell drops were going to be split among multiple Lore Masters across libraries in all worlds, instead of being hoarded by just the original, making it easier to farm for specific spells you wanted. Keep in mind this theory was made before KI removed spell drops from the Dragonspire Lore Master, so it was definitely plausible at the time. And given that these sigils don't take you into any existing dungeons, unlike the Golem Court one, this further proves that KI was working on new bosses in this zone and scrapped them before completion. Pretty cool. Vendor trash. This one's real interesting. Almost unsettling. There's a weird retired reagent in the game called vendor trash that just looks like a bunch of sticks, but it's actually the rarest reagent in the entire game. It looks like something data mined straight out of the beta files, but oh, it's real, and some of you might not even know you have it. Back during Celestia's release in October 2010, KI introduced a new set of perfect gemstone reagents. These could all be purchased from the vendor in Celestia base camp, and they were used in many new recipes. Here's the thing though, you know how you could obtain reagents from multiple sources, like not just from a vendor, but also as a quest reward? Well, upon Celestia's release, anytime you'd receive a perfect jade from a quest, it was actually a bugged version that KI accidentally put into the game's files. According to staff member Lydia Grayrose on the forums, this bugged perfect jade didn't have card art, it didn't work with the recipe, and it didn't stack with the other perfect jade. It was, in essence, garbage. So you'd expect KI to fix this bugged perfect jade in the next update patch by simply turning it into a normal perfect jade, right? Right? Well, instead, soon after this bug was reported, KI converted this bugged perfect jade into a weird, brand new reagent called vendor trash. Its name being a reference to how it's, well, garbage. This vendor trash reagent has absolutely no purpose in the game. It's the only reagent that doesn't do anything. You can't use it in any recipes, and it's even labeled no auction, so the only thing KI lets you do with it is just quick sell it for a measly 100 gold. Super weird. It just seems so cursed. Hey, if you played back during Celestia's release, I recommend checking your inventory because you might not even know you have one. Public PvP ring. During the game's beta back in August 2008, there was actually an open PvP ring right in the center of the arena, which any player could join at any time. It was a great place to make friends. There was something magical about how it drew players together. In fact, some of the very first fan-made Wizard 101 videos featured Max Wizards battling it out on this public PvP ring. Anyway, it existed for a few months in the final release, up until its removal in January 2009, when KI added the PvP queuing and ranking system. Weirdly enough, later on, KI added a new public PvP ring in Outer Yard
Yeah.
but nobody actually uses that one, so it doesn't have the same charm and nostalgia as the original.
Also, I hate that one.
Grizzleheim cryptography. All the gibberish you see carved into runes in the background of Grizzleheim isn't gibberish at all. It's actually KI's very own Grizzleheim language. Celestia has its own language too, and luckily for us, each one is a mono-alphabetic substitution cipher, meaning each made-up character directly corresponds to an English letter, meaning we can crack the code. But how do we crack it? To do so, we need to look into a retired quest KingsIsle completely took out of the game, the original Celestia pre-quest, which I actually covered in my Part 1 video. In this quest, before you reach the Spiral Geographic Society warehouse, you're tasked with finding the Stone of Mazaroth, a direct reference to the real-life Rosetta Stone. Quick history lesson, the Rosetta Stone was an ancient Egyptian artifact containing the same text in 3 languages, Greek, Demotic, and hieroglyphs. Its discovery in 1799 enabled scholars to translate all 3 languages, unlocking the secrets of ancient Egyptian writing. So, KI's version, the Stone of Mazaroth, works the same way. It contains the phrase Sphinx of Black Quartz, judge my vow, in all 3 in-game languages, Grizzleheim, Celestia, and English. This sentence is particularly useful because it contains one of every English letter, allowing us to easily match each corresponding character in Grizzleheim and Celestia. I gotta say, I do find it very strange that KingsIsle completely scrapped the only quest that teaches you how to decipher these languages, because today you literally cannot access the Stone of Mazaroth to translate Grizzleheim and Celestia runes anymore. It's no longer canon. But fortunately for us, popular Wizard 101 fan site Legends of the Spiral created an easy-to-use translator tool. Oh, it's worth noting there's also a second Grizzleheim runic alphabet, but for the sake of time, I'm not going to cover it. Now that you know all this, next time you're questing in Grizzleheim or Celestia, take a look around. You'll actually be able to read and understand the text on background objects, which I think is pretty cool. Michael. This is something that really only caught the attention of the Wizard 101 subreddit. Beginning in January 2020, everyone started noticing a player named Michael spinning endlessly in the commons, specifically in Realm Wu. The only gear he had equipped was his paintbrush wand and nothing else. Just a simple man on a simple mission, to spin. Due to the nature of the subreddit, people started developing theories. Some said he's been spinning since the creation of the spiral. Some said he's God himself. Some dared not question the spinning one. Some said, nice. And others just figured he was a hall monitor. Because, well, nobody would suspect him. It's the perfect cover-up. TC shops. This one's a core memory for veteran players. Back in the early days, players would stand behind the fence in the shopping district, pretending to own their own treasure card shop. These shop owners would trade away treasure cards for crowns items and other TC. Unfortunately, this often resulted in scams, where shop owners would just log off after being gifted. But if you ask any long-term player, they'll remember these TC shops fondly. Disney acquisition. According to the Wiki 101 official Twitter account, there is a rumor that Disney offered to acquire KingsIsle Entertainment in the early 2010s, presumably following the promotions in Wizard 101 with Selena Gomez and Nick Jonas in 2010 and 2011, who were both associated with Disney at the time. This sounds pretty crazy, but apparently the same anonymous former employee that broke a non-disclosure agreement to expose Hero 101 back in 2017 also revealed that Disney offered to acquire KI. So that's their source. But there's no screenshots of the discussion, so it's not confirmed.
Sad. But you know what? It's fun.
Disney actually bought KI? Who knows what state Wizard 101 would be in today? Disney's other MMOs at the time were Toontown, Club Penguin, Pirates of the Caribbean Online, and World of Cars Online. And we all know how they turned out. So maybe it's a good thing Disney never took over Wiz. Omnipotent. This one's similar to the Hellhound Mandela effect I covered in my Part 1 video, because it also deals with sacrilegious elements, except this time it's real. As everyone knows, every player's given a title based on their level. Novice is for wizards level 1 through 4, Apprentice is for levels 5 through 9, Initiate is for 10 through 14, and so on. Well, during Avalon's release in May 2012, KI increased the level cap from 70 to 80, meaning it was time for a new level 80 title. As most players know, KI chose the title Archmage, however this wasn't their original plan. Back during Avalon's test realm, KI initially wanted the title to be Omnipotent instead, which caused major backlash from religious members of the community. Take a look at this thread from Wizard Central. I am a Christian. I know many people may not share my beliefs, and what you believe is your business. However, the title of Omnipotent is actually quite offensive to my religion. The exact definition of the word omnipotent is almighty or infinite in power as God, having very great or unlimited authority or power. No one is almighty or all-powerful, only God is. To be called this on a game or wherever is blasphemous, meaning to be compared to God. This is a sin. This kicked off a massive argument between religious and non-religious members of the community, debating whether or not the title Omnipotent is problematic. And when I say massive, I mean 11 pages worth of discussion. KI immediately noticed all the backlash, and fortunately for those offended, they changed the level 80 title from Omnipotent to Archmage right before the Avalon update hit the live realm. Wow factor. This is actually incredibly useful knowledge that every pet trainer should know. Basically, every single pet in the game has an additional stat that's hidden from players called the wow factor. A pet's wow factor determines how likely you'll get that same pet back from a hatch. These numbers run from 0 to 10. The lower the wow factor, the more likely it'll return. The higher the wow factor, the less likely it'll return. So, if you hatch a blood bat that has a wow factor of 1, with a deer knight that has a wow factor of 9, you'll almost always get a blood bat back. Now, KI carefully hid this information from the game, meaning the only way to view your pet's wow factor is through data mining. Thankfully, though, some amazing data miners out there put together tables online displaying every pet's wow factor.
Whoa.
So you can easily look up your own pets online.
Wow.
And if you like math, you should check out this Reddit post from user Collector of Things analyzing wow factors, showcasing some really detailed charts and graphs. Very interesting stuff.
That's cool.
Old Ice Wyvern. This one's disturbing. Way back during the game's beta in August 2008, the Ice Wyvern spell card artwork looked a lot different, almost scarier.
That looks better!
According to some accounts, its artwork was changed to what we see today around July 14th, 2009.
What?
I'm not sure how the old version made it past beta testing. If you take a close look, it doesn't even look like an Ice Wyvern. Its horns, its eyes, its face shape, its teeth.
It looks cooler.
Just feels off. Disturbing.
No, it doesn't. It looks fine.
Woo Die Shop. This one's a core memory for so many early Wiz players. Back in the early 2010s, the absolute wildest spot in the game was the Woo Realm Die Shop. It was up there with the Scarecrow Death Tower in terms of just how untamed it was. It was perpetually crowded with hordes of players role-playing, reporting, and harassing each other 24/7. They didn't care about chat filters or violating terms of use, which ultimately led to their demise, because KI eventually caught on and started infiltrating the Woo Die Shop with hall monitors, muting almost everyone in there. Those were the days.
Either, do you? If you came for the horn, it's in our fort. Only way
Alpha
without
Disc.
the key is in the tunnel
Wizard
up ahead.
101's beta, which ran for just 1 month between August 6th and September 2nd,
Oh, what's up with this? I might as well go for the end of the... Oh, whoops.
is very well documented. I actually have a 30-minute video about it on my channel, so feel free to check it out sometime. However, there's not much known about Wizard 101's Alpha, which ran long before that, sometime in 2007. The Alpha was the very first version of the game, and you couldn't even download it from the website. It was only made available on hard copy discs, which were distributed to family and friends of King's Isle employees. A few years ago, on July 28, 2021, Atmoplex tweeted out asking if anyone in the community has a copy of the disc, along with some leaked photos of it. Their purpose, of course, was to preserve the game and data mine it to find unused early content. This tweet ignited a spark in the community. This was the first time most players even heard of the disc, so they were dying to know the secrets inside it. Finally, after 2 years of silence, a disc was found. On March 27, 2023, Atmoplex surprised the community with some breaking news. Last week, a Wizard 101 press disc from 2007 was listed for public auction on eBay. Thanks to one of our generous followers, we now have the contents of said disc. They also provided a link to download all the disc's files. Oh my god, the alpha disc was found and all the files are publicly available to download? This seemed too good to be true. Well, it was. Turns out this wasn't the real alpha disc. It wasn't a fake either. It was just a small unrelated press disc from 2007 containing screenshots and videos of the game. So like a demo. This fooled a lot of community members who were expecting the actual alpha disc, but looking back, the press disc itself looked slightly different, so people should have known. Reddit user a non-W101 disc buyer, the person who actually bought this disc, further explained, this is a press kit disc found by user Jacob4241 at his local thrift store. The idea is that it has data on it intended to be sent to press companies like newspapers or magazines so they could use the pictures to help create articles about the game and such. To this day, the search for the actual alpha disc continues. Hopefully a former KI employee will someday leak it.
That'd be cool.
Pigeon Patrol.
Pigeon Patrol.
There was a group of hackers known as Pigeon Patrol. They had one single mission, to shut down Wizard 101 servers using a distributed denial of service attack, or DDoS for short.
DDoS.
This just means flooding a server with so much traffic that it crashes. That was their goal for Wiz. Anyway, Pigeon Patrol's motive for doing this was to blackmail KI into unbanning all their friends' sanctioned accounts. This included a request to unban controversial YouTuber Dakota Earthhorn, who was banned for a number of reasons, including account sharing and harassing other YouTubers. It's not clear whether Dakota was behind Pigeon Patrol, or if they were just using him to create more drama since he was such a public figure at the time. Anyway, Pigeon Patrol was evil. They picked the perfect time to wreak as much havoc on the Wizard 101 community as they could, during Wizard 101's 9th birthday celebration. For context, during the first week of September 2017, KingsIsle scheduled special member benefits and events to celebrate the game's 9th birthday.
Oh,
so,
nice.
Pigeon
That's
Patrol
cool.
waited for this week-long
I think we
birthday
still got
celebration
those.
to start, then repeatedly DDoS'd the game's servers, crashing them multiple times throughout the event. This put an overwhelming amount of pressure on KI, as fans were constantly freaking out about getting kicked off the game. On the forums, you can actually see updates from KI regarding all these attacks. On September 1st, staff member Dorgan said, "Since yesterday, KingsIsle has been mitigating severe DDoS attacks against our games Wizard 101 and Pirate 101. This means your gameplay will be impacted until we can resolve the issue. Many will be unable to log in." Then, 2 days later, on September 3rd, as an update, we continue to work on countering the recent DDoS attacks. This, of course, implied that attacks were still coming in. Then on the 4th, our tech wizards have continued to work throughout the holiday weekend to address the DDoS attacks, which are ongoing and happen sporadically both day and night. This one's kinda sad. The fact that real people are being affected by this, having to work during their holiday weekends, is just unfortunate. By September 9th,
That's not
AI
unfortunate,
still
that's
couldn't fend off
cool.
these incoming DDoS attacks. Unfortunately, a new round of DDoS attacks resurfaced today. We continue to work toward a more permanent solution. Thank you for your patience. Players were growing concerned. It's now been 9 days since the first attack. How could such a well-established gaming company not know how to manage cyber attacks from disgruntled players? Surely the cybersecurity department at KI isn't that unqualified, right? Well, eventually, KI did put an end to Pigeon Patrol's DDoS attacks, and as compensation for players who couldn't log on during this time, KI extended member benefits and special events an extra 12 days through September 17th. Yay! As for Pigeon Patrol, they faded out of existence. I'm assuming KI took legal action against them. It's also worth noting that in addition to cyber attacks, they allegedly scammed tons of players. Not cool. KI layoffs. Even though this topic gets
layoffs,
a lot
yeah.
by the community, I wasn't able to find too much information on it. And that's because layoff statistics in general are usually kept out of the public eye. But apparently, on May 12, 2016, KingsIsle laid off 72 employees from its Austin office, apparently due to the failure of their mobile game department. To put this in perspective, that's nearly half the company that was fired.
Oh.
I found a very negative Glassdoor review written by a disgruntled former KI employee in July 2017 that confirms this. According to them, KI lost over 90 employees to layoffs last year thanks to their failed mobile transition and are suffering severe attrition on a weekly basis. Brutal. Also, around this time in 2016, beloved member of the KingsIsle team, Layla Ulrich, who served as a community manager under the alias Lydia Grayrose, stopped appearing in KI Lives, leading to suspicion that she was laid off. And unfortunately, these rumors were later confirmed to be true, which was very sad news for the community. It's because of how attached the community becomes to particular staff members who put themselves in the spotlight that layoffs are a more sensitive topic and have actual impact on the community.
That sucks.
Nana is canceled. In November 2020, KI released the first world of Arc 4, Caramel. This whimsical German Candyland was headed by Nana, an elderly hamster whose main objective was to spread caramel candy all over the spiral. So a hamster with a candy business. That's not going to be annoying. To help promote this upcoming world, KI used a new marketing tactic they've never tried before. In May 2020, 5 months prior to Caramel's release, KI launched a brand new Twitter account called Nana's Caramel Delights, role-playing as the fictitious Nana herself. Here, Nana tweeted about redeemable codes, teasers, and silly remarks about the upcoming world. However, on June 24th, 2020, just like most other celebrities on Twitter, this account tweeted something problematic which they'd soon regret. To all our dearies in Azteca, never say die with a full mouth of Zabalbites. This, of course, was referencing the destruction of Azteca and the extinction of the Aztecosaurs. After receiving backlash, a week later, Nana tweeted, "It has recently come to my attention that Nana's recent tweet about Zabalbites may have been in poor taste. It was not Nana's intention to make light of the struggles of the Aztecosaurs currently suffering from meteor showers. Nana would never do such a thing. To make up for it, we will be discontinuing Zabalbites and granting all Aztecosaurs a free one-day pass to the lovely town of Sweetsburg." Still, it was too late. The damage had been done. Nana was canceled. Her final tweet was on November 18th, 2020, before deciding to leave the platform. And definitely not because Caramel hit live realm that day and KI no longer needed the account for promotional purposes.
Wasn't she the villain of that anyways? So like actually I feel like that's actually on purpose.
In January 2019, data mining accounts shocked players with some leaked text from the game's files about a mysterious new dungeon, the Eldritch Tower, which to this day still remains a mystery. The leaked text shows the dungeon's name, of course, is the Eldritch Tower. Eldritch meaning weird and sinister, or ghostly. Apparently it's meant for wizards level 70 and up, and you only have one chance to defeat the master of the Eldritch Tower. After you enter, the sigil outside is no longer active, meaning it's most likely a one-shot dungeon like the Rattlebones Exalted duel. So perhaps this Eldritch Tower would have appeared in the Crown Shop along with the other one-shot dungeons. And as if this text wasn't intriguing enough already, Wizard 101 fan site Swordroll posted screenshots identifying housing items that very clearly listed the Eldritch Tower as a location where you can find them. So not only was text from the Eldritch Tower data mined from the game's files, but now we can clearly see references to it through the item identifier in the actual game. And the real kicker is that you can still see these references to this day. No joke. This is actual footage of my own wizard identifying housing items in 2023, 4 years after the text was leaked. So anyone speculating that this text was just added to the files as a trick to freak out data miners is wrong. The Eldritch Tower is somewhere in the game. Of course, all this hype led to a ton of fan speculation. When players first found out about the Eldritch Tower in January 2019, many of them thought this would be the next Castle Darkmoor, a max-level side dungeon between story arcs. Think about it. Arc 2 finished with the release of Chrysalis Part 2 in April 2014. Then Darkmoor was released several months later in November 2014. So with that logic, since Arc 3 had just finished with the release of Empyrea Part 2 just a few months back in November 2018, it wouldn't be too far-fetched to assume this strange Eldritch Tower would be another Darkmoor-style max-level side dungeon, coming right around the corner. The only counterpoint to this is that the leaked text shows level 70 and up, and obviously any side dungeon coming after Empyrea Part 2 would be for level 130 and up. But who knows if that level requirement was just a placeholder, or if there's different versions for different levels, like the Rattlebones duels. The final theory, which I personally believe the most, is that the Eldritch Tower is a bundle house. Stay with me here. When identifying the Tribe Tent housing item, it shows it's obtainable from gold chests in the Eldritch Tower and the Bundle House Nomads Camp. But there aren't any actual gold chests in Nomads Camp. When the game says gold chest in Nomads Camp, it's really referring to the interactive daily reward in Nomads Camp. So since the same category and icon is used for both locations, you can assume that the Eldritch Tower is also a bundle house, with its own interactive daily reward. And that's how these housing items are obtainable. Also, since so many Terror's Horde Pack Darkmoor-themed housing items list the Eldritch Tower as their main location through the item identifier, we can assume the theme of this bundle house would have been dark, eerie, and spooky, with some sort of dungeon attached with monsters, which of course is where the leaked text would come into play. A player even asked about this mysterious Eldritch Tower on the forums back in May 2020, which community manager Spark replied to with a link to Sword Roll's article on it. So KingsIsle is very much aware of everything surrounding this. Today, references to the Eldritch Tower still exist in the game's code, but nobody's been able to data mine any more information about it. No one even knows what it looks like, because even though there's been fan art, the original concept art itself has never been leaked. All we know is that it's really creepy, because again, Googling Eldritch brings up horrifying imagery, so who knows what could be lurking inside. Child predators. Earlier in the video,
makes
I talked
sense.
about WizHex, a trend from the early 2010s where players would find strangers, then engage in adult roleplay with them in their dorm rooms. This again is where phrases like takes off clothes became popular because of just how ridiculous they sounded in a children's game. But that's the thing. Wizard 101 is a children's game. And while most players were probably partaking in this trend as a joke to troll their friends, there were actual child predators mixed into the crowd, which is no laughing matter. I'm gonna read you a short excerpt from a comment posted by a viewer on my Iceberg Part 1 video, just so you can get an idea of how bad things were. There were individuals and groups that would hang out in the commons and try to take advantage of young players. I unfortunately had a personal experience with this. Being very young, somewhere between 9 and 12, and living in a very sheltered life, I was very naive. I ended up being sucked into some sort of family dynamic clan in the commons, and wanting to feel part of the group, I started decorating houses to give a sort of family home vibe. I agreed to marry some random whiz guy, we'll call him Jay. Jay would often ask me to take off all my gear and stand next to the bed upstairs with him while he tried to type explicit things despite the filters. I didn't know what was going on at the time, but he would do this every time I logged on, and I did whatever he asked because I wanted very badly to be part of a group. Eventually, when things progressed too far and you started asking about personal information, I got weirded out. And even if I didn't know exactly what was happening, I left and didn't return to the game for a year. It really disturbed me. And now that I'm much older and looking back, I'm absolutely disgusted to have 1, been taken advantage of in a game I thought was safe, and 2, to sadly recognize how many other children were treated the exact same way. Luckily for this individual, they were able to recognize and escape the situation before things got even worse. But I'm sure a lot of other underage Wizard 101 players were tricked into unknowingly giving away personal information to predators, putting their lives at stake. It's thoughts like these that send shivers down my spine. And
That's
even
fine.
without exchanging personal information, just engaging in any form of adult roleplay online with a child is outright disgusting. Fortunately, these days, adult roleplay is no longer a trend in the game, and WizHex is a thing of the past.
That's good to hear.
Purple Guy. This one.
Purple Guy
Deep in the game
from FNAF.
Weird image of a purple guy. Apparently, it's the card art used for one of the Rat's minions' cheat spells, which is normally inaccessible to players. But through data mining, you'll find a file called summonedimages/spellstormtitan.dds, and in it lies this abomination. What is it? What's it looking at? Why is it naked?
I think it's probably just an inside joke.
Chrysalis Killing Spree. Wizard 101 covers some heavy topics, with each world being dark in their own way. Crocotopia deals with slavery, Azteca deals with impending doom, Caramel deals with inhumane levels of corporate greed, but the darkest world by far is Chrysalis, which covers topics like colonization, war, a primal evil awakening, and the inevitable destruction of the universe. So it's no surprise that the game picks up in intensity once you reach this world, pushing the limits of its E10 and up rating. One tiny detail most players don't know that's incredibly disturbing appears in the Chrysalis Defeat Enemy badges. For every other world in the game, when you hover over a Defeat Enemy badge, the badge descriptor uses the word defeat. Okay, that's normal. But for Chrysalis, the word used in each badge descriptor is kill. This very intentional word choice made by KI goes unnoticed by most players. Killing and defeating are not the same thing. In fact, most games targeted towards children avoid using words like kill and die, and instead have a canon way of defeating enemies without actually killing them off, because killing is too dark. For instance, when a Pokemon loses its health, it doesn't actually die. Instead, it faints and returns to its Pokeball before getting its health restored. And in Fortnite, when you defeat an opponent, they don't actually die. Instead, they get eliminated from the game and sent back to the lobby. And in most cases in Wizard 101, you're simply defeating enemies in combat without actually killing them. Think back to every boss you're able to speak with after defeating. They're not dead, otherwise you couldn't talk to them. Or how in PvP, when defeating an opponent causes a headache and sends them back to the arena. But not in Chrysalis. In Chrysalis, you are murdering your opponent. The game stores an active kill count, and you, as the wizard, are more than happy to go on a killing spree, achieving these badges. Disturbing dialogue. Wizard 101's officially rated everyone 10 and up, meaning it is a game targeted towards children, even if its actual demographic is mostly adults ages 20 to 35, according to MGI's recent reports. So the game usually doesn't go overboard with fantasy violence. Even when covering darker topics, it's pretty tame.
It's
Just look at Caramel.
It says feet.
But occasionally the dialogue gets dark. And when I say dark, I mean disturbingly dark. When Grandmother Raven hands baby Mallory to Baba Yaga goes,
I don't understand, Grandmother. What am I to do with this baby? I'm not hungry right now.
implying she eats children. In Castle Darkmoor, when Shane Von Shane introduces you to the first boss, Howling Cheney, he says,
This is Howling Cheney, a poor, savage beast whose life is limited to small joy. Howling Cheney, a great wizard's lungs.
And then there's Chrysalis, which again is on a whole other level. As I already mentioned, Chrysalis is the darkest world in the game, and its dialogue certainly
about
lives up
Avalon?
to it. This poor blind mouse who's being abused by a praying mantis named Zanza says if she doesn't get her honey, she'll spread me on her toast instead. If you know anything about praying mantises versus mice in real life, then this quote hits even harder. Upon meeting the NPC Cosmos in Fort Rakius, he goes,
"The captain sent you to disturb me? I will rend you with my axe and hoe, and the scent of your spilled blood will be my perfume."
Everyone in Chrysalis just takes things to the next level. And don't even get me started on the bosses. Belosto Toebiter says,
"Let me pierce your skin. My saliva will reduce your ego. Soon you'll be nothing more than a flashback of delicious juices."
Ugh.
Time in White Flame says,
"No, I don't think so. You are too young, too fresh. And I'll gut you and read my answers in your entrails."
Dialogue about gutting and playing with your wizard's internal organs just doesn't sit right for a kid's game. There's a lot of this too. Morganth's Eye says,
"Cravenly, gut and skin the wizard, then bring me the pelt."
and to top it all off, the world's final boss, Morganth herself, goes,
"Your blood shall water the foundation of my new universe. The Shadow World."
I can keep going, but you get the idea. Everyone's just so bloodthirsty.
Yep.
Heather the Wizard. I want to start this section off by saying please don't send hate to anyone mentioned in this iceberg video. With that said, Heather the Wizard was a popular but controversial Wizard 101 content creator around the mid-2010s. She was disliked by the community for many reasons, including starting drama with other WizTubers, having an obnoxious attitude with community members, smoking on stream, catfishing, and worst of all, grooming minors, which is disgusting and illegal. Her most well-known scandal was her online relationship with YouTuber The Real J, where she catfished as an 18-year-old girl while apparently being in her mid-40s to e-date him. It is worth noting that Jay himself wasn't a minor at the time, thank God, but he was still very young, probably around 18 or 19 years old. Now, just a heads up, there's a lot to this story, and since I wasn't around the community at the time, I didn't witness it firsthand, but after researching and discussing with community members, as far as I know, the story goes like this. Around 2014, Heather was trying to grow her YouTube channel. The best way to do this at the time was through collaboration with other creators, preferably controversial ones, as they garner the most views. So, Heather first turned to Dakota Earthborn, one of the most controversial WizTubers in Wizard 101 history. Dakota turned Heather away, as he was put off by her begging for shoutouts.
When she got a channel, she started messaging me and she was like, "Oh, do you think you can give me a shout out?" And she was begging me for a shout out. It was probably the most pathetic thing I've ever seen.
After things didn't work out with Dakota, Heather ended up talking to The Real J, another somewhat controversial WizTuber at the time. Heather got very close to Jay online and they started e-dating. At this time, Jay was around 18 years old, but Heather was somewhere in her mid-40s. However, Jay didn't know this because he never met Heather in person, nor had they video chatted. Apparently, Heather would always come up with excuses as to why she couldn't turn her camera on. Eventually, things started getting suspicious, so Heather sent some selfies to Jay, proving she was an 18-year-old girl. But turns out, she was sending selfies of a completely different person, some random teenage girl she found on Facebook. I'll keep her name anonymous. Once Jay found out, things exploded. He began making videos about being catfished by her, which spread the news like wildfire. Everyone started getting involved. Soon the petition Ban YouTuber Heather the Wizard from Wizard 101 was created, gaining 582 supporters. People were creating fake Twitter accounts impersonating Heather to expose and tarnish her. Every WizTuber at the time was uploading videos about the scandal too, spreading hate towards Heather. Still, Heather had a somewhat large following at the time, so in return, she sent her supporters to harass and DDoS any WizTubers hating on her.
Really?
This included doxing Jay himself by giving out his phone number to her followers so they could harass him. Eventually, when things calmed down, Heather herself admitted to using fake selfies and finally showed her face on camera, revealing herself to be a lot older, looking somewhere in her mid-40s. And there you go, that's the story. After the scandal, Heather continued making content, joining forces with her close friend Val, someone who had always defended her. She rebranded her channel to Heather and Val, and together they continued uploading videos over the next few years until their final upload on December 11th, 2019.
Oh my lord.
Apparently, the hate they were receiving on a daily basis became too much, even for Val. Heather had hit her breaking point. She stopped uploading on YouTube, stopped streaming on Twitch, and disabled private messages. She deleted her Twitter and her Discord too, ultimately disappearing from the community. Dead friends. What happens if you don't hear from an in-game friend after a few years? When you check back on your list, what do you see? They're nothing but a golem, a puppet. The game shows they're level 0 and their stats are all glitched. This is them dying.
Yeah.
Think about it. Where's the first location you encounter these puppets in the main quest line? Not the Golem Tower, because that's a skippable side quest. The answer's Triton Avenue, where haunted minions roam the streets. Could these be the souls of your dead friends? I mean, the rest of Triton Avenue is filled with actual monsters and sea creatures which fit the theme. These haunted puppets just feel so out of place. The Monstrology tome even describes the haunted minion as a roving spirit caught between its physical body and spiritual self, unable to assume its true form. True form? Like the wizard it once was? Could these really be your dead friends, forced to march endlessly in some sort of twisted limbo, yearning for the days of their past?
Damn.
Wait,
Probably
there's actually one more extremely secret entry at the very bottom of this iceberg, and that is subscribe to Gladrocker. In all seriousness, just like my part 1 video, this part 2 video was a passion project, and it took several months of effort to make. So it would mean a lot if you showed your support by subscribing. It helps my channel grow so much, and all your support means the world to me. YouTube actually shows me that 97% of you who watch my videos aren't yet subscribed. So let's change that. It's free to do, and you can always unsubscribe later on if you feel like it. Plus, I'd like to make a Wizard 101 Iceberg Explained Part 3 video in the future, so you'll want to stay tuned for that as well.
Let's see,
But yeah, that's about it. We reached the bottom of the iceberg. Again. I really hope you enjoyed diving down the Wizard 101 rabbit hole with me a second time. And hopefully it was just as exciting as the first. Let me know in the comments what you thought of this experience. I can't wait to read them all. Oh,
well,
and if you have a topic I still haven't covered in both parts 1 and 2, please let me know in the comments. Because if there's enough new topics, you bet I'll make a part 3 video. As always, I'll catch you all in the next video. Peace.
Okay, cool. So I don't think we have any more videos we can watch right now, because I think we watched them all. Maybe in the future I'll find some other long videos that we can watch while grinding. But for now, let me just go ahead and hide the screen cap and close out that. Okay, cool. It's it's 5,000 health. Okay, I might as well go for some extra stuff. That was less than that. Actually, wait. Yeah, okay. So, actually, I think this will be my last... Okay, I think I'll do one more run of this dungeon. Because I might as well. There's no reason not to. Then I'm probably going to use the bathroom, do a few things, and I'll be back. I won't be in the stream. Okay, let's see. Did I get it? Yeah, I did. Let's go. More squid ink. Oh, wait. That's more gold. It's just some more gold, that's all. Okay, so. I can actually put my... Actually, I gotta... Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. So I'll be right back. Gonna quickly check something. Okay, with that... I'll be right back. And I'm back. I saw the person that was here earlier was like, okay, they're gone, yeah. That makes runs easier to have someone else here, but it's fine. It's all good. I can just go back in. I have 9 more to get, which means at the least it's 3 more runs. At the most, it's like however many I need, but I'm gonna go through. I'm gonna see how many. Okay, so because like if I get all 9 runs done, I'll go back to Arcanum, I craft, and I'm good. Actually, is there a video we can watch? Let's see. What's a cool video we could watch? Actually, so, okay, who's in chat right now? Is it you and Cryo Deep? Is that you? Is it Deep and Cryo right now in chat? Who are the chetas? That way I can figure out what we can watch. Wait, okay, there's a... that might... Wait, will that breach here? I don't know. Let's see... Oh, wait. Okay, I know something good. I know something good we can watch. So, I have friends who are not inside of my friend group that I don't stream with because they don't stream much, and when they do, they don't do it with me, so. Okay, yeah, okay. I'm expecting it's you and... Okay, so Cry, I'm expecting it to be you and Deep right now. So I'm gonna turn this back on. This is one of my friends. Oh, the chat box is gone. Quickly check. Yes, okay. 8 more. So, at most 8 more fights, because I have 37 now. So what I'm gonna do. Okay. While this fight's this first turn's going off, I'm gonna go ahead and quickly cast my spell, and then go over here, go back over here, and
hello, ladies and gentlemen. So,
this is my friend. My
weird. Another rambling video for y'all because you know, not much motivation to watch anime lately. Basically today we're just going to be rambling about One Piece and why I'm never going to watch it. So let's just start out by establishing I've seen the live action. I saw up to Arlong Park of the anime. I may watch the reboot of the anime.
No, I'm actually gonna take a screen.
Three disclaimers, right?
I'm gonna take a screenshot of this right quick.
To start out, I'm not going to talk about the anime for now. Let's start with the live action. I enjoyed it.
There we go,
I'm probably
screenshot.
gonna watch season 2.
Oh.
But
Yep.
I doubt that'll go for the entire thing.
Okay.
And I'm
There we
pretty
go.
sure after a while I'm just gonna stop watching it. A lot of shows I watch like quite a bit of and then I just give up after a while because I don't like long shows. Which is why I'm probably never gonna watch One Piece, just to get that out there. One Piece is really long and I don't particularly want to watch a 1,000 episode anime. No. Oh, fucking, like, a certain is too long to rewatch, to be honest. Like, I need to dedicate, like, a month to rewatch a certain. So, yeah. But, let's just quickly, okay. What are some things okay. Why did I not continue watching past Arlong Park of the actual anime? It just got boring. I really don't like Usopp. He's not a nice. He's just a. He reminds me of Deku, whiny bitch boy, and like taking. Just admit it. Deku and Usopp are whiny bitch boys. Come on. I love your videos, man, but you can't keep on defending these whiny bitch boys. Yeah. Right. Okay. Words.
I hope it's hurry in chat right now.
Yeah. Okay. So, why did I just didn't enjoy it. It was just boring and very cheap.
Oh, it's not. He would have made a comment before he left.
I hate when people say that. If it gets good later, why am I going to sit through the bad stuff until it gets good? When does it get good? Why can't I just start it when it's good? Same reason I'm never fucking watching Naruto, in all honesty. I just don't like the characters, and it's too long, and the bits I have watched just aren't good. So why am I going to watch a show that I don't think is at least tolerable. Why? Who? Why? Okay. Why might I watch the remake? Well, the live action, way better pace. I still really dislike Usopp. Still really dislike Usopp. But the live action was well better paced. Was a lot better paced. So I have a feeling like when they redo the anime, which they do have planned, I feel like they're
Oh, Shadow Wig.
better pacing.
If you're fighting who I think you are, then
It's easier to watch as a whole.
if you're fighting who I
Probably be a
think
lot
you're
better
fighting,
as
then
well,
yeah,
like,
it's
fix
not a
lot
fun
of things,
fight.
Make a lot more references to stuff that happened later. Like I do know a lot about One Piece because I watch Tekken a lot. You'll know Tekken. Of course you know Tekken. Yeah. So like we'll probably have like people like Mihawk have Haki. They'll probably also have people like Smoker have Haki very early on before the time skip and all of that. Like yeah, and they're just gonna clean it up basically. It'll be clean. And like yeah, but why am I not hopeful? Well, and why don't I think I'll ever actually watch the original anime? It's just boring. It's boring, it's long, it's tedious, the characters aren't the greatest. It's like...
That just sounds like a skill issue to me.
Why? Why should I watch an anime when I'm not enjoying it? Like, okay.
So...
I will watch animes if I don't like the characters. If I think that it's culturally relevant enough and I can't get the information just from what others are telling. For example, My Hero, fucking ate Deku, ate most of the characters. I much prefer 1B, not just because Austin Tyne's in it, but yeah. I fucking hate My Hero. But I've seen every single episode, including the movies. Why? Because people promised me it got good, and a lot of people said I was being too harsh in it without having watched everything. Now bearing in mind, prior to rewatching it all, which I did like not that long ago, I had only watched up to the influencer thing. I don't remember his name. I'd only watched up to that, and I had seen the first film, and that was it. But I didn't enjoy the show. I just didn't. It wasn't a good show. Whiny Bitch Boy made it unbearable to watch. Every single time, while watching My Hero, I just wanted to punch Deku in the face and grind his fucking little skull against a brick wall. So yeah, I will give shows a chance. But One Piece isn't one I think I can, because it's a good show, it's got good characters. I personally just don't enjoy it. I don't like the pacing. The story's okay.
Is that one of those rare dragon mounts?
You know, you guys know.
Yeah, it is one of the rare dragon mounts.
I'm not the crazy one here.
Wait.
Just...
Okay, wait. Important, more important. Deep Cry. I see something very rare on my screen right now. Something incredibly rare. I wish I could have it. Oh, look at that. The Frontier Dragon Mount. Incredibly rare. And now, if I say, oh, I've seen the Frontier Mountain game. I've seen the Stormzilla Mountain game. One stream where I've seen both. You can't get it. You can't get it. This is impossible to get. It was a one-time offer for like anniversary event based on your account history, how long your account's been up, and this was the second highest reward. It's also a really cool mount. It's a very cool looking mount. The better one, the better mount, is the other one, because the other one has the stars on it. But this is like one of the rarest mounts in the game, along with like that one pink mount we just saw in the thing in the what's it called, in the mountain, the iceberg. Also, while I have this pulled up and pulled down, let me go ahead and go over to my Gauzo. What? Yep, we're watching. But yeah, no, I would love one of these dragon mounts. I would love it. Also, they have 1 in a million, which means they're likely 150. They're a paragon. Yeah, they're a very high level. Ah. Okay. So how many more do I need? I need 7 more. That's at most 3 runs. And close out battle on that, because I might. Like, I know we were ranking about Overwatch the other day. I will say, though, there is one thing I'll play Overwatch for here in the future, and it's the community testings of, like, various things. So, you know. Let's see. You know what? Okay, on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, let's turn this back on. We're not watching the boobs. Here we go.
You know that feeling you get when you finish the last episode of a really great show? And I'm not talking about like a mini series or a week-long binge watch. I'm talking about a show spanning multiple seasons that you spent a decent period of your life consuming. When you see those credits roll for the final time, there's this weird feeling of emptiness that closure brings. You've practically grown with these characters, witnessed their highest highs, their lowest lows, and participated in their journey all the way through to their final destination. Now, sometimes that final destination can be disappointing, other times it can be satisfying, but that void is still present. That chapter of your life is now closed. I've experienced this quite a few times with shows like Avatar, Breaking Bad, Peaky Blinders, and most recently Succession. And this whole idea got me thinking, if this is how I'm feeling with shows I've only spent months or a couple years watching, what on earth am I gonna do when One Piece finally ends? Because when that day comes, when Luffy's eventually crowned Pirate King, I don't think I'll ever experience another story like that in my life. This is a series that's been going on since 1997, and it's remained consistently good for 26 years. In fact, I'd argue that right now is the best time to not only be a One Piece fan, but also to become a One Piece fan. I feel like One Piece is one of those series that everyone has an opinion on, whether they've seen the show or not. And a large part of that has to do with the fact that the show just aired its 1088th episode. Damn!
I'm sorry.
Every time I try to recommend this show to people, I get the inevitable response of, yeah, that's cool, but I'm not watching all that. Which, to be fair, 1,000 episodes is a lot more than 12. But to those who have even the slightest bit of curiosity into this story but are turned off by its length, this is what I'll say. Almost everyone I know who's caught up with this series, who's been a part of Luffy's journey, has not regretted it. Millions of people from around the world dedicated years of their lives to just this one story. No regrets. And there's a reason for that. There's a level of care put into so many different aspects of this story and the world it takes place in. It's the type of care that gives the henchmen and background characters just as much personality as the protagonist. It's the type of care that treats each new location as its own unique, visibly lived in region with its own political system, species, culture, and history. It's the type of care that makes you feel just as part of the crew as Zoro or Nami or Sanji. There's a million reasons why you shouldn't let the sheer quantity of One Piece steer you away from experiencing the quality it has to offer. But before I get into that, I want to come at you from a perspective that I don't hear many other fans talk about. I cannot emphasize enough that what Oda's doing with One Piece is truly unprecedented in so many different areas. It is by far the most successful manga series of all time, and given how popular it still is and how long the series has left to go, this is a record that will never be broken in our lifetimes. Now, in a majority of cases, when you're running a series at this kind of level for as long as it's been around, there's an inevitable fall off that ensues at some point. Look at stories that aren't even half as long as One Piece, like Game of Thrones, Dexter, Bleach, Naruto, and how they just weren't able to sustain that early period of success. Not only is One Piece thriving, with the latest Egghead Island cementing itself as a top tier arc in the series, Netflix just put out a good live action remake of the show covering the early chapters. Let me repeat that. Not only is the 1,000-chapter manga and anime arguably still at its peak, the live-action remake is also great. That is unheard of. Dragon Ball couldn't do it, Full Metal Alchemist couldn't do it, Cowboy Bebop couldn't do it. Even a series like Death Note, which is much more centered in reality, couldn't make a live-action adaptation that captured the spirit of the original. But the show about pirates with superpowers sailing the world to find treasure managed to outdo everyone else, and it got renewed for a second season almost immediately after it aired.
Hell
In
yeah,
almost
dude.
every medium from manga, anime, and live action, One Piece is in a league by itself. And something about the payoff of this 3-decade-long journey makes it so worthwhile to me. I don't think I'm over-exaggerating when I say that the moment the One Piece is revealed and Luffy reaches his lifelong dream, it's gonna be a watershed moment in pop culture. When that final chapter is released, the world will remember that day as the day when one of the greatest stories ever told came to an end. And I think being there to witness that moment live as someone who watched every single one of the Straw Hats adventures as they happened is worth it. If you're a fan of manga, if you're a fan of adventure, if you're a fan of great storytelling, do yourself the favor and join the crew while they're still sailing. Because I think that's a journey worth taking. But why? What is it that makes One Piece specifically so much better than everything else? Is One Piece a perfect story? No, that doesn't exist. There's real pacing issues, especially in the anime, that bog down certain events to unnecessary lengths. Some of the humor may not land, and there is filler. Some of it's fire, but it does take up a decent portion of screen time. But in comparison to all of the things that it does right, these are relatively small prices to pay. Because once you really get into the story of One Piece, you realize that its greatest strength is thinking that there's no way the show can get better, and it proves you wrong every single time. Yes, there's some arcs that stand out above others, but there's no real significant dip in quality in between, and each one of these arcs has those moments that will just absolutely floor you with how powerful they are. It never feels like a super tedious watch or read either, because even though it's a long series, that time doesn't feel wasted. The length allows for this world to breathe and also helps keep the series fresh by diversifying the locations where these arcs take place. The deserts of Alabasta are nothing like the underwater kingdom of Fishman Island, which is nothing like the graveyards of Thriller Bark, which is nothing like Whole Cake Island, which is literally just an island made of dessert ruled by a 29-foot-tall woman child with 85 kids. This is a grand-scale adventure in every sense of the word, with massive diverse places to explore, filled with one of the greatest casts of characters you'll find in a piece of fiction. Luffy is just about the best protagonist you could ask for. His unwavering will and energetic personality makes him extremely likable and easy to root for. He is going to become the king of the pirates. You'll hear that a lot. His goal hasn't changed for 26 years, and he's surrounded himself with the perfect crew to help follow him on this impossible quest. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, Frankie, Chopper, Robin, Brook, and Jinbei. These are 9 completely different characters who all complement each other perfectly, because in some way, shape, or form, Luffy has done something to each one of them to change their lives for the better, and they're all united in his cause to become king. And this is just the main crew. I could literally go all day in detail explaining each and every villain, side character, faction of power, character relationships, and I wouldn't really come close to explaining just how well Oda balances out the sheer amount of characters. To put something in perspective, the Dressrosa arc is centered around one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote do Flamingo, and his rule over the kingdom of Dressrosa. Obviously, being that the arc is centered around this man, we learn in great detail about his backstory and how he came to be the evil, tyrannical dictator we see the Straw Hats try to stop. But the character who many consider to have the best character moment in this arc isn't Do Flamingo, but one of his henchmen, Senor Pink. Looks
Pink.
like this. And the reason why he looks like this will truly break your heart. It is without question a top 3 backstory in the series, and it was given to someone who wasn't even close to being the most important person in that arc. But I think a moment that truly exemplifies this philosophy comes from when the Straw Hats lose their old ship, the Going Merry. During an arc where the Straw Hats are on an island in the sky, their ship, which they've been using since the beginning of the series, had sustained lots of damage after falling thousands of meters back to the sea. And over time, as the damage continues to get worse and Luffy's crew grows both in size and notoriety, it becomes obvious that they need a new ship. This is the whole reason why they go to Water 7 and kickstarts one of the best arcs in the series, but at the very end, they find a new shipwright named Frankie who builds them a new ship called the Thousand Sunny. It's bigger, stronger, and overall the better ship for the places they need to go. But before they set off on their next island, the Straw Hats actually hold a funeral for the Going Merry, where we see it burnt down. The reason this moment is so emotional is because the Merry was just as part of the crew as anyone. It was the ship that brought the original Straw Hat crew together at the beginning of their journey. It symbolized their dreams, camaraderie, and the start of their grand adventure. Letting go of that ship marked the end of an era. But what really gets me though to this day is that even though the ship couldn't talk, there were final words shared between the crew. I just wanted to carry you all a little further, but I was happy. You took such good care of me. Thank you. And sheds tears along with the others before reaching the bottom of the sea. This is what separates One Piece from everything else. It will make you feel real emotions over things and people that other stories just can't do because of their limitations. And this is me only scratching the surface. There are dozens of these moments sprinkled all throughout the series, and trust me, the more you get invested in this story, all of the reasons people gush over it will become abundantly clear. Which begs the question, when does One Piece really start to get good? You'll hear a lot of people say that this show doesn't get good until episode 500, or if I have to wait 200 episodes before a show gets good, I'm not interested. And obviously those are exaggerations, but at what point in this story does it really hook you in? The answer to this question varies from person to person. Some people will say that it never captivated them, while others will say that it wasn't until the 100th or 200th episodes where they really started to appreciate One Piece. I think the most common answer you'll get from people is around the Arlong Park saga, specifically this moment in chapter 81 of the manga and episode 38 of the anime, where Nami asks for Luffy's help against the fishmen who've been terrorizing her home for the last decade. And while I understand where people are coming from when they say this, they kind of discredit all of the great moments in this story that happened before this moment. Sanji's relationship with Zeph, Zoro's fight against Mihawk, Luffy's introduction and escape from Axe-Hand Morgan, everything with Kuro. There's a whole series worth of events that happens before the moment that everyone says the story gets good. I'll concede that Nami's call for help is a defining moment in the series, but I truly believe that this show is great from episode 1. It may not be at its most refined, but there's a certain charm to these early seasons that you'll miss as the arc starts to get more and more intense. No, really, there's like 3 whole genocides that happen post-time skip alone, on top of themes like slavery, the corruption of power, racism, anti-establishment, child murder. This is a story aimed at teens and young adults, but that doesn't mean it's all sunshine and rainbows. This is a series that tackles real issues, specifically the confliction of different ideologies. Being that Luffy is as bright-eyed as he is, he values true freedom above everything else in this world, and will stop at nothing to ensure that these desires are fulfilled. And he is constantly challenged by those who view his mindset as problematic. from the control-seeking world government to other pirates who view him as a threat. If you're someone who values flashy, action-packed fight scenes above everything else, you might not get as much from One Piece as other series. Don't get me wrong, there's some real quality fights in this show that'll satisfy your needs, but I find that One Piece doesn't really focus on the fights themselves, but instead cares more about the reasons why they're fighting in the first place, and how these differing beliefs clash together. I'll stop there for now. Like I said before, there's a million reasons why you should experience this show, and I could spend hours explaining every little minute detail, but the best thing you can do for yourself, if you even have a passing interest in this series, is to just start it and go at your own pace. Trust me, it's gonna be running for at least a few more years, so it's not going anywhere. And I can almost guarantee that as you really start to get invested in their journey, those chapters start slipping away, and before you know it, you'll be waiting weekly just like the rest of us. This is a journey that you will enjoy taking, and when that last chapter finally rolls out, you can say that you were there to witness history. So stop being scared and experience One Piece in whatever form you want, and I promise you, you will not regret it. Thanks for watching.
I agree. Honestly agree. I love One Piece. Actually, wait. 1 second. Let me just quickly turn off this. So, let me go through this turn right quick, and then I'll show off a couple things I got on my desk. So first of all, everything that I'm about to show, my girlfriend got me. First of all, a glow-in-the-dark crystal Monkey D. Luffy statue. It's been falling a bit, so but it's okay. It's a crystal Monkey D. Luffy statue. And it's awesome, and I love it. And I love my girlfriend who bought it for me. Not to mention, I have 2 Funkos. My only 2 Funkos at that. Move this. Truck. Okay. So next, I got at the same time as the Funko. It is a Funko Pop of Jinbei. It's in the protector sleeve. But I need to get my own protector sleeve because I have the most recently released Funko, or at least one of the most recently released ones for One Piece. As my favorite villain of all of One Piece, Katakuri, I have a Funko Pop of him. So, I will say I love One Piece. I love Percy Jackson. I got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Percy Jackson books in my room as of right now. So yeah, I'm max damage right now. I'm actually gonna hit. But yeah, I will recommend One Piece to everybody who is on the fence about it. He made some very good points, and that's a good video to look at. Actually, the best way to think about if you want to watch it or not, the best thing to do is watch one of the movies. I would say watch... I don't know what would be the best one to do, actually. But, like, one of the movies. Like, possibly... what would be a good one to do? A good movie might be the Emperor Zed movie. Or I think it's Emperor Zed. Where you pretty much have to... It's this pretty much about this pirate hunter who is an ex-marine. It's about him and his story. And of course it's not canon, which none of it would be. But still you get to look into the characters and like some of their quirks and motivations. Wait, another 1 in a million. Really? Only 13 on the AP? It's really low. Pretty... Wait, is this all the cosmetic stuff, though? No, it's not. Huh. Not very high on the AP. I guess he has not. He's not using his sockets as well as he could. That's fine though. Okay, let's see. I need 7 more, right? Yeah, 7 more. I've been farming this for hours, for 4 hours, my lord. Is he going for like a feint? No, he's passing. I'll go for mass feint. I'm gonna set for hit regardless of if he can hit or not. It don't matter. Going for sharpened blade. All right. That's fine. I think now I hit. Yeah, I'm gonna hit regardless. Hmm. Oh, really? The crit block? That sucks. If I didn't get hit that crit block, it would have done a bit of damage, but... You gonna do anything? Don't look like... Okay, he's going for this. Headless Horseman. I'm just gonna pass, because he might... He has an AP of 17. That might not be enough, but... This one looks cool, actually, though. Wait. Nice, that's 1 down. Ink, ink, ink. No ink.
It's in our fort. Only way in without the key is in the tunnel up ahead. You want the horn? You'll never get it. The Raider Nation will crush you. Boom!
Oh wait, I got a message back from my friend. Watching my friend live, it's funny because like then I send him a screenshot and he's like, "That's hilarious," and it's the guy who uploaded the video I sent it to. So he knows that we're watching. He knows we're watching. Actually, there is nothing on him, so I can actually go for Tempest here. I got 1 blade. That might be enough for at least one of them. Go for it. 7 pip Tempest should do some good damage. It's like half base damage of Squall, which is fine. Oh yeah, kill 1. He already has a Shadow Pip, I do not. But something I didn't know, actually, until now, is that, there is actually a thing where like your shadow gauge will actually keep between fights. So like if you end a fight with like 50% shadow gauge, then next time you go into a fight, you'll be at 50% shadow gauge. Which is really cool because like you don't conserve pip, but you conserve shadow gauge. And the whole true for shadow pips as well. You don't conserve them, but you conserve the actual gauge. Squid ink, I think I got one. Good. Yep. See, he's still here? Yeah, he's still here. Okay. Alrighty, gonna start this fight, because I'm at nearly full health. Oh, he's here too? Nice. So it should be easy. Let's see. Oh, yes. Ooh, okay. So I'm actually gonna go ahead and do this on myself. He's probably been thrown for a loop right now, like, what the hell? Why is he using Spiritual Blade instead of Elemental Blade? Adieu. Actually, I can go for Scarecrow hit this round. Actually, oh yeah, I can go for Scarecrow hit. He's blading himself, which is fine. E-Blade. If I conserve, that's nice. Conservation would be nice here, but it doesn't matter if I do or not. I think conserve, that's fine. Divin. Okay, let's see. Go for Mass Feint. He might be going for a hit here, which is fine. No, he's going for blades. They have not touched us at all, which is kind of weird. Is he going for his hit? Guessing so. Scarecrow. Man, probably confused. But it's all good. For the health. Yep, that's one down. We will both for the same spell. Let's go. His one have done more damage, but like, you know what? I don't. Oh wait, it's the same. Really? Well, it's because Mass Feint, obviously, but you know. But now I have my next hit in the ring waiting for me. As long as I get the pips. Over this. It's 5,000. I got away with a few turns. I have Shadow. Oh, he has. Actually, he's probably going for it now, right? Kaboom! Ah, feint. Potent feint. Potent feint. Would a feint plus 3 blades do it? I think so. But I'm gonna let him hit. Because, like, that's probably a better choice anyways. Unless I'm hitting with bugs, it's a better choice for him to hit. Yep, that's it. Nice. Let's see. Squid Ink. Let's go. And anti-coins. Alright, go for the money and then get out. Check the crafting. It's at 40. We need 5 more. So at most, 2 more runs. Which is nice. 2 more runs at most. This is the best way to farm this Squid Ink. How long longer will I farm it though? That's the question. So with that in mind, I'm actually gonna pull up another video. Let's see. Ooh, how about this? That seems interesting.
Today,
There we go. Today. Alright, okay, so I'll take a second to go into the fight. Start the next thing, and then we'll pull the stream back. We'll pull the thing back up. Cool. Alright. And then turn this on. Oh. Okay. Quickly get through the fights. Opening turn. Cool.
Today, you probably think there's no more obscure Wizard 101 knowledge out there.
There we go.
Like every line of code's been data mined, every old promo's been talked about, and every single glitch has been found. But lucky for you, the truth is, we've only just begun.
Really?
My name's Gladrocker, and I spend my time discovering Wizard 101 facts so obscure that even veteran players don't know about. So today, let's venture down the Wizard 101 rabbit hole one more time. Let's begin. Everyone knows the rank 9 life spell Gnomes. It's awarded to all life wizards for completing their level 68 spell quest. And as of recently, it's also been added to Melinda Wu's list of trainable life spells. So really any wizard can learn it now.
That's true.
Believe it or not,
That's
the
true.
devs actually made a glaring mistake while animating this spell. Pay close attention. Can you tell what it is?
That's a boom shroom. Is that the boom? Is it the boom shroom?
The gnome's ears are completely backwards. How did KI mess that up? At first I wasn't sure if this was intentional or not, but if you look at the miniature gnomes during the beginning of the animation, all their ears face forwards. So it's safe to assume KI's artists just messed up when designing the large gnome's 3D model. And now that you see it, you'll never be able to unsee it. You're welcome.
That's actually hilarious. Yo, they should never change that. Leave that in the game.
In my second iceberg video, I talked about how peculiar it is that the term Pokemon is whitelisted in the game's text chat. I speculated that the reason for this is because at some point, KingsIsle intended to collab with Nintendo way back in the day. Sure, this was a pretty far-fetched theory of mine, considering how much larger and more popular Nintendo is than KingsIsle. Like, what would Nintendo even gain from something like this? But believe it or not, I was actually right.
Really?
Recently, I was shocked to learn about an extremely obscure official Wizard 101 Pokemon promo from way back in July 2009. For context,
Really?
back in the early 2000s, it was common for television networks to hold events known as marathons.
Yeah,
where they
marathons, I know.
broadcast multiple episodes of a TV show back to back over an extended period of time, usually to promote upcoming seasons or just to boost viewer engagement. Well, back in July 2009, Cartoon Network held a special Pokemon Marathon TV event, where they aired continuous Pokemon episodes back to back all day long. What's shocking is that KingsIsle actually partnered with Cartoon Network during this broadcast to release a limited time Wizard 101 code. No joke. In between
Really?
Pokemon episodes, the code Brock 2009, named after one of the series' longtime protagonists, popped up on the screen. Players could then redeem this code online to obtain the Death Scarab pet. Sure, it's not the greatest pet, since it only gives one Death Scarab card at Ancient, but remember, not many pets existed in the game yet in 2009, so it was pretty decent for its time. All in all, I was shocked to find out about this obscure promotional Pokemon event. I mean, Wizard 101 and Pokemon are two of my all-time favorite franchises. So to find out they were paired together in a collaboration like this over
That's
a decade
honestly
ago
really
is
cool.
just incredible. I wish I experienced this event myself. Hey, if my 11-year-old self was watching Pokemon.
Hey,
at the
Deep,
time
I
and saw
warned you.
Wizard 101
I warned you.
pop up,
Grandfather Spider is hard as fuck. Do not try to solo that. Do not. Do not. I was telling you about it.
Anyone that's quested through Chrysalis knows that at the end of the world,
Because the minion absorbs 90% of the damage the boss takes until it dies, and also just cuts 30% damage off.
you
Do
see him
not.
perched up on some raised
Do not
ground.
try to do that
You
solo.
approach him. The music stops. He delivers some ominous words as he releases his children to take over
I'm
the
not
reins
even-
of the very
yeah, I-
next arc.
Yeah, no,
It's
it's
a
that
chilling
bad.
cutscene that introduces a whole new threat into the game's plot, leaving the player frightened of what
Wait.
lies ahead.
Okay, cool, kills.
But here's an interesting bug I bet you didn't know about. If you come back to this exact same spot later on and step up onto the raised ground, the music stops as if the cutscene's going to play all over again. Seriously, try it out yourself. It seems like Kai accidentally forgot to remove the part of the game's code that cuts out the background music when you step onto the ledge again. How did they manage that?
I think
It's worth
that's-
noting that the background music will stay turned off until you enter a new zone. So if you want, you could just endlessly roam around Bastion in silence. I honestly find it pretty creepy how the joyful Bastion theme just cuts out entirely as the game goes completely silent.
Honestly, I
reminding you
like
of the
that.
tragedies that took place here in the past.
I think that's exactly what it's
Thank you
for.
to Gojo Games 7799 for showing me this. Fishing is an optional feature of the game that often goes overlooked by most players, since it's not necessary for questing. And who are we kidding? It's extremely tedious too.
It is.
But it's a great way to obtain rare gear, mounts, and housing items, so it's definitely worth getting into. I bet you didn't know, there's a neat little Easter egg hidden in one of the fishing spells. Take a look at Charm Fish, a spell used for drawing in all fish towards the caster. It's useful for hard-to-reach fishing spots that you can't stand on, like all the lava pools in Dragonspire. Now pay close attention as I cast Charm Fish in this pond. Notice anything? If the audio sounds familiar, that's because Charm Fish uses the same exact sound effect as the original unicorn spell.
Oh!
It's a super nostalgic melody that veteran players will appreciate, especially because KI removed it from the unicorn spell during the summer 2020 update. when they
Oh,
updated
okay,
the
that's
audio
cool.
of several spells. What a shame. Oh, and it is worth noting that you can still hear this melody today during the animation of Sacred Charge. Looks like KI forgot to remove it. In my first Iceberg video,
I
talked about
remember those
3
sounds.
iconic Wizard 101 TV commercials that aired in November 2012, each depicting a scene from the original Malastare fight. These beautifully animated cinematic masterpieces captivated fans. You really couldn't find a more highly praised Wizard 101 animation than these 3 commercials at the time. Which is why I'm shocked most players don't know about a 4th, lesser-known TV commercial that was animated just as masterfully.
Wait, really?
This
There's
one
4?
aired 1 year later, in June 2013, to promote the release of Wizard 101's PvP tournaments. The commercial begins with a live-action segment showing 4 wizards in a locker room, dressed in school-themed outfits. Fire, ice, storm, and death. They proceed to walk down a hallway in slow motion. Then the commercial switches to 3D animation as the cast enters a massive...
That's actually really cool.
Here we see an impressively animated Jade Oni spell, as well as an Ice Wand spell, what appears to be Mass Sacrifice, also known as Kiss of Death, I don't know what this is, a Storm Wand spell, and finally a Meteor Strike. The whole commercial's animated in a style that once again trumps anything we see in the actual game. It's complete eye candy, and it invokes a great sense of nostalgia watching it today, even though I personally never watched it back when it aired.
Oh, that's
I'm
actually
just shocked
so
it doesn't get
cool.
as much love as the 3 Malastare ones. Do any of you actually remember this commercial? If you do, let me know in the comments.
You know what? We just simply need a good.
Once your wizard reaches level 100,
We need something
you
more
gain
Wizard 101
access
Wizard
to
101
Castle
content.
Darkmoor, a challenging side dungeon where you explore the castle and defeat Malastare once again to earn your first Shadow Enhanced school spell. It's honestly a really fun experience that still holds up in difficulty to this day. Here's a really neat bug though that most players don't know about.
Of course it's bugged.
After defeating Malastare and talking to Tatiana, your final task is simply talking to Dworgen in the Death School to wrap up the quest. But as soon as you enter the Death School, you'll notice a fully functioning Cyrus Drake, the Myth School professor, standing next to Dworgen. I mean, it makes sense why he's here, because he gets a few dialogue lines of his own, but he shouldn't be offering spells here.
I think it's
Normally, when a
hilarious.
professor is seen outside of their own school, they don't train spells. So the fact that KI accidentally left him the ability to interact with Cyrus here to train myth spells just feels so weird. What's even weirder is that not every trainable myth spell is listed here. This version of Cyrus Drake only offers a subset of all the myth spells you can normally train from him in the myth school. Several spells are just straight up missing. Is Cyrus so shaken up by the Death School that he forgot how to teach them? It just feels weirdly uncanny seeing him out of place like this offering myth spells. Oh, and after you talk to Dworgen, he does go away.
I find that hilarious.
This next fact may not be as obscure as the others, but I still find it super cool. Did you know, if you pay close attention, you can actually hear when a spell's going to fizzle during the beginning of its casting animation.
Really?
And that's because there's extremely subtle audio differences between both the successful and the fizzled version of each school's spell cast. For example, the myth casting animation's by far the easiest to distinguish. Take a listen. Notice the slight difference? The other schools are a bit harder to distinguish, but with enough practice, you can actually get good at telling them apart.
I didn't quite hear it.
Remember when the PvP arena got a complete makeover back in April 2022? This was a big deal for players, because it was the first time KI ever redesigned an area. Originally, since the game's launch in 2008, the arena just consisted of a small entrance room with PvP kiosks leading into a circular duel area in the middle, followed by an identical room in the back. And for 14 whole years, the only slight tweaks KI ever made to the arena were just closing off the public PvP ring in January 2009,
I remember.
adding NPCs fighting that you can spectate in July 2018, and adding Beast Moon kiosks in July 2019. So it was quite a change up when KI finally decided
Oh shit, wait, I
to
didn't realize
renovate
this.
the entire zone in April 2022. Here, they greatly expanded the space by adding several new vendors, separating the PvP and Beast Moon kiosks into different sections, and even adding a section for the monthly decathlon event. I personally loved this change. It was smart of KI to combine all the game's competitive modes into one main hub. But here's a funny oversight the devs failed to catch when the update went live. If you had a wizard previously inside the old arena, depending on where your wizard was standing, it would get stuck out of bounds in the new arena. For instance, the wizard you're looking at right now was originally standing in the old arena's duel circle. And because the shape of the arena was modified, this wizard's coordinates now lie out of bounds after the update. I'm surprised KI didn't just prevent this by teleporting all wizards from the arena to the commons or something.
That's
Guess
funny.
they didn't expect this. Oh, if you haven't yet, please subscribe to my channel.
Imagine
It
somebody
helps
was out
me
of
grow,
bounds walking
and it tells me you
around.
wanna see more videos
That'd be
like
hilarious.
this. Thanks everyone. You rock.
Actually, let me cook my backpack real quick.
Some of the coolest pieces of Wizard 101 history are what I like to call Test Realm oddities, or things that were introduced during Test Realm, but then either scrapped or changed.
I have 3 more couch
Live
potatoes. Oh
Realm.
my lord.
Here's one that you probably don't know. You know that rank 9 death spell Dr. Von's monster? The one that references the Marleybone boss Dr. Von Katzenstein, which itself is a reference to the real-world fictional character Dr. Frankenstein? So a reference to a reference? Well, during Zafaria's test realm in November 2011, this spell actually had a completely different name.
Really?
Katzenstein's monster. But for some reason, KingsIsle decided to change it to Dr. Von's monster before the update went live. I'm not really sure why they made this
probably kinda
change.
shorter.
In fact, I prefer the original name more, because Katzenstein's monster sounds closer to Frankenstein's monster. Funny enough though, you can actually still catch a glimpse of its original name in the official Zafaria update notes even to this day, because KingsIsle forgot to update the graphic showcasing these new level 68 spells. I think that's pretty cool. Let me ask you a question you probably never thought about. Which set of professors do you think is smarter? The Ravenwood professors or the Arcanum scholars? You'd think the answer would be the Arcanum scholars, because you don't access them until you're over level 100. And I mean, just look at them. Sorry, Melinda, but I'm trusting this telepathic koala over you. Why am I asking this? Well, weirdly enough, players have reported inconsistencies regarding the level requirements for trainable spells between both sets of professors. For example, take a look at this tweet from Master Juan. Here, you can see Professor Falmea's level requirement for training Fire Dragon is 52. Yet Ignis Ferric's level requirement for training Fire Dragon is 55. My headcanon is just that the Arcanum Scholars are worse professors since they're more focused on saving the world than teaching in their classrooms.
That makes
so it
sense.
takes your wizard a higher level to learn from them. But yeah, all jokes aside, this was obviously just a bug. And we know this for sure because according to the devs, it was never intended. And immediately after this tweet was made, it was patched. So now all the level requirements match up between both sets of professors.
Yeah, okay, they fixed it.
I don't know about you, but I love learning about retired pets. Especially ones that have been retired from the game for over a decade. Like the
Ooh.
Storm Beetle I covered in my second iceberg
Yeah.
video. Now allow me to introduce you to a retired pet so obscure that I'm sure you've never heard of. The Frostzilla. It has quite the history, too.
Really?
Back during the Advanced Pets update in May 2010, KI released 3 new pets, all using the same pet body. The first generation Icezilla, which gave an Icezilla card, the first generation Frostzilla, which gave a Stormzilla card, and the hybrid Frostzilla, which also gave a Stormzilla card. Except, I already lied. I told you these pets were released during the Advanced Pets update, but the Icezilla technically was never released at all. It was added during Test Realm, but was scrapped before so it's literally impossible for any player to legitimately own one today. And fun fact, KI also planned on introducing a brand new Maycast Frost Beetle talent called Beetle Time, which was exclusive to the Icilla's talent pool, meaning now both the Icezilla pet and the Beetle Time talent are completely extinct. The first generation Frostzilla did make it past Test Realm, but only for a short time before being retired a few months later in the very July 2010 update. For those short 2 months though, before its retirement, players could obtain it as a drop from the Labyrinth boss Silver Sentinel. Finally, there's the hybrid Frostzilla. Nothing special here. This pet's still regularly obtainable from hatching a Stormzilla with an Ice Colossus pet to this day. You can easily find one in the kiosk. But yeah, those first 2 versions have become extremely obscure parts of Wizard 101's history. Of course, no one can legitimately own an Icezilla pet today, since it was scrapped during Test Realm. But let me know in the comments if you were lucky enough to obtain the first generation Frostzilla as a drop from the Silver Sentinel boss during its 2-month window before retirement. In my second Iceberg video, I talked about the infamous Dragonspire gear exploit, where KI completely forgot to set the level requirement on several gear drops when the world first came out in January 2009, allowing low-level wizards to abuse them in PvP. And although I did find evidence in the May 2009 update notes of KI clearly adding level requirements to several pieces of Dragonspire gear, I was never able to find actual video proof of a low-level wizard having kept these items equipped after the patch. And believe me, I tried finding gameplay footage, but let's face it, the odds of finding footage of such an obscure Wizard 101 exploit from over a decade ago are incredibly low. But not impossible, because recently I finally came across actual video evidence of a level 27 wizard equipped with a level 45 and up Dragonspire hat.
Wow!
As you can see, even after KI added the level requirement, the hat hasn't been removed from this player, and we finally have the footage to show it. As a dedicated Wizard 101 historian myself, finally discovering video
nice to be old Cobb, nice.
So groundbreaking and satisfying.
Good for you, man. Now you're on to Empyrea. Good luck.
I mean, I dedicate my life to this stuff, so I'm super happy to share this footage with all of you.
That's that. All right. Time to hit. You know what? That's enough out screen capture. But nice. You know, actually, Deep, that means you... Yeah. He is the hardest boss that you have fought to date. For sure. But I will say, you might get to where I am right now. You might get there before I finish farming. Wait, what do I get? Gear, spring, magma piece. Oh. I have to get 5 more. I have to get 5 more of these things. This is like one of the first bosses in Empyrea, though. So you might get here while I'm still farming it. Because this is the best place in the game to farm this thing. And it's like, oh, I'll get it from side quests. It's okay, I'll get some from side quests as I go, and then I'll farm later. Well, they stopped giving me side quests for it. So what the hell am I supposed to do except for farm it? God damn it, King's Eye, let me... Hell's Horseman did more damage. Yeah, I think like non-lifesteal spells actually do more damage. I'm probably, that sounds right. That sounds correct. But usually it's better to have lifesteal spells just because they're better and stronger in every way. Like that meme, bigger, better, stronger, but bigger, better, stronger path. You know, but yeah, Deep, you are progressing quick, because that is the last, Old Cobb, aka Grandmaster's grandfather Spider, is the last fight in all, in the entirety of Mirage. So you're done with Mirage. Congratulations. Let me actually pull up Discord. Okay, and now I go for this. New character after you have to go through that. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Don't kill me, please. I'll die if I get hit again. Okay, go for bugs. Bugs should do it. Bugs on deck. Slinging my bugs out. I'm hoping to get this done today though, cause like watching other people stream, like I was watching QT stream last night, doing some of this, and I could not get the drops for the life of me. Like I need what, 5 more? Can I get at least 1? 10, please? Nope. The drop rate is so bad. And I've had to go through... I've been at this for 4.5 hours, and that's all I've done today. For one reagent, for one craft. I'm gonna get some good mileage out of this. I hope I do. Because then if not, then I'll be so sad. Do I actually have... Okay. Do I have any quests that give me this stuff? No, it's all regular stuff. That's pure ether. So yeah, this is the only way I have to get it right now. I want to finish this today though, because like, when you farm something for like a couple days, you want to finish it. You want to get done with it. But are you gonna do a new wizard so you can actually catch up and then see your and do the fight again? I would not recommend doing it again though, because it's not a fun fight unless you have like a bigger squad. But I need to get this finished. Like, it's at most 2 more runs if I get max luck. But then again, this is Wizard 101. This is King's Out we're talking about. I'm not getting max luck. I ain't getting max luck. That doesn't exist in this game. Yeah, I think the only schools I can catch up that fast is like Storm and Life. Because Storm has the damage output, and you won't be like walking back from spawn every like 2 minutes because like you keep dying, because Life will just keep you alive for ages. Also, you have good damage output when you get Stormlord. Or not Stormlord, Force Lord. But one thing I do like though, or actually, You know, they should have... What they should have done, actually, now that I think about it, is they should have reversed Stormlord and Triton. Like, not just like the models on the... Not just the models, not like the actual spells. And like the importance of them and whatnot. Because, technically... Life in Storm, that sounds like it'd be a good time. But they should have swapped around Triton and Stormlord in terms of who's when. Not in terms of spell effects, though. Because when it comes to the Elemental Schools 7-pip AoEs, it is the Titans. You have the Frost Giant, you have the Fire Dragon, and then Stormlord, which is like, that's something random. That's not even close. That's not even close to the Triton. You got that's your 6-pip. What are you doing there? Too early. I think that'd be cool, but they ain't gonna change it. After all, Stormlord's like, oh yeah, it's based on Zeus. I don't care about that though. Like, in-world lore is more important than real-life relations. That's why we haven't seen Miley Cyrus or no Selena Gomez. We haven't seen Selena Gomez in 10 years. Cool, that's one down. 4 more. 4 left. 4 fights max left. Yeah, I'm not saying get rid of the spell. I'm just saying move the animation of Stormlord down to the 6-pip instead of the 7-pip. Make it a 6-pip single target and make Triton 7-pip AoE. keep the effects of everything. Keep the damage and everything the same. Don't swap that around with the just what's on the spells. 7-pip AoE Triton gives a stun, or 6-pip Stormlord. I think that would be better because like it's more in line with the lore. I think that would be neat. But then again, the hell is happening with the death stuff anyway, or with the stuff for all the other stuff anyways, because like, oh yeah, there's a Scarecrow, Bigfoot, and then yeah, Triton or no, I know, okay, so the spells that they have, you have Stormlord, which is like 690 base, and Triton's a little bit less, and it's a single target. Triton's your 6-pip, and Stormlord's 7. Yeah, Triton. Yeah, Triton. It doesn't do that much. Like, it does like closer to 5 something, maybe 600. It's not overpowered, but like it's when you need a secondary hitting spell early game, it's really nice. Did I get another one? Wait, one more. Okay, wait. Nickel. Okay. Okay, so still 4 more fights maximum left. Let me actually pull it up. I can pull it up right now, actually. Spell writing, storm spells, Triton, right here. Triton. Oh wait, no, it is 800 base. Holy shit, it is. It's 795, 875 base. Holy shit. That is a good 6-pip. Like, what about the other 6-pips? What about all these 6-pips? I'm gonna read that. Okay, let's see, go back to spell pack. Do I have any of those 6-pips? I do, I have this one. Because you have 6-pip on Wraith is 500. It does 300 extra damage to go to Wraith. Jesus. Train does so much damage. I thought it'd be more in line with everything else, but no, Triton's just overpowered. It just does so much damage. No wonder why it carried me through so many early fights. Holy. Okay, no. This fight's not that difficult. I just need to get to the end game without having an issue. But then again, it'll be okay. It'll be all okay. It'll be all okay. Okay, this is actually a good place for me to be right now. Not anymore. Now I could be nuked. I don't like that. I probably need to go eat here soon, but I want to finish this up. I need 4 more drops. Do this. That's all those out the way. And then do this. Hit me. Hit me, babe. Ooh, it's gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt a lot. Okay. Oh, crit block. Nice. Thank you. Ow. That was 3,000 damage. Okay, one more turn, then I hit. Okay, that hurt. Oh god. Don't crit. Block it. No, I'm dead. I'm dead, aren't I? No, I lived? What? Is my resist that good? Okay, that's a bounce plate. Okay, that's fine. I just need to not get hit this next round. I'm good. Okay, here we go. Going for glow bugs. The chance of me getting hit here is low. Okay, that's fine. That's 1 out of 2. It's 50%. Okay. That's good. Okay, good. Got it. Got it. Bugs time. Ooh, got it. Okay. Please give me at least 1. That way, if I do end now, I have 3 more to get off stream. I wanted to get it today, which is kind of sad because I didn't do anything today except for this. There goes one guy. He should be dead. Yep, 18,000. Damn. Okay, I didn't think I got any. Oh, wait. Cobalt. Cobalt. Should I go for one more run, hope for another... Or should I just go... What's this? Oh, it's just a regular dragon mount. You know what, someone's here, I might as well go in. What level are they? Looking at their stats. I should be first in the fight, right? Yeah. They have, looks like they're lower level than me. Ice Prism. Why do you need that? You have a Storm user here that will hit. I'm not gonna be that guy who is like always gonna assume he's gonna hit. Oh, come on, Ganondorf. Ganon's a dork. That's why he's Ganondork. Oh, he's gianting this early? They ain't gonna do much unless he's really high level, which doesn't look like they're that high level. Also, who the hell is Kenneth? I don't know, but they're max level, so I'm keeping it here. What's their AP? Oh, wow, 42. Oh, it's only 40. It's 42. Okay, that's actually good. What's my AP, actually? What is my AP by chance? It's not 42, that's for sure. But let me see. Okay, it might be... Actually, I think it's like in the 20s or 30s. Oh, yeah, let me do that. True friend code. Let's go. Alright, and then more. Oh. There we go, okay. There we go, there you are. Now you can TP into the fight early. You want to TP into the fight early and just... Nah, just joking, just joking. Oh, here we go. There's a damage. There's a hit. There's a hit and spell. What this guy doing? He's doing nothing. Who is this? Or you're gonna take you're gonna win easily with Scarecrow? Well, good luck when you fight a giant sheep who hates his job. Nice. Ink, 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 ink.
You don't have the key either, do you? If you came for the horn, it's in our fort. Only way in without the key is in the tunnel up ahead.
Yes, it's a big buff sheep. And he is a reference to something. You'll never guess what he's a reference to. You'll never guess. It's totally not anything Batman related. Totally not Batman. Although I realize now that a lot of people don't really utilize their Archmastery pips all that well. Because Archmastery pips no, it's something that it's definitely not from Batman though. Definitely a Batman thing. But no, it's people don't use their Archmastery pips well because like they're an ice mage, obviously, judging by the whole blue aesthetic. But they're using ice pips instead of like using another pip type. Like, what I used to do is I would literally go into like balance pips for reshuffle. But nowadays, I just, sling around death pips. Although I do say, how good is Iron Sultan actually? Now I think about it, like the divided ones, because Iron Sultan's not that overpowered, really. It's not that good. Because, like, this is right off of you getting, like, the overpowered goat of a spell in the form of freaking Stormbug Squall. And you get Riscala, which is actually pretty good. And then you get Sultan, which isn't as good. But, like, it's not terrible. It's just that the base damage isn't really enough. Like, if it's a one-hitter, it's pretty good. But then, like, if it's not a one-hitter, it's not nearly as good as, like, anything else. So I'm pretty sure those divided ones are actually not that good. Because, like, then you got, like, other ones, like, you got Krahulu, or, is that his name? Cruel Hulu? The death one, who is, AoE with Lightsteel, which is really nice. You got, like, all the good ones. Cobalt, Red Hux. Okay, so I have not got one yet. The game doesn't want me to finish farming. Alright, Davis, time to fight. Okay, so... Okay, this is where the boss is. Okay. Yo, he's using pips early. That's good. That's goated. The boomerang. Actually, so Deep, what do you think is going to be the next world to be released into the game? I know many people think it's like going to be a Pyro 101 world that hasn't been released in Wizard 101 yet. I forgot what it's called, but it's like a Wild West styled one, which I don't think is going to be the case. Like, what's a major country they have not done? Actually, have they done France? They might do a France-based country here soon, because France is like very, very culturally mentioned and very... Wild West is one of the last one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Wild West one. Wait, actually being added to the game? Are they actually adding that? Or is it just like the next one they're adding? Or is that the last one will be added? Oh, wait. I don't know, okay. But I feel like they're gonna add something based on France here soon. Oh yeah, it's in Pyro. Oh, the Wild West one's in Pyro 101 and it's in like a... It is? That's the max? I thought that was, I thought that was Wallaroo. So wait, am I thinking of the wrong world? Like the Wild West world from Pirate 101? I know it's in something. Oh, okay, Wallaroo is like the... Wallaroo is the Outback. Oh, I'm being nuked. Oh, I'm dead. This is why I don't use Frenzy or Berserk. This is why I don't use Frenzy or Berserk, because I'm too frail to die easily. That's why I haven't gone for hit yet. We should go for hit. Why are they fainting again? They just go for hit. If they could. But, no, Waller is the Outback. So I think the wait on doing anything like that... I think it's gonna be like a France coming up, because they have... Because first they released Marleybone, which is based on like England and London. Then they released, like actually country-based wise, Safari is based on like Africa, obviously. They had Avalon, which is... Avalon's not really based in that country though, it's more like the Welsh area though. They also have... They have Chrysalis isn't really based on anything. Polaris is based on Russia. They also has bases in France. I don't think it was France in that case though. Because they have Germany and Caramel. So yeah. And Mirage is based on more like Saudi Arabia type stuff. Mushu is based on like feudal Japan. And like Krokotopia is based on Egypt. And Aztec is based on Central America. So, like, they wouldn't... I don't think there's actually much... Well, Avalon is based on, like, the Arthurian legends, which I'm pretty sure is Welsh. King Arthur is from the Welsh. Yeah, it says the Welsh. Ink. Let's go, I'm getting more ink. Getting inked up. But yeah, I mean, it's Welsh. It's a Welsh myth. It's a Welsh folktale. So it's based on more Welsh myths and stuff. That's why there's like a... I think there's Kelpies? But 3 more. At most, 1 more run. Or at least. It could be in 1 run, could be in 2, could be in 17. Who knows? The amount of time it takes me to get 3 of 1 item. Should be fun. This is a bad opening. No blue blade, no sharpened blades. Oh, this fight's always the roughest one of these, though. This is online. Oh, whoa. Where's their gear? I'll look in a minute. Okay. Here's this a whole lot. Because they have... So I have that Franken Bunny. With crit. They have flashy space boots, which have a good amount of... Okay, it has better... That's better than what I got. Pandemonium plate mail. It's better... It's the worst in terms of damage and HP. And power pip, but it has tons of resist, but like it's only storm resist. I would not use the Pandemonium thing right there. And this is the Hierarch's Reflector hat. Which is actually pretty good. It has less stats compared to my Dorgan's hood, but like, or has more than my Dorgan's, which is fine actually. For me, it's fine. You know, it'd be cool if we had 2 mods in chat. That would be nice. Why does my thing say 4 viewers? When did that happen? I'm guessing it's updating currently, but you know what? It's okay. I click bugs and I go for kill a minion. Or I kill both. Ooh, Stormlord. Oof. That is gonna hurt a little bit. Hey, YouTube chatter. That's rare. Hello, YouTube chatter. If you're a Harvey, then sorry to say we aren't watching more of your videos right now. Because I'm playing the game. I'm trying to finish my farming. Big farmer. This should do it, though. Yeah, it's easily more than enough. More than enough. And then pierce through, it's 44. Oh, it's a lot, yeah. Is that, wait, was that one? Nope. Alright. Come on, just give me, like, one more. Okay. I wish you could sell Flying Squidding in the bazaar and then subsequently like, obtain it from the bazaar. I wish it was worthwhile doing that because like I would surf the bazaar if I could. Like that would be such a good idea. Cause it's like such a sought out reagent that like, oh yeah, I can go for it and getting in the bazaar. It's like, oh no, you can't because no one's gonna sell in the bazaar. No one's that crazy enough. No one's crazy enough to actually sell something so valuable in the bazaar. Because even if you keep it... I mean, even if they... I mean, I'm pretty sure those bots are... if you are using it, you can have your whole account banned because of it. And it's like, no... Like, they had that in the video, but like... I don't think it's as bad as it is normally. Or as it was before. It's much more... It's like one item they want and they just snipe it. That's probably one of them too, is Flying Squid Ink. So like, even if I did find it in the bazaar, it wouldn't be there. I would be lucky if I could get it from there. But let me actually quickly check. Where are we at right now? In terms of the stuff. On my phone, I'm going to creator dashboard. We are currently at 37 followers. 387. Actually, while I'm actually waiting for turns to pass, I can actually pull up my achievements tab. Here we go. Go here. Muted. That's fine. Achievements, because like there should be days coming off my thing for affiliate. Oh yeah, my average streamer stuff is going up. Yeah, because there's like less days that are like really low viewer count. There's like two 0.4s and a 0.1, but once that 0.1 goes out, then you know what? Then like that will severely help. Wait, is that one of them? No, I didn't get it. Man, this is brutal. Oh, hello, people. Wait. Oh, man. Azteca mobs are... So, yeah, the thing with Azteca mobs, though, is that, like, at the end of Chrysalis, like the mobs just kind of take a dip in like health. So like it is harder to kill stuff over there. It is harder over there because they kind of just dip the quality, not the quality, the health counts dipped like immediately afterwards. And even in, like in Empyrea, let me limit the bosses. Like this rank 15 minion is at 2300 health. I could one tap that thing. I can sneeze on it and it would die. Like literally. But this is taking way too long to do. I want to get back to doing quests and not just farming the same thing over and over again. For a hope at getting one specific item 45 times. They need to not do this again. You know what? Actually, in that case, if I'm having so much, where's my lever for my chair? I don't know. But you know what? In the future, I am not farming dragoons. Even though I'm like there, right there where I can farm it. I'm not farming dragoons. That now seems like a bad idea, and I'm not gonna do it. Because, like, I already have Dorgan's Hood, which I'm not changing out. I have Malistair's Cloak, which is really good. And the only thing that's really neat if he changes the boots. And I would use, like, Vanguard Amulet. Period Pixel. Oh! You mean like pork and beans? It's like, oh, hello, I am pork. And this is my trusted advisor, Beans. Like, God damn it, pork, I'm not an advisor, I'm a doctor. I like beans, but I don't like pork. Pork is weird. Okay, there is no shadow spell on deck right now, so I'm not gonna die. I'm not gonna spontaneously combust. But how's everyone doing? See those 4 people in here. I just wanna get to know everybody. Have a good time, you know? I know I'm having a good time. No, I'm not actually. I'm farming flying squid ink. For one crafting recipe. This stuff is so hard to farm. There we go. There we go. That's another one down. One more ink, please. Yes, that's one more. Okay, cool. One more ink. Let's go. Okay. 2 more inks to go. 2 more inks. 2 more inks to go. I'm going to quickly mark and go back to Arcanum. Go back to Arcanum so I can grab a few things from Arcanum. Oh, wait. There is a pest problem in my house. It is just exploding gnats or no? It's just Brink one? Brink one, yeah. Let's see. Pest. Bug bolt. Any harvest I can do? No, it's fine. Alright. I can actually check on my other garden too here in a second. Okay, let's see. Backpack, housing. Okay. Make sure I have it equipped. Yes, I do. Go home. I can also place down another King Parsley. Oh, wait. Oh, they need stuff now. Wait. So, let's see. Go to treasure cards. Let's see. First of all, what rank pest is it? It's rank 1. So, I want to go over to my pest spells. And do rank 1 pests right about here, because I only see them around this area. Not good now? Nope, I didn't see it over here. Okay. I just wasted mana or energy. It's fine though, because like I can just go get treasure cards now. Do flood. And then do Flute Symphony. Just saves me time. He's got everything close to... Oh, wow. They're young now, but they're not close to mature. Actually, let's see. Gardening. Do I actually have another Ultra... Do I have another King Parsley in here? I do have more couch potatoes, but I'm not going to play with those right now. I do have 2 King Parsleys. Do I have an Ultra? I do. Okay, so I have 2 regular Kings and 1 Ultra. Soil, so medium, like one over here. Where's the Ultra at? The Ultra's over here. Put a regular alongside. Okay, so this is for another regular and then an Ultra like over here. So I'm trying to get as many, because like, since couches like King Parsleys, I'm eventually gonna have a whole ring of King Parsleys around these couch potatoes. And then treasure cards. Plant all. Actually, you know what? It's fine. I'm just gonna grab seeds and grab my Ultra King Parsley first. And put it like, oh, actually, I'll put it over, yeah, over here. Over here will be good. And then King Parsley. Oh, wait, up. Treasure cards. Actually, some. Summons pixies. Yay. Actually, how far along is this one? Not much farther than the others. Like, there is no drastic difference. Which is fine. Back to this, though. Because I am 2 off. 2 reagents. 2 more reagents and I'm done with this. So I want to get them both. Like, I can get them in 1 run. Like, if I get lucky, again, both in 1 run, I'm done. No, I might just actually just summon in minions to help me. For these next 2 fights. I'll do, like, low level, like 50, like 40, I guess. 40 will do. Shop. Level 40. I think do 40 Storm. There we go. Okay. He's hitting. Actually, wait. Yo, stand up. Grab my lever. There we go. There we go. Now I'm up. Now I'm up in the sky. Okay, let's see. How far? He did like barely any damage. He's doing barely any damage, and he's targeting the elite, which is fine. I'll take it. Like, this is why I summoned him. Eat the shields. Eat them. Make way for the king. Oh, what the hell, man? You're supposed to be better than me. Or supposed to be... No, you're not. You're actually supposed to be worse than me by like 90 levels. Nearly 100 levels. Oh, God. He's just here to be a sponge. A damaged sponge. He's passing. Do this and this. Now that I know this mechanic, I actually have been using it quite a bit. Okay, now, buddy. Mr. Minion, you must do your job. Break the shield. Good boy. Break the shield. Break it for me. This is your only goal in life, is to break that storm shield. Imagine you're a NPC wizard, and you're like, okay, well, what am I doing here today? What am I doing? Oh, Lord, is this Empyrea? And like, oh, why am I here? And you get close to like, why am I here? What am I here to doing? Why am I here to suffer? It's like, yes. You are here to suffer. At my benefit. No other reason to be here. Except for my benefits. Kind of sucks though, because he's taking damage now. Oh, he's gone. He's dead. He died. He died to that. Okay, now I'm actually stunned, so I can pass. He's done his job. That's fine. It's not as bad. It's like 20% difference. Clawback will be good. Boing, boom. Alright. So, actually, you know what? I'll make... once I get it, I'll craft it. Because, like, I feel like I might as well at this point. That's that one down. Okay. Good drops. Good drops. I see one reagent. That's one more. Okay. Alright, we have one more to go. Make sure. Yep. One more ink. So deep, are you here yet, or are you just are you still doing some pre-Empyrea stuff? Because I am almost done with my farming, and it's been so long since the last I've been not farming. Oh, you be the trickster? So are you? So you're in Empyrea. You're in Empyrea itself, or no? That's in the Arcanum. Trickster's in the Arcanum. You got the spell, which means now you're heading off to Empyrea. Or are you doing all the side quest stuff, or not the side quest, but like the pre-Empyrea stuff? Yeah, you're about to go. Yeah, I think I'll be done by then. I think I'll be done by the time you get here. You'll be in the second. You'll be on the same world as me. Also, is Brian online? No, there's no Brian. But like, look at you. Look at your character. You have. Wait, this. Wait. Ooh, wait. You still have this? You still. Oh, you still have. Oh, you still have the waterworks gear. You still have waterworks gear on. Okay. And let's see what you got. Ooh. Okay. So. Let me see. Okay. So one thing I will say from what I've learned and what I've experienced, damage jewels are shit. I would recommend swapping them out for pierce gems or pierce jewels if you can get your hands on some. Like I have a couple and it's so nice. It's actually so nice. Cause like all those shields and all that resist just kind of melts away. And it's like you don't rely on gear for it either. Yeah, pierce, because like the damage jewels, they only add like a, instead of adding percent damage like pet talents, gear, like anything like that, it adds like base damage. Like it does plus 23 to the damage before it calcs. So and pierce is way more useful than raw damage. I still have a damage jewel, but that's only because I don't have any pierce jewels. So like let me actually wait. Here, okay. Okay, let me check my let me look at my character actually. Advanced stats, AP. Oh, wait, no, is it here? AP. My AP is 27. So just from my medallion, so I got 4 from my medallion, 6 from my Malastairs, and then 6. I have 11 just from my gems. So 11% gets pierced. And that's just base. And Dorgan's does 3 on my death. So it's really nice. Hi Davis. Be the last time I have to fight you, please. One more fight. One more fight. Have this be it. Yeah, but yeah, Pierce is a whole lot better than the damage. Because if it was damage percent, it would be broken, but it's not. So it's better to just use the Pierce. So you might have seen it earlier, but like through a 25 or a 50% trap, I can pierce through half of it, which is not anything at all. Just not much resistance at all at that point. And like against other storm enemies, I can just hit them right away because like even if it's like, even with all that pierces or all that those base stats, it kind of just gets melted through. Makes it very easy to actually fight things of the same school. Because you pierce through one thing with every single enemy you hit. So like if an enemy has a tower shield, an elemental shield of the school you're hitting with, and resist. So if like you're an ice wizard hitting against an ice mob, and the ice wizard has a ice shield and a tower shield, only one of those will actually be pierced through, but like still, it's more damage nonetheless. It keeps your damage minimum from being too low. They both hold in the pips actually right now, so I might as well go for this. Right. How much damage? Damage percent, I'm not sure. I have to check here in a second. But like it's over 100 at least. It's over 100. It's not too high though, because like I'm not running Dorgan, so it's not the greatest. But like once I get access to dual school gear, it'll be nice. Very nice. Actually, pull up my spreadsheet. My handy little spreadsheet. Let's see. Oh, okay. So the jewels, they do base damage, not damage percent, I'm pretty sure. Unless I'm wrong. Okay, let's see. 130 gear. The Merciless gear is 150. Seven-piece, you know, 7-piece Dragoons might actually not be that bad. But then again, here we go. Then again, looking through Merciless. So that's Supreme, Fractal Eon, Raid Gear, Chibalba set, Fractal Eon, level 170. $18 base damage? Holy crap. 37 storm, 7 storm pierce, 20 storm damage, and 9 storm damage pierce, 43 storm damage, and then 7 storm damage pierce. It's really good. The Fierce Dream Reaver stuff's gonna be really good. I'm almost there. Please, just give it to me. Just give me that last piece. Let me pull it up. Okay. So, pull up my character statistics. So, yeah. This is 100%, 102% damage through everything I have on. But this is 23 damage plus, because it's percent and plus. So, this is the percent right here. This is the plus. So, it's adding 23 damage on top of what I have now. It's like if I go to my backpack and go find that, it's like, I think one of these? No, Flag Ops. This. Okay. A fixed circle jewel. But you can also, like, the damage, there's sparkling hematite. But yeah, I don't have any piercing right now, actually, which is kind of sad, but you know, it's fine. This is 116. Do I have anything higher than 116? No, I don't. On the health. What's square? Shiny defense, which is 26. Oh, wait. Oh, that's a healing. Wait, I can shatter that. Circle. So it's circle has like damage, critical, and pierce. So actually, I have them over here. So, yep. So I have two right here. So I have my polished piercing amethyst, 6% and 5%. So you can probably craft them too, which is nice. So it shouldn't be that hard to get. You just start crafting. Grab the proper jewel from the shop for the recipe, and then you just start crafting. You can't craft like too high level. That's restricted to different worlds, but still could be really good. But yeah, I mean, it's better to have the pierce over the plus damage. Actually, I'm gonna keep looking at all this stuff, because, like, we're at 160, 150, 130. Yeah, 130 is meant to be Vanguard. Vanguard or Dragoons. But, like, I ain't going for Dragoons. Like, that's a waste of my time. It's like, how hard is it to craft that stuff, I'm pretty sure. It's like Vanguard, 1, 2. Also, the set bonus isn't that good. It's like it's... I don't think it's good for after... It gets good after a bit, but like not that good. Oh, so you haven't done crafting quests, so you're stuck. Okay. Then you can probably farm it somewhere, but like, let me actually look at death gear, what it's recommended. Because like you're at about level 1, you're getting close to 130 though. There's a really good robe you can get coming up. There's a wand you can get. Oh yeah, the wand, but you can't get it because you have to craft it. You can't do dragoons because like you can't craft.
Oh, you don't have the key either, do you? If you came for the horn, it's in our forest.
Wait. 2 more. Okay, 1 more possible chance. Is it? Nope. Let's keep on looking, though. But yeah, I'm guessing you didn't want to... 25 grand Blizzard. That might be true for Death, because I know Death like has a lot of stuff that's really good. Death is like the best stool in the game, so it's hard to go wrong with Death. Because like it says the best recommended thing at level 130 is Vanguard and Dragoon stuff, but like then again, this might not be a good guide, or it might be a really good guide and just. Yeah, the Staff of Malistaire. That would be good. Like, it depends on the damage status on it as well. Because, like, what's... Like, the one that's recommended gives you 4... Oh, the one that I have on, your version of it, would be giving you 4 pierce. But with, like, 16 damage. Let's see, actually, 1, Skyrim Hosta. Yeah, it still recommends Hosta until then. So like it's 10, and Hosta's 10% damage, so it's actually good to run Hosta. This. But it depends on what you want. Like if you're having trouble like fighting death stuff, I'd run it. If not, then just keep running Hosta if you're still using it. Or if you want to start grinding crafting quests and get Visionary Crafter, then that's also a good idea. It's just what you want. It's a... Okay, what the hell? Can I get an easier... Can I have an easy fight by the ending? But nah, it's up to you. Personally, I would do the crafting quest now, get the Arcanum one, the crafting one, Arcanum. Because it's not too bad of a craft, all things considered. Like, the worst of it... Yeah, if you want to use that, then go right ahead. Because, like, you want damage and pierce. Especially in, like... actually, yeah, I can. Yeah. Inspection. Oh, yeah, that. Let me look at the wand. It's, Looming Mortality Hexquarter. It's got good damage. Almost got as much as mine, actually. It's got the power pip. It's got the... Ooh. Yeah, I'd actually use that. Yeah, go ahead and use that. Because, like, that seems really good. Yeah, that's, Oh, that's the Darkmoor cover. But did you not farm Malastairs? Or did you just skip it? Which I actually don't blame you for. If it wasn't for me lacking all this HP, I would have skipped Malastairs myself. Oh, you tried, but then you gave up. What I did though is that I used crowns. I cheated. I used crowns. I did the cheating method. That's actually legal in the game, and it's like recommended. I re-rolled a chest until it cost like 1,000 crowns per re-roll. Took me like 40 re-rolls just to get it all. It was stupid. But you know what? I got the gear, so it's fine. Although I'm not using the hat, which I'm pretty sure might have been the last piece I got, which is kind of... It makes me sad thinking about that, but you know what? I'm just not going to think about it. All he's doing is stacking blades. He's dead now, though. Let's go! Can I be done with this? Can I be done? Can I be done? Can I be done? Please, game. Can I be done? After 5.5 hours of streaming this, can I be done? Can I get the drop? Can I get the squid ink? Okay, I got at least 1 reagent. 2 reagents. Ectoplasm ants. God damn it. I keep getting... Did I miss it? No, I never missed it. It's just one more. It's just one more. How long can it take? And then 10 years later, I haven't got it yet. But actually, this is good. This is the crafting for the thing, for the weapon that I have, because you get access to Antiquities and Mirage. So you just collect 25 of them. Not bad. 10 of your school AoE, which is not that bad. Stardust might be a little harder to get. Astar shards aren't that hard to get either, though. These aren't too hard to get. Or it's not that hard, and then 25 or 35 of perfect amethyst, which isn't bad. 5 golden pearls isn't bad either, because if you just keep farming stuff, you'll keep getting more stuff. And the only thing that's really hard is the vines, which you can just farm from Gladiator to Demacris in Aquila. 6.2. Yeah, you're beaten by a whole 1,000 HP, and you're like, when I'm on 37, you're 123. Yeah, you're like, I'm 10 levels higher, and you're eclipsing me in health. Like, that's how bad Storm is when it comes to health. Now I'm running a Dorgan's hat. That's why I have that much. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that I had Dorgan's hat on, I wouldn't have 5,000 HP. Yeah, that's because I'm stuck here, though. I'm stuck here with this crafting quest. Okay, can I actually grow a good spell, please? I guess I go for Mass Feint. Okay. You know what? The game's giving me difficulties, which means this is it. This is where I get the final piece of gear, or my final piece of gear for next while. My final piece. Okay, here we go. That's actually better. The only thing I do is this. You know, I just realized what I could have done to get affiliate much faster is I could have made separate accounts and then just sat on with 2 accounts on my stream, and then had at least 2 viewers at all times, so it would have been at least 2 average viewers. But no, that's cheating. That's cheating the system. I can't cheat the system, because then when I get affiliate, it's not gonna matter, because like there's nobody watching me. I gotta do it the right way. I gotta get big on Twitch the right way and for the right reasons. Like to be a funny guy who plays video games for like hours on end because he has a bad day at work. And a long one at that. Oh hey, look at that, I'm stunned for a turn. I actually can hit this turn, so let me just pass my turn and wait a turn. And be sad about it. And then watch him put up a tower shield, okay. Okay. Bugs time. It's bugs time. It's bugs time. Everyone get around this bug time. Yeah, the more you... Also, yeah, that's also true, Cry. The more you stream, the more people come by. That's why I've been streaming, That's why I've been streaming so much. I've been going daily for, like, the past, like, week or 2. At least a week. Maybe 2 weeks at this point. Because every time I stream for more than a couple hours a day, I get viewers, I maybe get raids from, like, Bombay.
Oh, you don't have the key either, do you? If you came for the horn, it's in our fort. Only way in without the
Okay, this is not the last fight. At least, okay. This can be it for me finishing this. I need to finish. I want to go eat. I'm hungry. I hunger for food, for sustenance. Haven't eaten in over 5 hours, which isn't that bad actually. But you know what? I want more food. I must feed the enormous girth in my stomach. The girth of my stomach. I must say things that I mean and then not act like I mean them by doing the exact opposite. So instead of losing weight, I'm going to gain... No, I'm not going to gain weight. Let me re-smell this over here, because, like... They changed how my deodorant looks in the can, or not a can. Okay, never mind. It smells good, actually. It's just, I might have been tripping when I first smelled it. I thought it smelled weird, but it's fine. Go for it. Go for the hit. Go for a hit. Go for a hit. Go, 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 go for a hit. You know, I think it'll be worse if, like, I finish farming for this one piece of gear, and then next thing you know, I gotta immediately get a better wand afterwards. That's gonna hurt. Oh, hey, my...
Looks like visit your door. Excuse me, but what if this happens when you have too many items in your bag?
I have...
You can retrieve these items from the bank in your dorm room in Ravenwood.
My dorm isn't in Ravenwood. Actually, wait. Holy! 11% shatter rating? Plus 700 HP? Oh my lord. I might keep that. The Schism Dagger? No. Should I keep all these blue globulins? Probably not, right? That's nothing new. Oh yeah, all these dwarven bookcases. I can actually... I'll keep two of each. Fire dwarf bed, fire dwarf chair, ice dwarf bed, ice dwarf chair. Alright, cool. Keep only 2 of the dwarven files, because, like, looks okay. Open book, or Oni bobblehead, and all of the... Oh, yeah. There we go. Is there anything here I want to keep? No. Clear like half my backpack. Actually, just do yes. Crushed potatoes, go through like what I want to keep. Any ultras? Ultra. Yeah, keep all the ultras. 27 crown items. Wait, let me look through all the crown items. Orange bell, keep that. Keep one of them. Moonflowers, I keep those. Keep 1 Ivy League, and we'll keep 1 key lime. 1 Grape of Wrath. 1 Evil Magma Pea. And all the cat videos, okay. Nice. That is so much better. Okay, can I please, though, get the last of this done? Alright, Davis, time to do this. Again. Sometimes I win, sometimes I lose. I just want to be done with it. I want to finish. Okay. Ooh, it's not a good time to actually cast that then. Okay. Good. I want him to use his first trap up before I use the mass feint. Good. He used it. Okay. Because I think this guy he does hit hard. Like, he hit 1,000 on a judgment, which isn't bad by any means. Especially when against a storm user like myself. I can use this. Cool! I think I'm ready to hit now, but I'm gonna keep going until I get Shadow Pip, so I can actually go for a Shadow Spell, which is nicer. Okay, he's gonna eat up. Okay, he's just gonna eat the Mass Feint. Negative trap on myself. Yeah, okay. Almost there. Only a few more turns. I think I'm good to go, actually. It'll be fine no matter what, though. Okay, so. They have no pips each. I don't have Shadow Pip. Shit. I could go for regular. No, Elemental Blade. I go for E-Blade and I hit next turn. But I stream long hours because, like, if the longer I stay live with consistent viewers, the better. Because the moment this becomes something that can pay for itself in terms of what I want from it, that's the moment I can put more into stuff. And the moment I can put more into stuff, the more stuff I can do. The more stuff I can do, the better I can grow, and it's just gonna feed itself. So I'm hoping to get there. So I stream long hours so that when I have people who just lurk in my chat for hours. Did I get it? Catch another reagent. Spider suck. Fuck. Fuck, man. That's a whole run without one. Okay, I just need a singular piece. A singular one. A singular. It's a singular reagent. It's all I need. But, like, it's not dropping. It's been like a whole run through, which is annoying as all hell. Like, three whole fights where I should be guaranteed at least one every couple runs, but like, What sucks though is that, like, I can't respawn these guys. Wait, who is this? I think it's another viewer. Mass Feint first turn. 'Cause that's all I can do. Never mind, I can't do anything because I got stunned. Okay, can this fight be the last? Please! I just want to be done with this. I just want to be done. I'm tired of fighting these enemies. I'm done. I've beaten over 100 of these guys, and seeing as there's 3 per, I've done this fight at least 40 times. Okay, go for this. Off of the one blade, it'll be enough to at least get rid of the minion. And it's only shield, so it's only frozen armor, which means it shouldn't do that much to help him live, but like, who knows? Okay, can I get it, please? It's one down. That armor might keep him alive. Yeah, it does. Okay. Not gonna just pop Tempest though. Please, game, be nice to me. Oh, he's a 50% shield. That's nice. It's only about 25 though, so I could pierce through it. Like, I just want to be done with this. I'm tired. I wanna raid somebody, lurk in their stream, and then go eat and do some stuff. Okay, wait. I didn't. Didn't even get a raid drop there. How do I get... I wish you can... I wish there was like an actual physical drop area that you can just farm this from mobs for hours. This would be so much better if I could just grab it from the bazaar, but like... a single squid ink from the bazaar would not be... It would be impossible. I have to like immediately, because like of all any and all like bots that automatically grab everything. Can this fight be the last? Please, I just want to be done with this shit. Please be the last. Let me escape from this torture that I'm facing. Please, let be the last. I'm done with this. Oh, come on. Don't give me that shit. Oh, 28. Oh, he birded on that? Oh, wow. That sucks. For him. For not for me. Ha ha ha. Okay, please. Flying squid ink. That's all I want is flying squid ink. You know, just go for Tempest. I don't care. Just end this fight ASAP. As soon as possible. I want this fight to be over. Nice. Welcome to Empyrea. Welcome to Empyrea. I might be done with this, but like, I'm almost done. I have one more drop to get. And once I get this drop, you know what? I am so glad to be done. Okay. I took no damage from that that DOT gave me no damage. So nice. You know what? Actually, I might start putting more fire defense ups on my character, so I don't take any DOT damage from fire. That will be overpowered as all hell. Okay, let's see. Wait. Yes! Alright. I'm out. I'm done. I finished. I have completed it. Look at that. 45 flying squid ink. Backpack. Wand on equip. Now to the Arcanum. To the Arcanum! Here I go to make my spell thingy, my bobber thing, whatever the fuck it is. My wand. It's a wand. It's not a spell thingy-mabobber. It's actually, that is what a spell. That is a good way to call a spell, or a spell call a wand. Okay, so quests, hidden, unhide, then Ione's focused sword. Where is the Forge of Legends? Yes, it's this way. No, it's up this way. Hi there, buddy. You're a reference to a game that failed. I think it's like over here somewhere. Like, it's like, is it this room here, or like which one is it? Because it's not that one. It's like this, I think. This is the Forge of Legends. Nope, that's the loading bay. That's Dry Dock. Not at all. Is this it? Yes, I think so. Yep, the Forge. Craft. Ione's focused sword. Let's go. Now this thing has 11 energy added on, 5% fishing luck, 6 pierce, 20 crit, 60 pierce, or 60 crit, 20 damage, 235 power pip, conservation rating, and 2 square things. So I'll have to put on, I think it's like lustrous. Oh no, this is 115. Blocking. Oh no, defense. I want defense. Okay, the fix. Shiny defense, ruby. Spelking defense, ruby. Defense on all these? Blocking, they're all blocking, okay. What's my character stats look like? My resist, I have 200 additional resist. 200. 200! So any DOT is going to do 200 less damage per tick. Yep, that's definitely good. That's definitely good. Cool. Now I can go actually over to the main guy again, see what else they can give me to craft. Might be some good gear over there. Now that my sword is focused. Number 137. I might be getting a new spell soon. Let's see. He doesn't have anything for me except for recipes. Yeah. It's not 200%. It's just plus 200, so I do 200 less damage per tick. Oh, nice. Wait. Oh, socket wrenches. And then Revere Crafter. Train. Wait, no. Wait, what? Recipe shop. There we go. Okay, here we go. This is all the weapons. Because, like, let's see. Where is it? This is, Baba Yaga. It'll be Kisma. Yes, and you need Legendary Dagger. This would be 4 pierce, 16 damage, 125. Yeah, this is actually really good. Really good. You get level 115. And then the focus one adds in more stats. So like you'll have... It also gives you energy, which is nice. Oh, I can craft statues of them? Yo. I need Lore Masters and Fulgurite. Pure Collectrums. A Xander statue. Yo, that's actually cool. Wait. I want a statue of Ione Virga. Ione Virga statue. I would need 22 Storm Shields, Lore Masters, and then Fulgurite. And then... Transmit Glass Silver? Wait. Jewels? Storm, yeah, but here we go. Turmeric and Mega Soothe. Yeah, because this is... There we go. Now look at me now. Let's wait. Character stats, advanced, and then go over here. Okay, pick version of 582, which means 40% of every spell that uses that's a 7 or 5 pip. Any spell that would use up an extra pip for when casting, so like Stormlord, Sirens, anything like that with a odd number of pips, and I would use only power pips. I can conserve 1. I can get a conversion or a conserve 41% of the time, which is really good because like half my spells are 1 cost. 1 cost here, 1 cost here, 1 cost here. So 3 1 costs, 5 cost, and a 7 cost. So really good, really good. So 41% of the time, my storm spells will be conserved. The base is 1%, but now it's 41%. Ah, yes. I'm gonna go back to the... Actually, can I get the items I need to craft some of this stuff now, actually? Let's see. It wouldn't be like furniture, right? It would be Storm Shields and Lore Masters. Storm Shield. So, can I find Lore Master here? No, I can't. But I can get Storm Shields. It's like 22 of them. Alright, let's see what else I can go get. Nothing really, actually. I'm gonna end up here though. I'm gonna end it here. Next to my garden. Do I have any more? Wait. Ultra Ninja Fig. Ultra Fly Trap. I have red couch potatoes. Okay, no working parsley. No working parsley, but this has grown. This has grown quite a bit. Yep, I'm ending because I got it. I'm guessing it's I'm guessing the boss is the balance boss. Because I've already farmed it all. And I can now unequip this. Whew. I finally got it. Oh, the crusher. It might have been easier, but like where I was doing it is like right after the crusher. And it's three individual drops for the stuff, so it's like a lot faster. But yeah, now I got a good thing. And I need to get motor transport, and I can craft this. Ultra Boom from already have. From Rakuda I can get easily, and Dark One's is simple to get. But yep, I'm gonna leave, so that means I gotta send you guys somewhere else. Twitch. So it's time for an action. So go to my creator dashboard. Actually, no, it should be wrong spot. Stream manager. From here, I can go ahead and I can raid who's live. Oh, QT's live. Okay. We're probably going to QT. They're not Wizard 101. You know what? QT. We raiding QT. I'm dropping y'all in. 3, 2, 1. And peace out, guys.
Oh.